1,000 years ago, there was a war against demons. One day, monsters unexpectedly crossed the border and attacked humanity. In order to survive, people had to fight. The war lasted so long that it seemed to have no end. The battles were so brutal that rivers of blood flowed across the land. Under the onslaught of the monsters, the surviving people gradually retreated. At one of these moments, some magician appeared. He arrived on the battlefield riding a fearsome black dragon. The dragon destroyed all the monsters in its path, spewing hot flames. Frightened by such enormous power, the demons fled and the people rejoiced. People began to praise the hero who arrived at this difficult moment. However, when everyone already realized that the war was won, something happened. The hero died an unexpected death and collapsed into a pool of his own blood. Today, everyone is closely watching the main event of the day. The 17th battle for the title of world champion is about to begin. Patrick occupies the blue corner of the ring. The stands, packed to the brim with fans, boo him furiously. The red corner is occupied by a fighter who has 37 out of 37 won matches. That champion with a 100% knockout record is Weiss Gold. Patrick suspects Weiss has a leg injury as he didn't use his legs in the last match. Perhaps today Patrick will trust his instincts, and Weiss is already over 40. If Weiss really does have a leg injury, then a new champion will probably be born today. The fight had already begun, but Patrick was still standing rooted to the spot. Weiss Gold inspires incredible fear with just his gaze, as expected from a champion. But if Patrick does manage to grab his opponent's leg, he's in big trouble. The presenter was amazed that Patrick suddenly went on the attack and closed the distance. The attacking fighter is overwhelmed with negative emotions as he cannot understand Weiss at all. Patrick wonders how he dared to step into the ring against me with his bad leg. Calling Weiss an impudent fellow in his thoughts, he promises himself to deprive him of the opportunity to use her. Patrick almost grabs his opponent, but the commentator's voice is heard that it is a knockdown. Weiss Gold reacts with lightning speed and delivers a precise counterblow, instantly knocking out his opponent. The host announces that Patrick is no longer able to continue. The first round ends in a knockout. Weiss turns to the fallen man and says only a phrase, "So I don't use my legs." Thus, Weiss Gold once again secured his champion title. Having changed into his everyday uniform, the winner slams his locker and heads for the exit. The coach asks Weiss to give an interview to reporters because the fans are waiting for his words. But the champion wishes him good luck and asks to contact him when the next match is announced. The coach doesn't like the idea of giving an interview, but he advises Weiss to go by car because of the bad weather. Weiss waves his hand and says that he'd rather go for a run as he doesn't want to drive through traffic. The coach is surprised by this decision and, seeing the door slam, runs out after Weiss. The man shouts after the departing man, reminding him that his home is 30 kilometers away. Reporters immediately bombard the coach with questions about where Weiss is now. They ask if there will be a press conference and if the leg injury move was planned. Weiss runs in the pouring rain, while the coach thinks he fully understands the champion. Thinking about this in his mind, the man tries to shield himself from reporters. He recalls how newcomer Weiss Gold started his career with a knockout. Commentators were amazed at the way lightweight Weiss Gold finished the fight. The referee announced a knockdown. The victory was Weiss's, and the coach was immensely happy about this. The coach thinks that for the rest of his career, he won't find an opponent that Weiss would be interested in fighting. The coach asks reporters if they really believe the rumors about Weiss's leg injury. Continuing his thought, the man said that the champion is simply limiting himself. Meanwhile, Weiss went up to his floor and saw a lot of gifts from fans at the door. Unlocking the door, Weiss says more to himself that he already told him not to leave gifts like that. Continuing to ignore the boxes and bags, he calmly opened the door and walked into the apartment. The first thing Weiss decides to do is tidy herself up and take a cool shower. Having accomplished his plan, the man dries his hair so that it dries faster. Throwing the wet towel aside, the man exhaled. After this, Weiss decides to unwind and fire up her console to play her favorite game. Gripping the armrests of his chair, he waited impatiently for the device to boot up. A wide smile spread across the champion's face and he exclaimed, "Let's begin." Weiss Gold's full attention was focused on the game's start screen with the button of the same name. This game turned out to be so difficult that even seasoned players stopped playing it. However, Weiss has been playing it every single day for the last 10 years and he loves it. He was burned out because his life consisted only of training, hardening, and fights with the strongest opponents. Weiss asked himself with enthusiasm and excitement, "I won't be able to pass it today either." Only in this game does he really get to feel the competitive spirit. Reaching the Demon King Izar, Weiss pointed his sword towards him. The weather outside was getting more and more violent, lighting up the sky with lightning. But these flashes and peals of thunder could not prevent the champion from immersing himself in a fantasy world. When Izar was left with only a sliver of health points, Weiss couldn't believe his eyes. He turned to his opponent on the other side of the screen, outraged by the simplicity of this fight. Weiss asked the Demon Lord if he really wanted to lose so quickly. The gamer did not like this outcome, and he exclaimed in disagreement, denying what was happening. Weiss again turned to Izar to gather his strength and be able to put up a worthy fight. The Demon King, for his part, did not understand how to dodge the continuous barrage of attacks. The opponents fought to the limit of their abilities, blocking each other's attacks. For Weiss, although this fight seemed relatively simple, he could not allow himself to relax. Weiss asked again and again, but he couldn't get an answer as to why Izar was so predictable today. The gamer kept asking himself why my attacks were so good. Gathering her strength for another spectacular lunge, Weiss grips the hilt of her sword tighter. The Demon Lord faced a relentless barrage of attacks, unable to withstand them. Having completed his series of attacks, Weiss stopped behind Izar and became lost in his own thoughts. Weiss finds it ironic that the fight started with a desire to win but ended with a fear of winning. Weiss supported his opponent with words, asked him to gather his strength, and said that he could do it. At the same time, the champion could not stop to give in to Izar and attacked him flawlessly. Finally, Weiss delivered his final blow, putting all his strength into it. He cut down the Demon King with his final attack. The system window notifying of the victory over the Demon King Izar made Weiss think. Now gamer and fighter Weiss Gold has become a full-fledged champion in both worlds. Weiss grinned and threw his console mouse at the monitor and wondered who he would fight next. The champion leaned back in his chair and asked himself if he should go up against the brown bear. While Weiss, with his hands down, was indignant at the victory, something bright shone in the cloudy sky. A bright yellow lightning bolt burst through the sky and rushed towards the ground. Weiss Gold looked back gloomily at the unexpected bright flash outside his apartment window. A strange lightning bolt struck the champion's apartment and hit him directly, causing pain. Weiss closed his eyes, and when he opened them, his body no longer hurt. He noticed the rain intensifying. Blinking from the unfamiliarity with the light, Weiss heard someone's voice asking them to go somewhere together. Someone grabbed the champion's shoulder and called him 218th. Weiss looked back and saw the man still insisting that he had been calling him for an eternity. The blonde continued to say that now was not the time to stand here. They were about to leave here. The champion asked the woman standing there who she was, but he was thinking about something else. What number 172nd meant? Weiss decided to find out at least something. He asked about their location, but remained without an answer. A multitude of people in orange uniforms rushed forward towards the high-walled castle's barred gates. Looking towards the castle, the guy saw a familiar flag with a bird above the gate. The girl continued to insist that Weiss finally move. The blonde believed that this was their last chance to choose from this damned carrion. Having collected his thoughts, Weiss began to realize exactly where he found himself. Amazement overwhelmed him as unwelcome memories flashed before his eyes. The girl grabbed him by the chest and continued to insist that the guy move. People continued to run towards the gate, but Weiss still couldn't move. He was thinking about what had happened. Ahead, right at the gates, those running up united and pulled the ropes to open them. At first, the guy thought it was a dream, but what was happening seemed incredibly realistic. Finally putting the whole picture together, Weiss realized that he found himself in the game he had recently played. However, accepting this turned out to be extremely difficult. All that was left was to go with the flow. Weiss suddenly asked the girl to stop and slightly pulled back the hand she was holding. The girl blurted out that now was not the best time, but the guy asked if that wasn't strange. Looking around, he continued his thought, thinking that something like this simply couldn't happen in Carrion. The girl cited the fact that General Clark had recently been released from prison as the reason. Weiss asked again about the unfamiliar name, and the blonde only repeated that he had recently left. The guy grabbed the blonde by the collar and pulled her in the opposite direction from the gate. Weiss ran and thought about what was happening. This whole situation seemed strange to him. Weiss's champion's instincts told him of the terrible danger behind the locked gates. The blonde asked to let her go and tried to break free, but the guy continued to run without looking back. The prisoners behind the fleeing ones shouted joyfully and rushed beyond the walls, through the open gates. They all ran headlong, already sensing the fresh scent of freedom. The girl eagerly rushed after the others, but Weiss ignored all pleas and requests to let her go. People ran out of the prison, laughing and rejoicing. However, freedom turned out to be only an illusion created by the insidious guards. Those running out were met with drawn weapons, and they began to cut down the fugitives without mercy. General Clark himself personally led the guard and thwarted the fugitives' plans. Some were unlucky straight away, but the rest were still unharmed. General Clark merely smirked at those standing in front of him and insulted them, calling them worthless. The commander of the guard was not generous and immediately gave his order, which demanded that everyone be killed. The blonde screamed in protest, and Weiss continued to drag her, saying that it was a trap. The prisoners rushed back, trampling those who hesitated, their screams filling the area. Within minutes, mountains of bodies and puddles of red liquid formed outside the prison walls. The sky became covered with even darker clouds, and the rain poured down harder. Stepping forward, the general walked through the puddles and bodies and ordered the remaining ones to line up again. The subordinates accepted the new task, and the voices of the obedient guards were heard on all sides. The guards quickly lined up the surviving prisoners, and they strictly ordered them not to move and to stand straight. The survivors were lined up opposite the fallen, and at that moment fear took hold of many. Weiss's new girlfriend looked at the bodies in horror, and at the moment she became embarrassed and began to vomit. Unable to hold back the bile rising in her throat for long, the girl tried to cover her mouth and emptied herself. One of the guards didn't like this and decided to intervene, quickly closing the distance. After uttering just one phrase and hitting the blonde in the stomach with his knee, she was ordered not to move. The guards continued to shout that if anyone moved, they would be stabbed to death on the spot. The general stood in front of Weiss and asked him whether he was lucky or lacked the courage to escape. Clark noticed that the mages were ordinary cowards, and the guard considered it shameful to be their enemy. The captain smirked in Weiss's face and threatened, saying that the boy had survived that day in vain. The former champion lowered his head. The situation was completely unfavorable. Looking at his feet, Weiss noticed a puddle in which his face was quite clearly reflected. Looking at his reflection, the guy realized that he was a completely different person. A whole week has passed since the incident happened. The only occupation in this prison was building towers out of stones. It was one of the most useless exercises to make prisoners work. Weiss thinks that after a week spent in the new body, he realized something. Firstly, the new body is very weak. Even just lifting a stone takes your breath away. Secondly, Weiss notes that she is Arahan, but for some reason she cannot use magic. The guy knows that the Arachons are the strongest family of magicians with corresponding abilities. Weiss comes to the conclusion that his family may have thrown him into this prison due to his lack of magic. The guard did not give much time and gave the order to move the built tower to the other side. Weiss barely hesitated before receiving a small reprimand from the guard, who asked him to hurry up. A system window appeared before Weiss's eyes, and his expression changed as he looked deep in thought. It was loading something, and it was precisely this that was the center of the guy's thoughts. During lunch breaks, the prisoners were fed mediocre food, but they were still fed. Today, Weiss was delighted with some broth with a couple of pieces of potato and a bun. Arahan sighed, the thought flashing through his mind that here he was exercising but not eating enough. Even so, Weiss gives her loaf of bread to a blonde she knows. The girl asks him every time if he would like some of his bread, and the guy always voluntarily shares. Looking at her, Weiss thought that she was the only person who paid attention to him. The red eyes of the Arachons are said to be a curse because they have killed too many. Weiss continued to look at the girl and think that they were the same age and lived in the same cell. The boy's thoughts about losing all memories of his life before Carrion were interrupted by the girl's advice. The guy was surprised because now he had to be more careful, because of him, the work standards had been raised. The blonde asks him to be especially careful with the leader of the prisoners, who is known in the arena. Weiss said that under such circumstances, the girl should not be near him. When the blonde confidently objects, Arahan warns her that she might interfere. The teenager's conversation is interrupted by the confident steps of the crowd heading towards them. Weiss, without any unnecessary worries, tells her friend that what she was so worried about is about to happen. The girl notices those heading for their souls, but only manages to open her mouth in extreme fear. Number 589th is the very leader of all the prisoners in Carrion. The disgruntled crowd, led by the boss, stopped nearby and immediately got down to business. 589th turned to Arahan, because it was because of him that everyone had added work. Weiss only frowned in response and let slip that he allowed such a thing. The guy didn't have time to add that he just wanted to exercise when a fist was thrown in his direction. The blow was incredibly powerful and fast, and it seemed like the person who hit him simply crushed the boy. The blonde jumped up from her seat and tried to make sure her friend was safe by saying his number. Meanwhile, Weiss's hands emerged from the rising dust and he grabbed the chest of the man standing opposite him. The teenager broke into a smile and seemed to be looking into the very soul of the leader of the prisoners. Weiss pushed off the floor and drove his knee into his opponent's jaw with incredible force. The girl was very surprised by her friend's strength. He didn't seem that strong. Meanwhile, the prisoners were also surprised by what happened before their eyes. They were afraid for the boss. Weiss was dumbfounded because such a spectacular blow did not bring him the expected results. 589th stood opposite, safe and sound, smiling mockingly at the teenager's weakness. While Arahan was trying to realize the limits of his strength, the prisoner caught him with one hand. The thug swung and threw the boy as far forward as possible. An immeasurable amount of force was put into the throw, so the boy crashed into the wall. The blonde was still standing not far away, continuing to call Weiss, repeating his number. Arahan sat pressed against the wall where the plaster was cracked. He had no strength left. The prisoners kept saying that the teenager would meet his end today, but a system window appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, Weiss watched as a system window popped up before his eyes, warning him that synchronization was complete. Arahan, noticing this news, broke into a smile, still trying not to show it. The prisoners stood dumbfounded, not far from the discarded object, watching the changes in it. The teenager's body was engulfed in smoky blue waves. All the magical power flowed and concentrated in Weiss's hands. They began to glow. The legs also began to glow from the teenager's newly acquired enhancement. Everyone saw Weiss rise to his full height and literally ooze magic. The teenager shook his hands as if knocking dust off them. Arahan, out of old habit, began jumping in place to warm up and improve his coordination. Finally assuming the stance of a seasoned fighter, Weiss ordered his opponent to come closer. The teenager's face was still adorned with an involuntary smile. 589th only chuckled at the teenager who had risen again. The boss tried to put pressure on the boy, mentioning that he was thrown out of his family, emphasizing his worthlessness. Weiss continued to jump lightly and still called the big guy to him. 589th rushed confidently at Arahan and warned that he would finish him off. Weiss unceremoniously swung his leg to push away the leader of the prisoners. Weiss noticed the enemy's preparations in time and managed to deliver the intended blow. Weiss didn't expect the 589th to be so strong. Not only that, but now the teenager's leg was firmly held in the thug's clenched palm. The prisoner was delighted to grab his opponent's limb, but he didn't keep track. Arahan managed to take advantage of the situation and kicked him in the head with all his strength with his second leg. Such an unexpected and powerful blow forced the thug to unclench his hand and let go of the teenager. Without giving his stunned opponent time to catch his breath, Weiss decided not to stop. With incredible dexterity, he delivered another precise kick to the chin. This blow finally incapacitated the opponent, who was much larger than the young man. However, this was not enough for Weiss. He wanted to show that he was the new authority. A direct kick to the face ended the altercation. The brute flew to the side without the opportunity to offer any resistance. Arahan looked down at the fallen prisoner with superiority. There was no living space left on the face of the 589th. He had had enough. Weiss said irritably that he didn't want to use his legs. The remaining prisoners who had been standing to the side and watching the giant fall finally began to move. They all made caustic remarks and promised to make the teenager's death painful. Weiss leaned his foot on the lying 589th and glanced at the people running up. With just one word, Arahan ordered everyone to stop. He said demandingly, "Stand." Bending the brute's arm, Weiss warned everyone that if they came closer, he would break it. The prisoners watched in horror as the teenager demanded that a guard be brought in. There was no reaction, and when Arahan pressed on the boss's body, the prisoners noticed that he was not joking. A prisoner was found who believed the guy and immediately ran after the warden. The blonde ran up with Weiss and asked him to wake up, but the guy just put his hand on his hip. Later in the chamber, the crackling of the torches finally became louder than the rest of those standing in the room. However, the silence was broken, and the young man's friend asked with admiration where he learned to fight. The blonde praised him, but soon noticed that Arahan had become much taller than her. Sitting down on the bench in his cell, Weiss tried to convince the girl that he had grown from work. The girl didn't believe that dragging the stones affected her growth, and the young man just looked away. The guy turned his attention to the system window. He already understood that the download was a transfer of characteristics from reality. Arahan froze when he noticed the mistake. All his stats were good, but his magic was 0. While Weiss looked at the characteristics and laughed at himself, the girl did not understand his behavior. Time flew by in the cell as I looked through my characteristics. The former champion couldn't understand why he turned out to be such a useless character without magic. Weiss decided not to panic ahead of time and make sure that everything was true. The young man was grateful that all other characteristics were equal to 100. Arahan lay and thought about the penalties on his characteristics. They were equal to exactly half. The guy suggested that they could be removed by hardening, but the lack of food would not allow this to be done. Rising from his bunk, Weiss noted some unfamiliar skills, but did not worry. Guards entered the block and demanded that those prisoners who would be called by number come out. The disgruntled prisoners meekly emerged from their cells, barely hearing their number. They all limply gathered into a column and moved towards the formation site. Weiss frowned when he saw the blonde walking along the cells, saying that they were all death row inmates. When the girl continued to say that they were entitled to a last dinner where they could eat whatever they wanted, the guy became thoughtful. The guy asked the blonde her name, since they still called each other by numbers. The cellmate gave her name as River, saying that she was from a poor family and therefore could not have a last name. The young man introduced himself as Weiss Arahan, his face still adorned with a wide smile. He continued his speech and asked the girl if she still wanted to get out of this prison. River says she doesn't plan to stay here for long as she has her reasons. Weiss asks if she has thought about how to get out, and the girl says that the only way out is the gate. In the conversation, the young man learns that the key is in the possession of the general, a retired knight of the Fifth Circle. Clark is a classic example of a knight who is full of hatred for mages. Weiss understands that in this world, knights and mages hate each other. The boy seriously thinks that he won't be able to defeat the general, but he can try to steal the key. River says kids from lower classes put their hands in other people's pockets far more often than they say hello. The cellmate rotates her hand, trying to emphasize her words while Arahan thinks. Weiss grins and agrees with River, realizing he knows how to get out. Another working day begins under a clear blue sky. The guard informs the lined-up prisoners that the workload will increase from this day on. The convicts did not like this news and began to protest, but they were threatened. A voice from the crowd was heard complaining that the load was already too much to bear. He is interrupted by a guard who immediately brings the blade of his sword to his neck. The warden reports that he is only conveying the general's words and that he is not concerned with the brewing unrest. The prisoner asked about the reasons for this decision, and this made the guard think for a moment. He quickly reacted and asked the convict again whether he really didn't understand why the standards were being raised. All the dissatisfied people immediately turned towards Weiss and River, who were standing a little to the side. The warden cleared his throat, trying to draw all attention to himself. And then he said that he would go for a smoke break, since he had already managed to get everyone on the right wavelength. River says the atmosphere suddenly turned negative, and Arahan just asked her to step aside. Weiss realizes that General Clark is trying to eliminate him, but he cannot do it personally. The young man suggests that the blonde run away further away, which she does. River suspects that the guards are in league with the prisoners, so it won't be easy. The assembled prisoners agree to kill Weiss since they could die because of him. The young man addresses the crowd and says that they understood everything correctly. Nothing can be done about it. The convicts rush towards the guy, saying that the blood of Arahan plays in him until the very end. Weiss is the first to strike, usually with a knee to the chin. The boy ran into a crowd of prisoners, and one of the attackers was less fortunate. With his very first blow, Arahan was able to knock out the enemy, knocking him out of the fight. Many people started saying that Weiss had gone crazy because he couldn't fight alone. However, the boy is not stopped by such a crowd of opponents. He calls everyone to him. A mage without magic is ready to fight with his fists and stand up for himself. Everyone rushed into battle again. A whole crowd rushed with fists at the black-haired teenager. The attackers were quickly hit, and Weiss himself was thinking at that moment that he had once imagined something like this. Standing in the octagon, he already imagined that he was being attacked by a crowd, and not one by one. Arahan continued to throw prisoners left and right. The guy enjoys this kind of activity, and now he dreams of fighting even more opponents. Weiss addresses his opponents, urging them to attack even more actively. Moreover, not a single blow has yet reached the young man himself. He very skillfully dodges them. At the same time, he does not forget to continue to strike back. The opponents arrived one after another, but gradually their pressure weakened. Arahan single-handedly defeated an entire crowd of attackers and did not miss a single critical hit. From the outside, it didn't even look like a fight, but rather like an ordinary beating. Meanwhile, the blonde was hiding behind a tower of stones someone had built, admiring her friend. At one point, she caught herself thinking and asked what she was looking at. The prisoner's voice was heard from behind. He asked the girl to look at him. Meanwhile, Arahan fought off the remnants of the crowd that had attacked him and was ready to kill. The prisoners got sharpened knives and continued to stay and call for attacking the guy together. However, Weiss easily dealt with even them, full of strength. The young man found new emotions in the fight. He enjoyed the feeling of pleasure from avoiding a blow. He continued to beat off attackers like cutlets, enjoying the satisfaction of an accurate strike. Weiss realized that he had finally felt these emotions and got a taste for them. The guy continued to hit with confidence, using his signature punch. As if sensing opponents behind him, Arahan didn't even give them a break. The young man plunged headlong into this slaughterhouse built by the general. One of the prisoners, standing a little away from the main body of the battle, stepped forward. He addressed Arahan with a confident voice and captured his attention. The prisoner who spoke asked the young man not to struggle anymore and to take care of his girlfriend. The girl was in the tight grip of another huge thug. Weiss turned his serious and angry gaze to the man standing behind him. Only one thought flashed through Arahan's head about the bastards already standing in front of him. The young man decided to warn them that they were making an incredibly grave mistake. A slight smile adorned his face, and drops of blood dripped from his fists. With unprecedented composure and calculation, Weiss called his opponent scum. The man holding the blonde in his arms said that all Arahan could do was talk. The one standing in front added that he was a knight of the second circle and it was an honor to fight with him. Already taking off from the ground in a jump, the knight prisoner said that without magic the young man is not Arahan. Swinging his sharp blade, he instantly closed the distance and found himself above Weiss. The guy clearly saw every movement of his opponent and was already ready to dodge. The second circle knight's improvised weapon sank into the hard earth of the courtyard. Weiss suddenly disappeared just before he was hit, and the prisoner lost sight of him. The failed knight hesitated only for a moment before looking back. His comrade was already defeated, and Arahan stood and chatted with his friend, asking how she was feeling. Not realizing what had happened, the prisoner turned to Weiss and asked what had just happened. The young man just grinned and explained that it wasn't magic as the attacker had suggested. Quickly shifting his legs, Weiss prepared for the next move. Spinning around, he jumped to the side, heading straight for his opponent. Already in motion, Arahan swung his leg and jumped towards the prisoner. The second-ranked knight only managed to shout something before the blow aimed at his face. Weiss made a great side kick, managing to spin the shot into an arc. The unsuccessful knight was unable to stay on his feet and was thrown to the side. The blonde noticed people coming out of the gate in the wall behind the young man and shouted to him that the general was coming. Clark calmly addressed Arahan, who stood in front of him, and stated his number. The general demanded to know what had happened and where there were so many unconscious bodies lying there. River immediately intervened and tried to protect her friend, blurting out that he was a victim. The blonde continued to say that she was taken hostage and that they tried to kill her 218th. General Clark frowned, as he couldn't immediately believe in Arahan's self-defense. The head of the guards looked at the lying bodies and called them idiots in his thoughts. The man then turned back to those standing in front of him, wanting to ask just one question. Clark asked Weiss if he had mana, which only confused the young man. He didn't know. The general seemed so menacing that it seemed as if vapors of hatred were coming out of his body. Many prisoners tried to get up, but the pressure cut off their breathing. Poor River was thrown to the ground with force, unable to resist. Weiss continued to stand, not feeling the strength and not understanding why he could resist it. From the system notification, he learned that he had a skill that allowed him to resist the suppression being exerted. Arahan chuckled, realizing that such a skill was incredibly powerful. The young man understood that in the real world, his body had reached the very top. Weiss thought that it would be a shame to waste that much on just some knight. The general was incredibly surprised when he realized that Arahan was still on his feet. Clark keeps thinking that the guy in front of him is just some kind of idiot, so why did he resist? The knight of the fifth circle decided to concentrate completely and unleash all his might on the one standing there. Releasing an unimaginable amount of force, the general split the ground beneath his feet. However, Weiss continued to stand and smile in response to the tense general. The prisoners behind the young man could not even move. They even forgot how to breathe. The system still tells the confident Arakan that the skill is resisting suppression. Weiss was now finally convinced that this skill was at the very peak of his capabilities. The seasoned General Clark was stunned, trying to explain to himself what was happening. The guards begged for mercy. They were also having a hard time under the commander's aura. The knight of the fifth circle nevertheless decided to spare those around him and hid his skill. Weiss pulled a wide grin onto his face, already mentally assuming that the general would take up the sword. Clark looked nervously into Arahan's eyes and ordered him to get back to work. When the guards turned around and headed for the exit, the young man called out to the commander, "Wait." The general looked back and snorted with displeasure, but the guy just wanted to say something. Weiss, without any doubt, began to say that he was already tired of building stone towers. Arahan looked into Clark's eyes and let him know that he didn't like to think about who would attack next. The young man asked the general for a favor because he wanted to die, which surprised River. River did not understand her friend's request, and he himself only repeated that he wanted to be sentenced to death. General Clark decided to make sure and explained that even if this was a momentary whim, there would be no mercy. Weiss decided to assure Clark that he would not back down and said that he was ready to swear on the crystal ball. As soon as the general heard such words, he immediately gave the order to bring the crystal ball. Arahan grinned and reminded the guards about the last lunch and decided to choose the menu for himself. As soon as the young man named his dish, all the guards' eyes nearly popped out of their heads. It was Vertison beef, meat of the highest quality, raised in the meadows of Verti in the south. Weiss recalled that in the game it gave an unprecedented amount of power and was incredibly valuable. The young man who had crossed the line asked Clark whether this was a high price to pay for his life. River asked the 218th man in bewilderment about his decision, reminding him of herself. Arahan said that this girl would go with him and she also needed to eat. The general did not think long about the boy's proposal and ultimately agreed to the terms. The guards were indignant, but it was an order, and the blonde herself did not have time to object. While they spend weeks catching the Vertison cow, Weiss eats well and does not work. Arahan's friend fell into depression and does not understand at all why he is pumping iron before his death. The young man remembers that if a characteristic rises above 100, the points will move to the next characteristic. The guard approached the cell bars and ordered Weiss and River to leave. The guy finally waited for this moment and the girl just grabbed her head out of fear. The convicts were treated to incredibly delicious and exquisite dishes made from Vertison beef. The meat was so soft that it simply melted in your mouth, giving it an incredibly distinct flavor. River noted that she had never tasted such delicious food before, and Weiss asked not to thank her. As he continued to eat more and more of this delicious meat, the boy felt the stat penalties weakening. Smiling faintly, the young man noted the achievement of the first goal. The characteristic points were already flowing to the next ones. The guard informed the general that the last dinner had begun, and Clark asked no one to interfere. The commander couldn't understand why there wasn't a drop of fear on Weiss's face. Clark felt like everything was passing him by. The general understood that he was retired, but still a knight of the fifth circle. That's why he couldn't understand the reason why the young mage without mana resisted him. Clark decided that he had made a mistake last time, so this time he had to do everything properly. Looking at his bracelet, the general thought that he wanted to take revenge on the young man for the shame he had experienced. River was surprised that she and her friend were able to eat all the food served at the table. The contented girl mentioned that she was now ready to die, but Weiss declared that now was not the time. Clenching his fist, the boy thought that he was now full of strength, which he longed to experience. There was a creaking sound behind the convicts, and they turned to face the one entering. The young man said mockingly that the general was late because the plates were already empty. Clark addressed Arahan by name, while Weiss asked if he was offended. The guy's face exuded confidence. He looked into the eyes of his opponent. The commander responded in kind, but thought that the young man was a fool who believed only in his family tree. The general raised his hand and began to come closer. Clark lightly grabbed Weiss's shoulder and thought about what he would do first. The knight quickly came to a decision, as he wanted the stranger's face to be distorted with a grimace of suffering. Arahan continued to exude confidence and look at the general's satisfied face. The young man thought that the Arachons were the most elite family of magicians. He considered that even the smallest bit of information could play into his hands. Weiss believes that with its help she can escape from this hole, and only now notices the commander's bracelet. Clark had already activated this magical artifact, which began to emit purple shining lightning. The general once again demonstrated his formidable power in wielding this mysterious artifact. The knight, enjoying himself, exclaimed that this time the boy would not survive. However, Weiss's smug grin didn't disappear from his face, but only grew stronger. River couldn't withstand such power and, squeezing out something unintelligible, fell off the bench. Clark could no longer contain his emotions, and he let them out in words, calling the young man a scumbag. The blonde was writhing in crushing pain when Arahan called out to the general. Weiss called on the commander to behave more dignified and befitting his position. Such words from the prisoner only angered the knight even more, and he rushed at the guy. Clark grabbed both shoulders of the man standing opposite him, trying to use the maximum power of the artifact. Arahan grinned and raised his head to look his opponent in the eyes. The guy with a slight gesture brushed aside the commander's hands that were clinging to his shoulders. Pushing the knight's hand away, Weiss asked him what was so difficult about behaving normally. The young man surprised the general by saying that if he so wanted to kill him, then he shouldn't show off. The commander thought about it, because his power with the artifact only did not work on the higher circle. Clark came to the conclusion that Weiss was from the 6th circle, or that it was his Arahan blood. The general realized that he had been striving for the 5th circle his whole life, and even then he had not brought the young man to his knees. Having accepted what had happened, the commander weakened the artifact's effect. Weiss inquired, asking the knight if he was finished. The man was overcome with resentment and bitterness. The general turns his back on the boy and says that the execution will take place the next morning, such is the imperial law. Clark didn't fully understand it that night, but he might have learned some incredibly useful information. The captain considered it his duty to record for the knights everything that happened today. The general mentally emphasized that he was incredibly exhausted, had used up all his mana, and had used the artifact. In his head, he clearly understood that he had to finish the report, but his body was already falling asleep. The rays of moonlight fell on River. She felt terrible and was in fear. Weiss was also awake. He asked his friend how she was feeling. She replied that she felt terrible. Weiss happily notes that River has very dexterous hands, and the girl chuckles contentedly in response. The blonde asked Arahan if he had seen her pickpocketing skills and how much he would have rated them. The young man praised his cellmate and noted to himself that an ordinary person could not have pulled this off. River is sure that Weiss also influenced the outcome, but she doesn't understand if he's okay. She notices that Arahan is unusually strong, to which the young man talks about the benefits of carrying stones. But still, he thinks, turning to the system window, that his indicators have increased by 10. He is sure that the rumors were true and the meat turned out to be tasty and nutritious, and he gained strength. Weiss notes in his thoughts that getting rid of all the stat penalties will not be easy. River asks his friend if they're going to leave now, to which the young man suggests leaving late at night. The blonde is worried that Clark will notice the missing keys, but Arahan is sure that he is out of it. The girl wonders where her friend gets such confidence from. The guy tells in his mind that this bracelet spends all the owner's mana and takes away his strength. It is for this reason that he is completely confident in his words. Weiss realizes that the fact that the general came to dinner with the keys made his plan easier. Arahan says River can stay if she's scared, but she admits it's her last hope. The blonde tells her friend that there is no key to their cell on the keychain. Weiss asks her to step away. The young man kicks down the door with just one deft kick and leaves the cell with a crash. River doesn't understand why the Arahan family's mage has such physical strength. The guards came running at the noise and asked Weiss what he had forgotten in the corridor. The blonde flinched in fear when the guards shouted at the top of their voices that it was an escape. The friends ran as fast as they could out of the prison premises. After running through the entire courtyard of Carrion, River informs Weiss that he sees guards at the gate. The gates were blocked in advance by a dense line of guards with drawn blades. Law enforcement officers are committed to stopping escaped prisoners at all costs. Arahan asks the blonde to run without stopping, and he himself speeds up to accept the fight. River tries to escape with all his strength and accepts Weiss's instructions. One of the guards comes out from the cordon in front of the young man and meets him in a fighting stance. The young man skillfully dodges his opponent's slashing swing without losing the speed he had gained. Arahan extends his hand to strike, but changes his mind at the last moment. He grabs the guard's face with force and continues to run, pulling him along with him. Weiss pushes and throws the captured man into the crowd in front of her, just like a bowling ball. The tightly lined ranks prove unprepared for such a turn of events. The guards' defense collapses before the eyes of the running fugitives. The fallen are ordered to stand up but hesitate. The defense commander sees the failure that has befallen his soldiers, but he does not intend to retreat. Lost in thought, he misses a moment and notices the prisoner's hand. Weiss delivers one quick, precise blow to the throat. The commander of the fortification can no longer give orders. His breath is knocked out of him. The advancing Arahan quickly advances deeper into the guards' ranks. There are only a small number of them left. The fight with them is already predetermined. The guard who was thrown back only manages to stretch out his hand and nothing more. Weiss jumps over the knocked down ones, simultaneously delivering another blow to the unlucky one. The remaining guards firmly decide to kill the fugitive. The successfully evaded prisoner solves another problem on the way. Through dodging, Arahan manages to kick the guard in the head and knock him out. As soon as Weiss lands, he's already aiming for his next opponent. Shifting his entire body in flight, the young man avoids the blade of the sword. Using the ground as a support, the prisoner knocks out another enemy with a swing of his leg. Such a powerful blow practically flips the target over and pins the guard to the ground. Weiss has used up all his speed, but he's still willing to keep pushing through. Turning around, the young man notices the remaining guards. They are already rushing towards him. Arakan really enjoys these kinds of fights and feels great in them. This time, the guy manages to land a series of 2 accurate punches. River can't believe his eyes as he watches this spectacle. By the time Clark learned that 2 prisoners were breaking through to the gate, it was too late. The bodies of the dismembered guards littered the courtyard of Carrion Prison. Some found the strength to stand up and ask the general for forgiveness. The strong iron gates were opened, but the fugitives were no longer visible. The eyes of the guard commander lit up with anger, and he himself said that the 218th had escaped. A menacing cry echoed through the prison, ordering that Weiss be found and brought back. Weiss and River ran to a small village located near the colony. Hiding in whatever they could find, the prisoners looked around warily. The blonde was the first to exhale, expressing her assumption that they had successfully broken away. Arahan asked River if he knew where they were now, to which he received the answer that it was the only village near the prison. Weiss was outraged by the quality of the clothes he found, but in this situation he had no choice. The blonde warned her friend to keep his head down while she went to get something she needed. The boy said they had no money at all, but River wasn't afraid of that, pointing to her hands. As she was leaving, the girl once again asked her friend not to leave this place and called him her last hope. An hour later, River returned with colored lenses. She said that these lands belonged to the Bahal family. The guy is familiar with this family because he played the game as Torres Bahal. The Arahan clan of mages has always been at odds with the Bahal clan of knights. Even their eye colors are opposite. The blonde told Weiss that she saw a nice place to relax nearby. The guy was glad to hear such an offer, but he did not expect to see a barn on the outskirts. Instead of sleeping, the young man thought about what was happening, how it happened that he ended up here. Weiss thought he opened his eyes and found himself in the game, and in the role of a prisoner without magic. The young man looked around and wondered why River followed him everywhere and called him his last hope. The guy knows that she is a street thief, and he is only with her now because he needs help. Before going to bed, Arahan wonders if he can fully trust the girl. Waking up in the morning, Weiss is outraged that he slept in an old and dirty barn with beetles. River stretches and asks what makes an elite aristocrat like him so uncomfortable. The young man jumps up from his seat and announces that this cannot continue. They urgently need money. The blonde asks if he can't be seen by the guards, how he plans to make money. River offers to teach Weiss how to steal, but the guy convinces her that it's better to find one place. When a girl decides to ask what a guy is talking about, he says only one word: ring. This is a place where you can earn money by fighting with opponents. And Weiss just happened to have just such a place in mind. Having found a passage to the underground battles, the friends decided to stop among the crowds of fans. The girl immediately decided that the place they had come to was not suitable for them, but Arahan insisted otherwise. River watched the duel between the 2 strongmen with fear, even using teeth as weapons. The big guys fought, putting all their power into their blows. They managed to block such powerful attacks. The fighters withstood what seemed like fatal hits. The crowds joyfully supported every move of their fighter and wished death to his opponent. While the blonde shook her head in fear, Weiss thought that this would be a regular street fight. However, everything turned out to be much cooler than he expected. One of the duelists delivered a direct blow to the bridge of the nose. The space in front of the wrestler was sprinkled with blood from his nose. But this did not stop the fight. The barrage of heavy blows still found their target. The blonde, stunned by what she saw, tried to reason with her friend, because here the wrestlers kill. As soon as River turned to take Weiss away from this place, she realized that he was no longer nearby. The crowd froze in surprise, anticipating and not understanding what was happening. The winner, who had been beating his opponent to the last, stopped his fist because of Weiss's words. The young man grabbed the giant's fist and asked if he couldn't see that the wrestler in front of him was unconscious. Arahan told the winner to his face to fight according to the rules. The wrestler looked at the daredevil who had intervened in his fight with incomprehension. River let out a confused cry as she barely heard and noticed her friend in the ring among the wrestlers. Weiss turned to the referee and said that the winner was already predetermined, although the fight had not been stopped. The brute took advantage of the moment and snatched his hand from the guy's lock. The big guy jumped to the side and demanded that the guy opposite him tell him his name. Weiss asked with a serious face that he couldn't see who was standing in front of him. The observers froze in horror and incomprehension. Arahan grinned and said that he was just an ordinary homeless person from the street. The fans immediately began to boo and shower Weiss with unpleasant words. The young man pointed at the brute and said that he was ready to take responsibility and fight him. Weiss looked back at the audience with his usual smile and told them to expect something interesting. The blonde only managed to call out to her friend because of such an unexpected and abrupt turn. River started yelling at her friend, trying to explain that the wrestler in front of him was too tough for him. Weiss waited until the girl got tired and said that she could go and bet everything on him. The blonde still didn't understand why her friend was so confident. Arahan, turning to his opponent, said that he wanted to eat beef with River. The referee announced the start of the fight, and all sounds in the room fell silent in anticipation of the first move. The wrestler said with displeasure that the poor man opposite had gone completely crazy from poverty. However, something changed in the brute's gaze when he looked at his opponent more closely. Weiss's opponent mentally noted that the guy was about 15 years old. But what a look and breath. The underground fighter also noted Arahan's stance. It was different from what he was used to. The wrestler admitted that he feels anxiety and fear when he looks at the homeless man across from him. The brute jumped up and exclaimed in his mind that it was not fear. He could not be afraid of a poor man. However, the fearless fighter was unable to land his blow. Weiss proved more agile. The big guy squinted at the thin figure of the wrestler opposite him and couldn't believe his eyes. Arahan decided to share some advice and said that you shouldn't put your fists behind your shoulders. Weiss continued to share his experience, saying that it is worth striking from a defensive stance. The boy was beating up a man who was significantly larger than him, and the onlookers held their breath. The young man continued to say that you can shift your center of mass for more powerful blows. Weiss spoke and demonstrated in practice to make it as clear as possible. However, the opponent no longer heard him and did not even notice him. At this time, the blonde remembered all the gods she knew and prayed for her friend to return alive. The fans were chanting that one of the wrestlers was giving in. River thought it was Weiss, but everything was completely different. An unknown poor man beat the famous wrestler. Arahan remained satisfied throughout the entire fight. The blonde, her mouth open once again, watched Weiss. What was happening seemed like a dream to her. The man was unable to see properly due to the numerous blows and his head was buzzing. The commoner saw double and even triple vision before his eyes, but awareness still did not come to him. But he could not and did not want to accept the loss. For a famous fighter in this ring, losing to an unknown homeless man was the worst punishment. The brute didn't understand why he couldn't dodge Arahan's small fists. Weiss left practically no living space on his opponent's face, but he still did not give up. Everyone understood that the end was inevitable. The giant would collapse sooner or later, and this happened. The man fell down, losing consciousness. Weiss appealed to the referee to end the fight fairly, without unnecessary beatings of the loser. The referee reluctantly agreed, looking away. He shouted for all to hear that the fight was over and raised Weiss's hand as a winner. Now the guy wasn't thinking about his victory. It seemed to him that the fight had ended before it had even begun. Arahan received a small reward and said that there were not enough coins. The odds were higher. The cashier was frightened by the poor man and tried to convince him that his calculations were correct. Weiss still doesn't believe the number of coins is so small, but he already has an idea of the reason. The blonde understands what he's getting at and tries not to show it when asked about the size of the bet. The guy says he asked to bet all the money he had. River justifies herself by saying that she doesn't like betting and wanted to leave at least something for dinner. During the lively discussion, an unfamiliar female voice was heard greeting the winner. Noticing the argument, the girl in the red dress grinned and asked Weiss if there was time to talk. Arahan turns around and realizes that it was her that the judge was looking at when he announced the winner. The guy asks his interlocutor who she is. The woman who approached with the bodyguards replied that she was the mistress of this ring, and her name was Gerda. Gerda said that she wanted to talk, but Weiss was already leaving, saying that he was not for sale. River looked around. Something was bothering her. The ring owner's thugs blocked Arakan's path, preventing him from passing. Weiss looked at those standing in front and said that he could easily deal with them. The woman in red's guards only looked at the homeless man with indignation. Gerda said she found the ring bully in the big city and asked if Weiss understood her. The woman says that she will let the guy go, but next time they will meet in a more pleasant environment. The ring owner notes that she loves strong people. River remarks that it's best not to mess around with that woman and also says that she's very hungry. The blonde continues to say that the ring owner is the most important person here. Weiss says that this woman seemed to him to be an old fox who loves money, his friend confirmed. The guy thinks that she just wants to get benefits from him and nothing more. The young man remembers that something similar had already happened to him in his home world. Continuing to reflect, as soon as he showed the result, crowds of managers came to him. Arahan understands that his current manager is not like the others. He was not looking for any benefit from Weiss. The young man notes that it was his coach who made him a champion, no longer portraying him as a loser. When the waiter brought the order to Weiss and River's table, he announced Vertison beef. Arahan's friend was instantly hooked and was already reaching for the steak, but the guy stopped her. The young man said it was a fake. The color and marbling were too different. Weiss continued to say that they had been waiting for her in prison for weeks, but she was here, right next to them. The guy also glanced at the other tables. Almost all of them had this meat. River asked her friend what difference it made if her stomach would like it anyway. Weiss said he wouldn't pay for a fake and called over the waiter. The boy who came up immediately said that they were taking too long to eat their portion. Arahan countered by saying it was fake and he was still waiting for the Vertison beef. The waiter snapped that this wasn't a homeless joint, but Weiss asked to speak to the manager. River's friend said a little louder that he would tell everyone the truth, and the visitors began to look around. The waiter asked us to remain silent and follow him. He would bring the friends to the director. Weiss and the blonde were met by a plump man who immediately called the new arrivals scandalous guests. Arakan immediately got down to business and accused the director of selling counterfeits, which pleased the accused. However, the director said that it is worth being able to read the atmosphere. Weiss said that he didn't know about the atmosphere, but he knew how to read the situation and asked who was first. The director's security guards immediately rushed from their place in the direction of the guy. The young man was ready to meet the attackers with a fight and instantly neutralized the first guard. The guy immediately knocks the weapon out of the hands of the second attacker. Weiss skillfully struck, disarming everyone with lightning speed. Arahan did not feel the weight of his opponents and allowed them to topple over him. The goofy grin slowly disappeared from the previously confident director's face. Gradually, his face sank into fear and horror before the arriving guests. When all the fat leader's defenders fell unconscious to the ground, he roared. River was incredibly happy about Weiss's latest victory. She no longer doubted him. The restaurant director's face changed when the blonde spoke about Weiss's victory in the ring. The director asked what he wanted, and Arahan said that he wanted reasonable compensation. Weiss put forward 2 conditions: a refund of the money spent and free service indefinitely. The director didn't even think about the demands put forward. He immediately objected to the insolence. River fell onto the soft hotel bed. She was incredibly surprised by the new sensations. For the first time in her life, the girl found herself on such a soft and comfortable bed. Having finished her childish behavior, the blonde turned to Weiss and said that he was a real aristocrat. Arakan only noted that if the rumor spread, it would be the end of the restaurant. River noted that it was the first time she had seen a person with such a red face. Weiss said that this was all nonsense and suggested that they go to bed already. The blonde couldn't sleep that night. She stood up and whispered to find out if Weiss had already fallen asleep. The guy was already fast asleep, not paying attention to the rustling behind him. River dressed in her casual clothes, trying to make as few sounds as possible. The blonde opened the door slightly and left the room, heading off to do her business. Weiss noticed this, but decided not to show it, and the next 3 days went by in roughly the same way. The girl sat on the bed and wondered when they would go to eat. A friend noticed that all the guy does is play sports. River asked what she heard about mages hating physical exercise more than death. The blonde asked if Weiss was studying because she was completely devoid of magic. Arahan replied that this was practically true, and then turned to the system window. None of the characteristics moved. The guy said that he had finished his exercises and was ready for breakfast. River suggested starting with potato salad or chicken stew, but Weiss wanted steak. The blonde liked the idea. Beef is her favorite food. The girl notices that they haven't been to a tasty restaurant for 3 days. Weiss asked how many coins they had left, and his friend replied that they were almost all gone. Arahan mentally noted that he had been playing the game for 10 whole years, and remembered all the prices perfectly well. The guy knows that the bag of coins with reserves is enough for more than just 3 days, and his suspicions towards his girlfriend grow. As soon as the young man and his girlfriend stepped onto the threshold of the restaurant, the faithful mongrels informed the director about it. Director John's pride was stronger than iron plates, but it suffered because of some kid. The head of the restaurant asked his people if they had prepared everything. A variety of hearty and attractive dishes graced the table for Weiss and River. The waiter grinned and said that the meat was cooked to perfection, which surprised the blonde. Arahan became tense because of his excessive helpfulness, but his friend decided that it was all because of the new clothes. Weiss thought about it. Something seemed suspicious to him, but it didn't seem to attract attention. River asked her friend why he wasn't eating. Maybe he wasn't hungry. The blonde wrapped the steak in lettuce and handed it to the guy so that he could eat it in one go. Arahan decided that all he could do was observe the situation, but his friend still didn't calm down. Weiss decided that with time he would definitely understand what kind of people they were, but he realized it instantly. The young man shouted and told the girl to spit out the food because this meat was not edible. The blonde frantically tried to spit out everything she had experienced. Losing strength, she fell on the table and said that if there really was poison there, she would die. Arahan said that a small amount would not cause anything and looked at the system window. The blonde asked why he was so sure that the meat was poisoned. Weiss pointed out his last name. River was amazed that the elite could detect poisonous foods. Thanks to the system's pop-up window, the young man identified the poison and decided that the director would pay in full. Weiss called John. He came and asked why his friends weren't eating this delicious meat. Arahan sat at the table with empty plates and grinned. He decided to settle the misunderstanding that had arisen. John thought that such a quantity of poison would definitely be the end for them, but decided to ask about the misunderstandings that had arisen. Weiss says that they don't understand each other at all and invites the director to talk at the table. River hands over his signature meat salad to the approaching gentleman. John tries to push away the girl's outstretched hand and says that he doesn't want meat. Arahan says he will reconsider the terms of the deal if the director listens to him. Without waiting for an answer, the young man asks why he doesn't want to eat meat, whether it's poisoned. John is surprised and involuntarily twitches, saying what kind of nonsense his interlocutor is talking about. Weiss asks if he's surprised the guy figured out his creepy plan. Arahan moves the table aside with a slight movement so that it doesn't get in the way. The director is frightened by such a reaction and shouts, asking what he is planning. Looking at the floor where the table used to be, John sees discarded steaks of cooked meat. Weiss says that the director is a real scoundrel and asks how he dared poison the meat. The director tells himself not to show it, because it's impossible for the guests to guess everything. John asked for evidence. Arahan stood up and decided to provide it. By revealing the natural red color of his eyes, he revealed the truth to the restaurant director. Weiss said that the price for deceiving Arahan would be his life. The director correctly realized that he was going to die, his face filled with horror. Finding no other options, John falls to his knees before his deceived guests. The director begs Weiss because he did not recognize him. He asks to spare him just this once. Out of fear, Chief John did not ask a single sensible question regarding the guy's behavior. Weiss looked into the crocodile tears of the kneeling man and understood how strong the Arahan family was. Weiss asked John if he was willing to do anything to be forgiven, and the answer was yes. Arahan again put forward 2 conditions: silence about his identity and only half of the chief's property. The restaurant director quickly ran to get the money, but on the way he noticed something important. Weiss returned the lenses and grinned at his plan. River praised her friend, and Arahan said that they would have to leave this village. A friend appeared in the passageway and asked the people talking where they were going in such a hurry. Weiss and the blonde were surprised to meet Gerda so quickly. Her friends greeted her, and the woman asked if they were leaving her again. The woman notices that the guy is a much greater person than she previously thought. Weiss guesses that she has learned about his ancestry. Turning his gaze to the chief, the young man saw that he was silently convincing him of his silence. Weiss realizes that there is only one place left where they could have found out anything about him. Carry on. Arahan offers to talk to Gerda alone. She immediately agrees. The guy asks if she came. It means she needs something from him. The woman says that he misunderstood her and that she didn't come here to see him. Weiss turns her gaze to River, who apologizes to her friend. Gerda says that she found out what the girl asked her for, but she will have to pay more. The blonde objects, saying that she gave a lot of coins, but the woman says that it is not enough. Gerda says that searching for a relative without an exact location will cost much more. Weiss says he is ready to connect her case to him with her friend's problem. The woman asks the young man to fight that fighter one more time, and that's all. Arahan accepts the second battle without hesitation. River asks him not to do this, considering it a trap. Gerda promises to continue helping the blonde find her relative. Having received half of Chief John's fortune, the friends walk silently through the alleys. River held half of John's fortune in her hands and couldn't get Weiss's words out of her head. The young man asked why the blonde was so sad since they had earned so much money. The girl said that she had secretly gone to Gerda for help, ignoring her friend, and admitted she had no choice. Weiss said he knew River was taking money and leaving at night. The blonde was surprised that her friend knew about her actions all this time and remained silent. Weiss said that he didn't feel sorry for the money for his friend because it was equivalent to helping him. These words touched River, but Arahan asked her not to hide anything from him in the future. Weiss is sure that the most vile thing is to undermine someone else's trust. The young man said that no matter where a person comes from, he should not become trash. River stopped and said she didn't want the guy to go into a second fight with the bruiser. The blonde suggests they simply run away with the money, as they had originally planned. Weiss asked what happened to her relative, but the blonde was sure that Gerda would not fulfill her promise. Arahan points out that River isn't stupid enough to fall for that woman's tricks twice. According to the young man, the blonde, in her despair, grabs the already broken rope. Gerda took advantage of this to squeeze out the remaining juices as much as possible. Weiss says that at first he also thought about just leaving, but now he can't do that. Arahan says that it is because of the woman's tricks that he is eager to fight again. The guy says that when he looks at trash, he always wants to clean it up. The young man understands that he considers it a great victory over the enemy, that he put all his effort into it. Meanwhile, in Carry-On, the guards are rushing from side to side, unable to find a place for themselves. The general received a report that the first group of guards was ready to capture the escaped criminals. Clark gives the order to move out, but he himself is indignant because these little rats hid under his nose. The captain of the guard gives his word that this time he will definitely finish off Arahan. In anger, the general pronounces the name of the most hated prisoner, who is the magician Weiss. 3 days later, the agreed-upon rematch took place in Gerda's underground ring. Weiss is surprised that the big guy is still alive, even though he was beaten almost to death. The blonde says that if he feels danger, why doesn't he call off the fight? The judge announces a rematch between the famous wrestler, the thug, and the homeless beggar. The people are surprised that the giant dared to go against Weiss again. River notices that his opponent is about to repeat Arahan's technique, which doesn't bother him. The brute is pleased to fight such a strong opponent as Weiss. The boy thinks that Gerda spoke some parting words to the giant and perhaps revealed his secret. The thug believes that the homeless man who came out against him could have actually been thrown into a concentration camp. Verzila pounces first, repeating to himself that he should drive his fists straight from his chest. The giant grins as he manages to replicate his opponent's moves. Continuing to wave his hand, the bruiser says that the boy must have been surprised by his skill. Weiss says he was actually a little surprised by his opponent's training. Arahan notices that the giant's weak point is his immobile body. Having discovered this, the young man delivers one precise blow to the jaw and breaks through the giant's defense. The fight paused. This was the first blow that had hit its target in the fight. The brute said that he thought so, that everything that was told to him was true. The wrestler said that the young man was a short man with no mana, and noted that the blow was painless. Weiss understands that he has been exposed, but does not show a single emotion. The public is amazed by the giant's unprecedented resilience and calls him the strongest fighter in the ring. Amid the crowd's shouts of support for the bruiser, Arahan realized that his opponent was using an artifact. Weiss recalls that the Ogre Belt allows you to increase physical damage by as much as 90%. The guy understands that due to the lack of magic in his body, this is the worst possible weapon. The blonde is surprised that none of Arahan's attacks caused serious damage to the opponent. River shouted that Gerda had done something and this fight had become too dangerous. However, Weiss replied with complete calm that he still saw no reason to worry. The girl was surprised that Arahan was smiling when he looked at such a dangerous opponent. The bully asked the guy if he was ready to give up because he wouldn't be able to win. Weiss changed his stance and said that he was truly surprised by his opponent's words, but he did not intend to give up. The giant was surprised when he noticed that the young man had changed his approach and started moving differently. Arahan said with seriousness that this was the moment he had been waiting for so long. The brute decided that he too needed to change his stance and stand like his opponent. However, he thought long enough for Weiss to close the distance and kick him. The giant was surprised by the force of the blow that landed on his head, The bruiser could not believe such an attack. Arahan did not stop there and continued to strike one blow after another. Weiss Gold now realized that he was incredibly happy at that very moment. The guy recalled that before no one could stand against him for even a minute. Because of incredibly weak opponents, the young man was unable to test the technique he had been perfecting. For the first time, Weiss saw his opponent bleeding but still standing. Arahan swung his leg and prepared for an overhead kick. Verzila managed to read this and put a block, but he doubted and lowered it a little lower than necessary. Weiss's foot was getting closer and closer, and the giant was beginning to realize the mistake he had made. A direct hit to the head stunned the enemy and incapacitated him. Arahan showed no mercy to his opponent and continued to exploit his sluggishness. The young man landed dozens of blows, and the giant couldn't understand what was happening in the ring. The brute tried to save himself and put up blocks, but immediately received blows from the other side. Weiss told the giant not to dare fall, as he should not feel any pain at all. The young man's barrage of blows pressed his opponent back, not allowing him to utter a word. Arahan continued to hit, making his opponent's face bleed. River watched her friend in amazement, each of his fights revealing new wonder in her. The guy decided not to delay and struck the artifact that provided protection to his opponent. The ogre's belt cracked and broke from the fatal hit. The pain from Weiss's blows suddenly washed over the bruiser, causing him to writhe. The unshakable giant fell to his knees, no longer confident of his own victory. Arahan noticed this humiliation of his opponent and asked him if he would stand up. Verzila thought that in front of him stood a crazy bastard who knew no mercy. The giant saw that the boy was not stopping and screamed convulsively, acknowledging the young man's victory. However, the blow still reached its target and hit the frightened bruiser in the face. Weiss told his opponent that he couldn't give up because the young man hadn't enjoyed the fight yet. The giant confidently says that ending the fight this way will be quite enough for both wrestlers. At that moment, the lenses hiding Arahan's red eyes shattered into tiny pieces. Weiss felt it and froze, waiting for the reaction of those around him. He hoped that he was imagining it. The brute noticed the red color of the eyes and squeezed out the guy's last name syllable by syllable and collapsed to the ground. The giant lost consciousness from such an unexpected fright. Weiss felt something new. It seemed to him that something unfamiliar was appearing in his chest. He felt something unpleasant spreading throughout his entire body. The guy turned to the system window, hoping to learn more about this unfamiliar feeling. The boy's red eyes lit up when he noticed the long-awaited increase in his magic stat. Weiss felt an unprecedented surge of happiness and joy. He almost began to glow from what he saw. The young man noticed that there was silence in the ring. The crowd stood silently and looked at him. When Arahan looked back, he noticed a frozen crowd, which was gradually realizing what it had seen. River went up to her friend and immediately asked him why he took off his blue lenses. Weiss said he didn't take them off, and the blonde shouted that his red iris was visible. The guy thought the lenses were broken due to magic, but River said that the eyes became more intense. People heard that the wrestler had red eyes, and everyone understood that he was Arahan. Fans ran to the exit, warning others not to look Weiss in the eye. Arahan ran away when he realized that things were bad and that the Knights of Carrion would soon approach the ring. Weiss managed to tell Gerda that he would find her if the woman stopped looking for River's relative. The woman was convinced that it was worth listening to General Clark's words. The owner of the underground ring stood up and threatened to tear Weiss Arahan to shreds. Gerda realized that she had lost an incredible amount of money due to the broken belt and the loss of the thug's marketability. The woman quickly calculated the total damage, which exceeded 2,000 gold coins. Gerda could barely stay on her feet as she screamed from the anger and rage that had built up inside her. Broken by thoughts about what had happened, the ring's mistress again admitted that she should have listened to the general. The woman shouted that she was ready to tear the unbearable boy to pieces right then and there. The young man quickly ran to his home for money and lenses. Carrion's guards were already running around the village. Arahan realized that this wouldn't work and that he and River would have to hide in a secluded place. When the main noise on the streets of the village died down, the blonde said that there was no more persecution. The friend asked Weiss not to leave the safe alley and went in search of the coachman. A peasant passing by the street noticed the friends and said that Gerda wanted to see the fugitives. The coachman said that no one would give the runaways a card anyway, they had better accept the offer. Once in the carriage, River became scared and asked Weiss if everything would be okay. The guy said it was probably another trap, but the problem would have to be solved someday. A group of Carrion prison guards, along with Clark and Gerda, met the approaching Arahan and the blonde. The general ordered the carriage carrying the former prisoners to be smashed. River asked what they, unarmed, could do against the knights surrounding them. Clark told the prisoners that they had stolen the keys and escaped, and that only rats did that. Gerda says that this situation is too sad and notes that it could have been avoided. Weiss says he wouldn't have done anything differently. He's confident they can't kill him here. The general declared that he would finish off the magician without magic here and now, asking the others not to interfere. Weiss pushes her friend away and tells her that she should move away and hide. Clark says that Arahan is braver than the average mage, since he's going to fight him openly. The young man says that he has a solid 50% chance of winning and is not afraid of losing. Weiss understands that against a strong opponent, he must not downplay his skills and abilities. The guy realizes that the knight of the fifth circle standing against him is very strong. The general wraps the sword in his power and says that Arahan is still a careless, impudent fellow. Clark kindly warns that he will release all his energy at once and hit with full force. The head of the colony jumps up and says that Arahan may not resist death. Weiss continued to stand, waiting for the best moment to take action in response. The young man realized that this was exactly what he wanted. He needed to experience those forgotten feelings. At that moment, the guy became a fighter again. The system warned that the fighter skill had been activated. Weiss watched on the system screen as his stats received a temporary boost in points. The general reached his opponent and unleashed all his power. It spread out in waves, crushing everything beneath him. In the rising dust, River couldn't find her friend's silhouette. She became frightened and shouted out his name. Clark stood in the billowing gray clouds of dust, his sword lowered after his swing. The general did not see before him either the defeated or the living boy. There was nothing in front of him. The chief of the guard saw the ground cut up by his powerful attack and nothing more. Loud shouts could be heard from behind Clark, guards asking him to look up. The knights from the assembled squad admired Weiss's image, noticing the glow of the boy's body. Arahan hovered in the air, engulfed in yellow lightning. Those on the ground knew it was Thunder Aura. Those standing below were amazed and did not understand how a guy without magic was able to master this energy. Weiss decided not to prolong such a wonderful moment and went on the attack, aiming for the ground. The knight of the fifth circle was stunned by the beauty. He could not find the right words. Arahan quickly attacked Clark, who still managed to defend himself with his sword in time. The collision was so powerful that the general lost his footing and fell. Weiss continued to press with mind-boggling force and push Clark. The young man jumped freely to the side while the knight gathered his strength and was in the clouds. The general shouted out that he was speechless and asked how he managed to master the Thunder Aura. In this world, it is known that Thunder Aura is a special energy that ignores the basic elements. Weiss knows that even the founder of the legendary Arahan clan could not master this energy. The guards couldn't move. They were gripped by fear and surprise. The Thunder Aura turned out to be no fairy tale. Gerda also couldn't find words. She could only watch from the side, her mouth slightly open. River was amazed at her friend's strength, not hiding her surprise at what she saw in this place. Clark kicked the ground and thought that this was the same power of the blood that was inaccessible to him. Gripping his sword tighter, the general shouted that he despised all who relied on the power of genes. The knight of the fifth circle no longer tried to hold back his strength. He chopped with all his remaining energy. Weiss dodged Clark's waves of energy, and the general combined attacks and delivered confident blows. However, the fifth circle knight was unable to hit Arahan, who was covered in Thunder Aura. The young man jumped over his opponent's attacks and slid under them, remaining unharmed. The guy tried to get closer to the general, who was drowning in his own anger. Clark managed to catch the fugitive in a mistake. Weiss realized that he would not be able to dodge. The knight's sword stopped with a crack in the lightning that enveloped the boy's body like armor. The general immediately realized that it was Arahan's magical shield, but when he managed to install it, Weiss slipped under the trembling sword and hastily prepared for the next blow. The knight of the fifth circle lifted himself off the ground and dropped his sword. The blow was so powerful. Anger and pain from the injuries inflicted filled Clark from head to toe. The young man did not allow himself to show unnecessary emotions, although he did not like this situation. The commander attacked, and Weiss avoided the senseless swings of the general's enraged sword. However, by retreating, he was only prolonging this skirmish. It was necessary to act differently. Arahan put his foot forward and created a comfortable shooting area for himself. The general was unable to discern this moment due to the surging rage and missed the blow. The knight of the fifth circle was surprised by the force of the blow that some obnoxious boy magician dealt him. Clark knows that the mages are using their power to prevent the knights from getting through to them. The general knows that before this guy, no one dared to break this historically established rule of the world. Weiss struck the Fifth Circle Knight's defense again and again without stopping for a moment. Clark realized that it wouldn't work with the young man like with the other magicians. All the battle tactics had been turned upside down. The general decided to move away to use his sword and jumped back. However, Weiss understood that at long range his fists would not reach his opponent, and he closed the distance. Arahan got as close to his opponent as possible and delivered his devastating blows. The knight realized that the boy was leaving him no room at all and was constantly crowding him. Clark got punched in the face again and thought that this just shouldn't have happened. Weiss swung again, not letting go of the general and holding him by his black jacket. The knight didn't have time to block the young man's blow and missed a direct attack to the stomach. The impact sends the general flying far to the side, raising dust and stones from the ground. Clark coughs up blood due to internal organ damage from the boy's final blow. The guards are worried about the commander, but he says they must remain where they are. The general looks into the young man's face, showing not a drop of fear or respect for the boy in front of him. Clark says the Arakans are an amazing family and admits his crushing defeat. Weiss says he knows the reason for Clark's defeat and is ready to reveal it, but the man refuses to listen. Arahan says that he tried and prepared many times more than the commander. Then he hits the knight. The general laughs and says that the guy didn't prepare and didn't try at all because he's from the Arakans. Clark yells that in fact, it's all because the young man's body contains the blood of an influential family of magicians. The knight, with the last of his strength, raises his sword and says that Weiss cannot understand what ordinary people go through. The general says that people like the guy ruined his life, and Arahan says that he could have easily lost. Weiss says the commander's sense of inferiority clouded his vision and prevented him from achieving victory. The young man says that the reason for the general's defeat lies only in himself and not in the others. Clark finds it amusing that the young mage reminds him of his forgotten knightly spirit. The general asks the guy to stop his long speeches and just finish him off. Weiss thinks that for the murder, he will certainly be declared wanted throughout the Empire. The system window that appeared notified the guy that the temporary Thunder Aura skill had been disabled. Gerda shouted demandingly that the guards should go immediately and kill little Arahan. Weiss understands that the general has too many guards, and now it is very dangerous for the young man. The magician looked back when he felt an unnatural gust of wind. The guards say they can't understand where that strange wind came from. Weiss ducked as he realized that someone's magic had created the wind and strengthened it. The guy understands that things are getting tough, but he doesn't know where to look for his unexpected opponent. Weiss noticed that the hurricane that had arrived was gradually dissipating. What the young man saw pierced him to the depths of his soul and frightened him, causing him to shudder. The scattered wind destroyed all the people around Arahan. It cut their flesh. The hurricane died down, but left behind mountains of cold bodies of the knights who once defended Carrion. Weiss noticed that everyone present died without making a sound. The guy thought he was being helped, but he noticed Clark's exhausted body and realized otherwise. The young man shouted his friend's name and looked in her direction, but the girl did not answer. River only responded in fear when Weiss ran up to her. The blonde thought that everything that happened was done by Arahan, but he said that he would not have done that. The guy said that they should get out as quickly as possible because the attacking mage was close. The girl asked to wait. She noticed a strange blank card that had recently been dropped. Weiss's fears were not unfounded, but he had no idea that he was still being followed. The one who watched the departing people turned out to be an incredibly powerful wizard. Arahan sat by the fire and looked at the empty piece of paper that he had received from the unknown person who had attacked the knights. The guy thought that she was completely empty, but something continued to confuse and tense him. Weiss used a bit of mana, which instantly set the top layer of the leaf on fire. The young man knew that the symbol displayed on it was the emblem of the black flame of the Arakans. Weiss knows that the found map belongs to the Black Mirrors. They are subordinate to the head of the Arahan family. The boy noticed the number 3 on the back and remembered that it meant observation and protection. Weiss realized that he had been unceremoniously thrown into prison without magic, and now they had decided to protect him. The young man remembered that he needed to turn to the system window. The magic turned out to be equal to 3. Arahan realized that experience was earned as in the game, and also noticed a new skill, Final Form. The system notified that this skill increases physical strength and erects a strong shield. River stirred, and her friend hid the piece of paper and was surprised that the blonde had not yet fallen asleep. The girl asked what they should do now, and the young man said that she shouldn't dwell on what happened. The blonde noticed that the coachman's body was not there. which meant that soon everyone would find out about what had happened. Weiss said he wanted to change route and head to the frontline outpost of Al-Rate. Meanwhile, in the village of Al-Rate, a great magic of spatial movement took place. The knight appeared out of nothing and gradually took physical form. The blonde man from the Bahal family sat on a white horse and did not express any emotions. Soon, a retinue of 50 knights followed him, and the move was completed. Torres Bahal said that he would find the dishonest Arahan and personally punish him for breaking the law. Sometime earlier, something curious was happening in the head of the family's castle. Torres bowed before His Holiness and asked if his father had summoned him. The gentleman sat on the golden throne and remained silent for a long time, thinking about what had happened. After some time, the chief said that a very important matter had come up for the blonde. He said that Arahan had escaped from Carrion and killed the guards and residents of the nearby town. The boy heard that his father relied on him and trusted him to protect the honor of the Bahal family. Accepting the scroll with the order, Thoris swears on his life that he will fulfill the will of the chief. River tells her friend that his plan is crazy, no matter how she looks at it. The blonde remarks that only idiots like them would walk through the front line. Weiss recalls that there are front lines on the borders of the empire to protect against demons. He remembers that each family is responsible for a certain area. The southern part belongs to the Bahals. Arahan knows that there are gates of transition in the village of Al-Rate and that they are very expensive. The blonde says that when Weiss is torn to pieces by the monster, he will understand that he chose the wrong path. River says they've been walking for 5 days now, and Weiss replies that this is the best option possible. The blonde says that Arakan should eat more because no one knows when he will die. The young man agrees with his friend, but feels something is wrong, as if something is moving. The ground suddenly shook, and Weiss thought when he heard a familiar growing noise. The guy whispered that something was approaching them. The girl immediately put out the fire. Carefully moving away from the coals and hiding behind the bushes, the friends began to observe. River thinks it's a bunch of monsters, but Weiss says it better be that way. Arahan thinks that the Bahals would not have allowed a large number of monsters to reach the southern front line. Weiss notices that the knights are heading through this dense and remote thicket. Arahan notices that the white horses have blue eyes, which means they are from the Bahal squad. The young man thinks that there are at least 50 people in the detachment and prays that they pass by. One of the knights notices the smoldering embers of a nearby fire and immediately reports what he saw. Weiss understands that knights are accepted into the order from the 5th circle, which means there are 50 Clarks ahead. River says that Arahan will not be spared if caught, and she has a chance, and asks her friend to run away. The blonde says that she won't be killed, so the guy shouldn't worry about her. The young man notices that his friend is shaking with paralyzing fear, but tries not to show it. The guy says that he won't leave her alone because he doesn't abandon his own. The knights, armed with swords, examine every bush near the smoldering coals of the fire. Arahan sat up in the darkness and asked why they were looking for 2 people for so long. Weiss emerged from behind the bushes and announced who he was, hoping that the owner of the piece of paper would fulfill his obligation. The guy didn't have time to say that he wanted to talk to the head of the squad before they attacked him with weapons. The knight shouted out that he had found him and needed immediate reinforcement. Weiss continues to try to negotiate, but he is attacked from behind. The young man realized that he would not be able to dodge in time, and this was another fatal mistake on his part. The blade was rushing towards him, but a bright flash appeared under the young man's feet. The defensive magic managed to stop the sword of the 5th circle knight with a shield created from magic. Arahan failed to realize in time why the knight froze a step away from his goal. Weiss noticed the shield created by magic that protected him from death itself. Someone said that the knights should return to where they came from. The next moment, there was no trace left of Arahan standing in front. However, the rest of the knights managed to run up to the sound of their comrades' cry and the sounds of battle. Weiss knew he was being watched, but he didn't think the watcher would show up in person. The young man was surprised that his maximum level perception skill was unable to detect those following him. The squad of knights was met by people from the Black Flame. They appeared out of nowhere. One of those who came to help repeated that if the knights returned, nothing would happen to them. Thor stepped forward and asked who dared to block the path of the heir of the Bahals. The hesitant knight was surprised that his master personally stepped forward. A member of the Black Flame named the one who emerged as the first heir of the Bahal family, Torres Bahal. Weiss was surprised that such a familiar and similar character was here. The guy understands that the one who was with him until the very last moment is standing in front of him. Weiss thinks he was glad to meet in person, and Prince Bahal asks, "Arahan, is that you?" The young man's lawyer says that Torres should turn around and leave here calmly. The heir asks if he understood correctly that those standing before him are from the secret organization of Arachons. The prince says that the Arachons cross the line when they act in front of him. Torres says that everyone will pay with their lives for attempting to assassinate Bahal. The Black Flame member says that this won't do. The knights should leave now. The entire squad of knights is caught in the magic circle of Weiss, who came to his aid. The young man is surprised that the people from the Black Flame were able to predict the situation and the location of the skirmish. The mage standing next to Weiss said that if even one knight raised his leg, an explosion would occur. The knights asked if the Arachons really wanted war with the Bahals, but they were told to simply leave. Torres countered, not wanting to back down when his target was right in front of him. He gathered all his strength and asked how those standing before him dared to humiliate the Bahals. Weiss notes that this could be the first half of the game, meaning the prince is still in the 6th circle. Arahan understands that this battle is doomed because the mage protecting him is approximately rank 7. Torres prepares to use a powerful high-ranking technique, Lion's Roar. Weiss understands that this is a secret technique of the Bahals, and it is revealed only in the 7th circle. Arahan asks to remove the magic circle because he doesn't want his beloved character to die. The Black Flame Mage states that he cannot remove the circle, as he is acting at the will of his master. Weiss says it can be protected without killing the Bahal heir. The young man is confident that the Black Flame can complete the task without any deaths. The boy shouts that Thoris needs to stop, but the prince responds by demanding that Arahan shut up. The heir is sure that Weiss killed the Southerners and General Clark, so the young man is obliged to pay. The guy shouts that everything was not as Torres says, and says that he can explain everything. The prince agrees to listen to Arahan, but first wants to bring him to his knees. Weiss notes that there was no explosion, or it was delayed too much. The Black Flame Mage barely manages to protect himself with his mantle from Bahal's powerful fire. River closed her eyes at the brightness of the technique the prince was using. Thor slams his blade against Weiss's shield and stops due to lack of strength. Arahan understands that if it weren't for the Black Flame, he would have already gone to the next world. The young man noticed that the heir of Bahal had broken through 4 layers of the wind barrier of the 7th Circle Wizard. Torres stopped and hid the secret technique, immediately spitting out blood. Weiss is certain that this is the result of the use of a complex secret technique of the Bahal family. The young man stepped forward to the prince and asked him if he was feeling better, but the heir remained silent. Arahan tells Prince Bahal not to use the secret technique because he is not ready. Torres asks Weiss how he learned about the secret technique, but falls down without finishing. The knights run to the Lord. They are afraid for their master. Weiss says the prince has a reverse mana flow and believes he urgently needs help. The knights try to heal their master, but it is useless. Their circle level is not enough. Arahan turns to the Black Flame and asks to heal the heir of the Bahals. The Black Flame Mage is incredibly surprised by the young man's request. He asks if he heard Weiss correctly, but the guy says that Torres is his old friend. The 7th Circle Magician says that the Arachons cannot be friends with the Bahals, as they are enemies. The young man looks at it from the perspective of benefit for Arahan, and says that this could lead to a full-scale war. Black Flame says that the Bahaloff heir is to blame himself and it has nothing to do with the work. Weiss says that the root cause of the situation was precisely the one protecting him. Arahan confidently picks up Torres Bahal's sword from the ground and brings it to his neck. The young man says that the magician's work of protection will end if he does not cure Prince Bahal. Bringing the blade closer, Weiss says he always keeps his words. The Black Flame Mage says that the master will be furious if he finds out about what happened. Weiss says that he can cope with the master's anger and offers to immediately cure Thoris. The heir's retinue demands that the magician stop and not touch the prince. Weiss says that he is the only one present who can help Torres Bahal. The knights do not agree to accept help from Arahan, but they have no other choice. The Black Flame Mage successfully aids the dying enemy and vanishes just as he appeared. The retinue, with tears in their eyes, rejoices at the restoration of the flow of the heir's mana. River asks why the protector disappeared, and Weiss looks around and notices the message. Another magical piece of paper with a message for young Arahan. The young man decided to stay with the Bahal detachment. He wants to tell the truth that he knows. The card he picked up showed the number 9, which Weiss remembers as meaning abandonment or survival. The blonde guesses that the previous map was also left by the Black Flame Mages. Weiss says they left him and asks how River knows about the Black Flame. A friend says that everyone knows about them, but no one can say what they do. Weiss knows that knights are willing to give their lives for the sake of honor, which means she can put pressure on her. The young man knows that magicians are ready to kill a friend for money, which means he can offer a greater benefit. The knight who approached said that Prince Bahaloff was looking for Weiss and offered to accompany him. Torres offered the guests tea and said that it was grown by the Bahal family and was incredibly aromatic. Weiss accepted the warm drink without hesitation and asked the heir how he was feeling. Torres Bahal said that thanks to the young man he felt much better and did not die. Arahan suggested changing the tone of the conversation from formal to informal. Weiss said that the prince is 17 this year, so it is possible to talk more relaxed. The Bakalov heir did not expect that the young man would know his age. Torres asked Weiss his age, and the young man said that in this body he was about 15. River realizes that Arahan and Bahal are talking like friends in front of her. The prince says that first he should thank the boy, because thanks to him he stayed alive. Weiss knows that Thors has this wonderful character trait that he likes. The Bahalov heir says they need to get down to business and asks the young man about Clark's death. Arahan said that Torres had indeed misunderstood the situation and would now learn the truth. Over tea, Weiss told his entire journey from prison to the present moment. The prince says that if Arahan's words are true, his actions will be considered self-defense. Weiss says he could have left the prince to die if he had not wanted to tell the truth. Torres says he now believes the guy and admits he misunderstood the situation. Bahal hands Arahan some freshly ground tea from their family as an apology for the misunderstanding. Weiss says he knows a better way to apologize and asks for one request. The young man says that River wants to find a person, and Bahal notes that he does not see any benefit for his interlocutor. Arahan says that he doesn't care about the prophet because he made a promise to help in the search. The next morning began with Weiss's full training session, which he considers a simple training session. The friend does not understand at all why he asked Bahal to find a person for another. River joked that there was no Vertison beef in the camp, and the guy replied that he would look for it. Torres wondered why the magician was physically training and laughing so relaxedly while doing it. The heir knows that Weiss has no mana. For the knight, this is like a sentence not to hold a sword at all. Bahal thinks that the guy has a lot of honor, and he would not be able to act so proudly in his position. The Bahalov heir realized that before him was a magician who looked more like a knight than some of the others. Thors finally decided that he would definitely become friends with Weiss Arahan. River asks where the knights managed to get Vertison beef in these parts. The other knights are indignant, but Bahal says that it is very useful for gaining muscle mass. The heir invites everyone to the table. He doesn't want to waste time before such a hearty meal. Weiss notes that the table is round, which means everyone is sitting on equal terms, and he likes that. River doubts that this beef is edible, but Arahan says that everything is perfectly fine. The young man says that it is even tastier than the one in prison. Torres asks if the guests like the food they prepared. River says it is delicious. Weiss thought about it because he knows that in the world they don't give something for free. The prince needs something. One of the knights jumped up and said that he felt uncomfortable and wanted to leave. The other knights also rose. All of them were able to tolerate Arahan at the outpost, but not at the table. Silence fell over Prince Bahal's dining tent. Torres asks for forgiveness on behalf of everyone, and Weiss says that he doesn't see anything terrible. The heir is surprised that even after the humiliation, Weiss defends them. Arahan says that they need to be understood and reassured, because they grew up thinking that mages were enemies. The young man asked what Torres wanted to talk about, and he replied that he didn't expect his interlocutor to find out. Bahal asked if the interlocutors could postpone their search for just one day. Weiss asked about the reasons, and the heir replied that he wanted to show everyone that friends are not bad. River said that the knights would be doing the searching and she didn't want them to pretend in the process. Southern Front, demonic beasts roam outside the walls of Alrate. The knights defend the walls, destroying all evil spirits that come near them. One of the defenders says that he killed a low-ranking monster, and Thors praises him. The heir says that they will continue their search and move on. Everyone agrees with him. Weiss wonders why the prince brought him here, but admits that he followed him. Thors assembled a search party because there are many monsters in the south, making search missions difficult. The young man thinks that it is all because of the Bahal tradition of celebrating the return of all the soldiers safe and sound. The heir wants to include Weiss in the celebration, in an atmosphere of mutual assistance. The guy understands that such a decision is in line with the heir's 17th year of age. The knights noticed unidentified tracks and said that they had never seen such marks before. Torres asked everyone gathered if anyone knew who they belonged to. One of the knights notes that according to the regulations, it is necessary to return and report to headquarters. The prince says they are in the first zone, which means it will be a low-ranking monster. Weiss asked if he could help, and Torres asked if he knew who was leaving such traces. The young man said that these were the traces of a middle-class basilisk and noted that the squad would be able to deal with it. Bahal asks if he is sure, and the other knights insist that Arahan does not know the monsters of the south. Weiss asked the knights if they were sure that basilisks were found only in the south. The knights say that Arahan dares to mock them, and the young man only has time to open his mouth. Torres demands that the verbal altercations cease and asks the knights to remain quiet. Bahal apologizes for his subordinate's mistake, and the knights shout that a monster is attacking. A giant serpent rises up behind the knights and hisses furiously at those standing before it. Torres commands that everyone should prepare for battle. The prince orders everyone to disperse and prepare for a general attack. The knights stood in a semicircle to strike from all sides at once. Bahal swung his sword and released a stream of magic, signaling those around him to take action. The Bahalov heir's slashing attack aims for the monster's eye, but barely pierces the thick scales. The next moment, the snake is hit by a multitude of attacks, each knight trying to win. Torres is surprised that the blows do no damage, and Weiss understands that the fifth circle is powerless. The demonic beast bared its teeth, and the people angered it so much that it raised its spiky tail. Weiss demands that the knights lie down because the beast is going into an area attack. Bahal demands that the young man be listened to and his instructions carried out. The knights fell to the ground at once, although they were dissatisfied with the commander's decision. One of the proudest did not follow the order and remained standing. He is completely sure that the magician cannot advise anything sound and useful for him. Arahan shouted at him to lie down immediately or he would die. The basilisk waved its tail so hard that the air shook. The spikes broke off from his tail and flew with force in the direction of the swing. Those lying there only pressed themselves closer to the ground as the deadly needles flew over their heads. The thorns dug into the trees with a cracking sound and broke them into splinters. Torres looked back and noticed that the thorns were laced with something that looked like a dangerous poison. Weiss says that the thorns are very painful and he would not like to see the knight die like this. Arahan says that next time the spikes will be directed at the ground too. It will be more difficult. The young man asked if the knights could distract the second approaching snake. Bahal doesn't believe Weiss can stand alone, but the boy asks again. The prince says that he and the knights will deal with one of the snakes and asks Arahan not to die. Weiss thinks that it is not the heir who should worry about him, but he himself should worry about all the knights. Thor is ordered to head towards the distant demonic beast and led the knights into battle. The system warns about the activation of a temporary skill, and Weiss thinks she can't stand. Weiss uses Thunder Aura and heads towards the monster that attacked them. However, Basilisk doesn't even look towards Arahan. He's interested in weak knights. The young man shouts out that here he is the enemy of the demonic beast. The giant snake notices the one running towards it and attacks in response, lunging. Torres commands to focus all forces on the beast on the left. The prince notices the unnatural curves of the monster's body and stops. What he saw ahead frightened the heir of the Bahals, and he grabbed his sword more tightly. Two snakes intertwined and deceived the advancing knights. Meanwhile, Weiss was already flying up to the first demonic spawn and preparing to strike. The young man thought that meeting a basilisk on his first hunt would be a lucky find. The huge snake hissed furiously at the powerful mage in front of it. Weiss decided to confuse the slow creature and climbed higher into the trees. Having gained the advantage of height, Arahan gathered his strength for the strike. The young man knows one of Basilisk's weak spots and is already aiming at it. Weiss realizes that if he hits the snake on the top of its head, he will instantly be the winner. The young man's blow was accurate, and Basilisk experienced stunning pain. Arahan decided that one blow would not be enough, and so he swung again. However, the battle had already been won in favor of the magician, who knew the enemy's weak points. With a piercing sound, the beast fell to the ground in death. The dying beast formed a rare prey near its half-open mouth. Weiss was delighted with the find. It turned out to be demon's breath, an ingredient in elixirs. Arahan knows that it can be mixed with holy water to obtain an elixir that increases stats. The young man warmed up and headed off to rescue a squad of knights who were fighting the second demonic beast. Torres defended himself from the powerful attacks, trying to stand firm and avoid serious damage. The knights were worried about their master, but were shaking from what they saw. Bahal managed to hold back such a powerful attack, but he was thrown back far. The prince realized he had fallen too far behind the others when he crossed his sword with the basilisk's fangs. Torres decided not to hesitate, but noticed lightning flying upward behind the demonic beast. Weiss landed exactly at the right spot on the top of the second monster's head and neutralized it. Bahal did not understand what kind of creature had come to his aid and tried to hide from the flashes. Weiss stood up and asked how the heir of the Bahal family was feeling. Arahan sat on the fallen basilisk, enveloped in the special energy of the thunder aura. The prince was frightened by what he saw and asked where the young man got such enormous strength from. The approaching knights wondered how Weiss had gotten ahead of them and where the glow was coming from. Everyone quickly realized that Arahan possessed a powerful thunder aura technique. Torres asked if the glow was thunder aura because he knew Weiss was out of mana. Arahan admitted that he had recently acquired it, but the prince knows that the mana ring appears at birth. The heir understands that sometimes the ring closes a little longer, but not after 6 years. Torres thinks that magic can't appear at 15. This has never happened in all of history. Bahal thinks that even the heavens bowed to the will of Vase Arahan and changed the order. The youth picks up the demon's breath and asks if he can take just that one. Weiss recalls that he has never collected 2 demonic breaths in one hunt. Rumors quickly spread among the knights about Arahan, who was not like the other magicians. All they could say was that the magician trains hard, fights with his fists, and gives away his spoils. Many admitted that they would like to personally see this magician, who is not like the others. The rescued knight personally thanked Weiss and noted that they won the battle thanks to the young man. Arahan chuckled and said that no one was injured, which meant everything was fine. River asked what the young man had done that had caused everyone to change their negative opinions so abruptly. Torres asked Weiss and the blonde to step outside for a moment to talk. The prince says that everyone who was with them today wants to help in the search for the missing person. Arahan says that they are all tired, and therefore he cannot force them to help. Torres says that he will visit his family tomorrow and explain what is happening. The Bahals have misinterpreted everything. The heir says that the knights will definitely find the one River is looking for. Weiss says that Torres Bahal himself is ready to help with the search. That gives hope, doesn't it? The blonde could hardly hold back her tears when she listened to such wonderful speeches. The port town of Lakki, where River's missing relative was last seen. The blonde said that they were looking for a girl of about 13 named Alice. The young man's friend noted that the wanted woman had long golden hair and was of short height. Weiss says the girl is definitely in this city and suggests she might be a slave. Arahan suggests starting from the place where the sisters once worked. River pointed to the building of the very same alcoholic firm where she worked. Weiss adjusted his camouflage suit and suggested that the blonde not go with him. Arahan went to the firm alone. Now he was outwardly indistinguishable from the average aristocrat. The young man was greeted politely and asked what product he was interested in. Weiss asked if this was the same company that sells alcoholic drinks. The man who met the guy smiled politely and said that it was a slave trading company. Arahan was surprised and said that he was asked about the goods, not about the slave. The man straightened up and said that the young man was not of noble birth and that he should stop this circus. Weiss said that the man who met him was mistaken and asked what he would do if the boy was a nobleman. The merchant said he was surviving thanks to his instincts. The man was called Weiss, DeVito's man. Arahan says that the merchant's impeccable instincts let him down, and he wonders who this DeVito is. The man raised his fist to teach the puppy a lesson, which had already begun to irritate him. Weiss quickly rectified the situation and found common ground with the slave trader. Arahan said that he wanted to hear only direct answers to the questions he asked. The young man asked why this establishment wasn't a liquor store, and the man replied that the previous owner had failed. Weiss asked to tell about DeVito, to which the man replied that he was the largest slave trader in the South. Arahan asked where all the people were, and the merchant asked again if he was talking about goods. The young man said that he had asked him well to speak directly, without unnecessary questions. The man changed his approach and said, "Groceries." Weiss hit him again, and so on until the merchant went silent. Arahan asked the man to live with a modicum of dignity and not to call slaves goods or products. The young man asked, "Is it really that difficult? Go ahead and show them already." The merchant took the guy into a curtained room and said that they were here. Weiss looked at the slaves imprisoned behind bars and was surprised by the simply horrific treatment. Arahan asked if there were any more prisoners, but the man said that these were all the ones available. The young man realized that young slaves were expensive, which meant that Alice had either been sold or was being held somewhere else. Weiss said he would give the man a chance to get back on track and asked for all his money. Arahan repeated once again that the slave trader must bring all the money and the key to the prison. When the man had carried out the order, the young man locked him up, releasing all the imprisoned people. Weiss said that he would now understand what it was like and experience it for himself. Arahan took the rescued to the overnight shelter he had learned about from the knights and divided the money he had received equally. The young man listened to their stories about life as they sat eating. Gordon said that he was an assistant to the Cherville family, and when it fell apart, he ended up here. Weiss didn't believe the former slave. It seemed to him that everyone from the Cherville family had died. Arahan knows that the Cherville family were first-class blacksmiths and forged the finest artifacts. However, the Empire suspected them of treason and exterminated every single one of them. The young man remembers that the name of the Cherville family has been erased from history and is no longer spoken of. The gray-haired storyteller said that the golden days were long gone. Weiss says that if the Cherville family's work had remained, even more powerful artifacts would have appeared. Assistant Gordon said he wanted to help, so he would say something, but it was a big secret. The man with gray hair looked back and asked to step aside. Arahan learned that Cherville had an heir named Logan and was loudly surprised by this. Gordon continued to say that the heir had switched roles with the assistant and had burned his face. Weiss learns that Cherville's heir now lives under the name Mike, somewhere in the Empire. Arahan realized that the information was incredibly valuable, and also that meeting Logan would be difficult. The old man asked the young man not to harm the heir of Cherville. Weiss said that he understood everything. River sighed heavily. Today's search for her sister had yielded no results. Weiss asked why his friend wasn't eating anything and why she looked so strange. Arahan said that tomorrow they would visit a certain DeVito. He was a bigger fish. Chervilov's assistant heard the name of the big slave trader and told them not to touch him. The old man is convinced that he is especially dangerous and that his level is much higher than that of today's slave trader. Weiss chuckled and said that he had the entire garrison of Bahals. What could he be afraid of? Gordon said that DeVito's biggest clients are the Arakans. The young man immediately remembered the seventh circle mage from the Black Flame. Weiss didn't believe these words, but the old man shouted out that it was profitable for them to buy in the south. Gordon said that for Arahan, any loss of an enemy is a victory. The young man realized that this was beginning to sound more plausible and more like his family. Weiss realized that the Black Flame could protect DeVito, and if so, then more than just slaves were at stake. The boy realized that this could cause a quiet war between the Bahals and the Arakans. River said that if this is indeed the case, she has deep concerns. The blonde doubts the need to continue searching for her sister. Weiss says that he does this not only for her sake, but also because it is a matter of honor. The friend asked again and found out that the young man was doing this out of his own convictions. The next day, Arahan went to the DeVito slave market. The guard at the entrance decided to greet the approaching young nobleman. Those inside were alarmed when the doors of the room opened. Weiss walked forward freely, and the guard could only ask what this puppy was doing. Arahan stopped and asked where DeVito was now. The thugs asked the man who entered if he knew where he had wandered into, since even an aristocrat could get beaten up here. Weiss asked that if DeVito was doing business with the Arakans, he could turn his nose up at them. Arahan removed his lenses to put pressure on the security of the establishment he entered. The thugs immediately fell to their knees and bowed, saying that they did not recognize the young man as Arahan. Weiss noticed that the only person in the room did not bow before him. The man standing there didn't even pay attention to the one who entered. The young man realized that he was from the Black Flame. Disgruntled sounds were heard on the second floor of the building, and someone came up to look at Weiss. DeVito asked what business the high-ranking gentleman had in this dirty hole. The man found himself on the first floor and said that he had already heard that a competitor's company had been destroyed. The slave trader said that since he sees Weiss in front of him, the young man is braver than he appears from the outside. Arahan says that as of today, his family is ending its partnership with DeVito. The man took a deep breath looking at the standing boy. The slave trader asked to be forgiven for the loud laughter that had escaped him. Weiss asked if the man knew manners and pointed out that he looked Arahan in the eye and hoped to survive. DeVito said he didn't want to waste any more time on talking and clarified that he wouldn't kill the person who entered. The slave trader hopes Weiss will take today as an incredibly valuable life lesson. The young man thinks that he has no choice and realizes that there is only one person from the Black Flame here. Weiss thinks he is in the fifth circle, which means the young man has a chance of winning. Arahan knows he needs to attack first, but doubts get the better of him. The familiar and confident voice of the Bahalov heir was heard from behind the doorway. He ordered the first and second squads to go inside and kill everyone in their path. Torres entered the building first and noticed that Arahan was standing surrounded by guards ready for battle. Weiss noticed that his acquaintance Bahal entered the room and looked around. The tension eased. Torres Bahal ordered the killing of everyone in the building. The heir said that this was the Emperor's order. The knights rushed forward, sweeping away everything in their path. DeVito was afraid that Prince Bahalov himself had come for him and asked where he was from. The slave trader fell to the ground and thought that everything had not gone as he had wished. One of the guards fell in front of the man's face, frightening the already trembling DeVito. When the slave trader opened his eyes, he noticed that it was not his subordinate at all, but his head. Torres said that kidnapping people and doing dirty deeds in Bahal territory is illegal. DeVito thought that the eyes that should be looking at each other with hatred were directed at him. The slave trader said that something like this would never happen again, but he felt a sharp pain. Prince Bahalov carried out the emperor's sentence and cut off DeVito's limbs. The man's arms flew to the sides, splashing the stone floor with blood. The slave trader pitifully asked for a stop and begged for his life. He asked for help, but Torres turned out to be implacable and merciless towards the criminal. In conclusion, the heir cut off the head of the dirty soul, the largest slave trader in the empire. Bahal thought only about the order given to him and carried out justice. Torres announced that the first floor was clear and said that we needed to move on. Weiss called out to the prince and asked him about the words he had spoken earlier regarding the emperor's order. Bahal said that the order did indeed come from him. It was necessary to destroy the root of the slave trade. Arahan asked what would happen to the rest of the empire's slavers. Torres said that this was the largest firm, that's why he was here, and asked what Weiss was doing here. The young man replied that he wanted to personally deal with DeVito and check something. The heir said that developing Thunder Aura is very cool, but he is not even in the first circle. He asked not to be a hero, and Arahan understood that his family would not turn a blind eye to such an order. The young man realized that one of DeVito's guards was different from the others. He didn't even resist death. The knight reported that they had found all the slaves. They were in the basements of the building. Many exhausted people were freed by the knights on this day. Torres's subordinates quickly counted the freed people passing through to the exit. River was nervous. Perhaps her sister Alice was among all these slaves. The Bahalov heir was informed that no less than 600 people were imprisoned here. River noticed a blonde in the crowd leaving the room. She seemed familiar to her. The girl shouted her sister's name and ran towards her. However, as she ran closer, River realized that it was not her sister at all, but a woman who looked like her. Weiss understands that young slaves are in high demand and assumes that she has already been sold. Arahan asks her friend not to give up until the very end and says that they will definitely find Alice. The knights examined every inch of the creepy basements of the slave trading company. Torres was informed that there were no more slaves here. The premises were completely empty. River dropped her hands as despair washed over her. Bahal said that everything was clear to him. The knight reported that all those released would be sent to the imperial palace this evening. Torres said that they would definitely find Alice tomorrow, and Weiss thanked him. The prince's horse neighed and rose on its hind legs. It did not like the man who approached. Torres said she gets scared when someone approaches from the side. The prince asked the girl, who had fallen from surprise, how she felt. Bahal realized that her appearance matched the description: golden hair and short stature. Weiss said that River hadn't seen this girl yet. She looked very much like her. The fallen one looked back when she heard Arahan's words. Alice noticed the blonde and recognized her, asking if it was River. The young man's friend also recognized her sister. Her name just came out of her mouth. River rushed to her relative, bursting into tears of joy. The sisters hugged each other and began to sob loudly from the warm feeling of overwhelming happiness. All the knights came closer to see this touching moment. Weiss said she was not noticed because of the hood, and if it weren't for the horse, she might never have been seen again. Arahan asked Bahal if he was crying, and Torres replied that these were not tears at all. The heir of the Bahals said that everyone should have fun to their heart's content, because he was the one treating them. The tables were filled with the most delicious fresh beefsteaks. Alice was surprised that Prince Bahalov himself was treating her to food. Torres asked her not to be embarrassed and to eat as much as she wanted. The girl bowed low to thank Bahal for his kindness. The heir said that River is his friend, which means her sister can speak to him informally. Torres said that the girl can consider Arahan as her own brother. He is insensitive, but good. Weiss thought it was strange that at 40 years old he had a 15-year-old friend and a 13-year-old sister. River said that if Alice wanted, she would put more food on the table, and noted that her friends were rich. The blonde boasted that she was the only one who had both Bahal and Arahan as friends. Weiss realized that the atmosphere became more pleasant when his friend found her sister. It was a happy day. Suddenly the door opened and the knight entered and addressed Mr. Torres. Arahan looked at the man who entered and remembered the general's deputy in his features. The heir of the Bahal family asked what business Philip was bothering him about. The knight said that it was an urgent order from the head of the family, and Thor said that he had not been informed of anything like that. Philip immediately drew his sword and approached the table at which his friends were sitting. The blade was fused onto Arahan, who was enjoying the happy atmosphere. Weiss sighed, because he really wanted to end this day on a good note. The deputy general stood without any unnecessary emotion and said that the chief wanted to see Weiss immediately. The carriage was immediately assembled and guards were assigned for it. The journey was not short. Philip said that he would now tell Arakan the necessary rules so that he would not do something stupid. The deputy general told Weiss not to look the chief in the eye and to kneel before him. The young man asked the knight to stop and listen to him. Arahan asked who he was to give him orders. Philip angrily replied that Weiss was on the lands of the Bahals, and therefore was obliged to follow their rules. The young man said that it was the knight who had to follow these rules because the boy was Arahan. Weiss thought that he didn't know the plans of the head of the Fernando family and should behave appropriately. The young man feels that only if he behaves like Arahan will he be able to survive. Weiss thinks that if he bows down, he will look pathetic, and if not, he will anger Fernando. Arahan hopes that his premonition will be correct. The young man was asked to remain in the reception room on the 5th floor and wait. Weiss recognizes the room and notes that it is the same as he saw it in the game. Arahan realized that an invitation to the 5th floor, not the 7th, meant that he was only a guest. The young man was thrilled as soon as he heard that he was the first Arahan to come to the Bahals. Weiss didn't realize it in time, but now he realized that it was Chief Fernando standing behind him. Restless thoughts filled the head of young Arahan. He realized that he would not be able to turn around. Weiss noted that it was not a matter of energy at all, because his abilities did not respond. Arahan knows that Fernando is a knight who managed to go beyond the 10th circle. The head of the family calmly walked around the young man and headed towards the throne. Fernando sat down on the golden throne and looked at Arahan, who stood in front of him. His gaze was heavy and looked more like a test for the young man. Weiss was the only one in the room besides the head of the Bahal family. The young man was frightened by the power and strength of the man on the throne before him. Fernando said that Arahan could admit defeat. The head once again noted that the young man was in the Bahal's house and urged him to follow their rules. Weiss realized that he couldn't bend his knees. If he showed weakness, he would forget about being friendly towards himself. The young man said that he was grateful for the Bahals inviting him into their home. Weiss said that he was taken by carriage and brought into this hall. Isn't that how the Bahals treat their guests? Arahan said that he is a guest. He is ready to kneel if the rules of the Bahal family require it. Weiss's words seem impudent to the man, so he remains tensely silent. The young man noticed the gaze of the head of the Bahals and tried to withstand its weight. Fernando burst out laughing and noted that the boy Arakanov was very cheeky. The head of the Bahal family said that the young man could sit down since guests were not supposed to stand for long. Weiss thought that Fernando really did consider him a guest, at least for the moment. The man said that he invited the guy out of pure curiosity so as not to worry unnecessarily. Arahan was surprised by such words from the head of the Bahal family. Fernando asked why the boy was looking for DeVito, whether it was because of the emperor's decree. Weiss replied that he had done the work first and only learned about the decree later. When the chief asked why he decided to find DeVito, the young man said that he acted on his own convictions. Weiss thought that the swordmaster would not fall for lies, so he would only tell the truth. Fernando asked the young man if he knew that DeVito was working with his family. Weiss said that he did. Bahal said that the Arakans would not let things slide, and Arakan said that he did not regret his actions. Fernando thought that the young man must understand what it meant to go against the family, especially Arahan. The man realized that his curiosity would only make Weiss more vulnerable. Fernando thought that Torres might be right when he said that this Arahan knew honor. Bahal said that if the young man didn't mind, he would invite him to breakfast in the morning. Weiss stood up and said that he was grateful for the concern of the head of the Bahals. Fernando saw the young man's movements and asked if this was a knightly bow. The man burst out laughing and said that today really was a special day. Weiss leaned back in his chair in the guest room and said that his strength had left him. Arahan said he was lucky that Fernando was the same as in the game. Otherwise, he would have lost his head. The young man said that after such a weight was lifted from his shoulders, he was beginning to feel hungry. The door slammed behind him. The table was set for Weiss, neat and beautiful. The butler wished them a pleasant evening and left, and Arahan was surprised that they had taken care of him. The young man's face changed when he noticed the piece of paper placed in the food. The card with a message for Weiss was just begging to be picked up. Arahan was surprised by the find and was completely speechless. Hastily opening the doors, Weiss realized that the butler had just left, but there was no trace of him. The young man wondered where the black flame could have come from in the Bahalov castle. Weiss froze as he picked up the card and carefully poured a drop of mana into it. It seemed to him that the shell was dissolving unusually slowly. Arahan saw the treasured number and said that it was card number 0. The young man remembers that it means a return or an interruption. Weiss quickly realized that this time the head of the Arahan family wanted to see him. It was already getting light outside, but the young man continued to sit, fearing for his life. Arahan still thought he had received the card from the Bahal family's house, and this was a blow to his confidence. Someone knocked on the door and asked if Weiss was there. The young man opened the door and saw his friend. He was grinning. The blonde said he was worried about Arahan and couldn't sit still. Torres said that he had already learned a little. He was glad that the chief even invited his friend to breakfast. The heir said that the leader had already realized what kind of person Weiss was and had already decided to cancel the bounty on his head. Weiss was surprised that there had been a hunt on his head all this time. Arahan thought that if it weren't for the black flame card, everything would have been just perfect. The young man realized that he could no longer hide from his own family, which meant he would have to go straight ahead. After a meal in the main building, Thoris gave Weiss a tour and introduced him to the family. The Bahalov heir said that the knights' dormitories were further down the path, and that this was the training ground. Arahan thought that he felt nothing when he looked at the world that was only on the screen. Weiss asked what kind of place this was in front of them now, and the prince replied that it was a slightly special place. Torres said that his friend had probably heard that the Bahalov white horses personally choose their owner. Arahan noticed that there was only one white horse left in the stalls, which had not yet chosen an owner. The heir lightly extended his hand towards the standing horse, as if wanting to greet it. The animal started and jerked away sharply from the hand extended towards it. Torres said horses choose their owners at 3 months of age, but this one is in its 2nd year. Bahal said that even the head did not stroke her, and Weiss was surprised and said that they should give in to the strong. The blonde man said that horses have their own selection criteria. Arahan thought that was very interesting. Weiss said that no matter how much he looked at the Bahal's white horses, they always seemed cool to him. Torres chuckled and said that the young man didn't care about anything, but the horses suddenly became so interesting to him. The heir said that the choice of horses was respected because they were friends and comrades to the knight. Weiss looked into the eyes of the horse opposite him and did not notice how he came closer to her. The young man's hand automatically reached out to the snow-white horse of Bahalov, who stood calmly opposite him. Philip noticed those standing and asked who it was there. Wasn't it a boy from the Arakans? The general's deputy said they noticed Mr. Torres and came over to greet him. The heir asked the knights to show respect, as Weiss was a guest invited by the leader. Those who approached admitted that this was indeed the case, after which they bowed knightly. Philip asked Mr. Weiss if he would like to train with them. Torres asked the deputy general again what kind of training the knight was talking about. The man who came up apologized and said that there were no meditation rooms here, so it was only sparring. The heir objected, saying that those standing before him had probably forgotten that Weiss was a guest. The deputy general said the request for sparring did not violate guest etiquette. Philip said it would be a great experience for everyone, but Torres said Arahan wasn't ready yet. The deputy said that there was a newcomer to the order who joined the day before yesterday, and the fight would be on equal terms. Weiss said he agreed to spar with the novice knight. Pointing to the standing knight, the young man said that he was ready if the newcomer so strongly wanted to fight. Arahan's confident appearance left those standing in front of him perplexed. The horse behind the young man snorted in respect to him. Everything was already prepared for the sparring with the dear guest of the Bahal family. The new knight said that since it was sparring, he would take a wooden sword. Arahan asked his opponent to fight with all his strength, otherwise he might regret it. The newcomer expressed hope that Weiss fought well, and Torres thought that his friend had made a mistake. The knight asked his opponent to estimate his chances of winning. Weiss said that his chance was 50%. The newcomer chuckled and said that there definitely couldn't be equal chances in their fight. That was optimistic. Weiss said it would be a shame if the knight lost before the young man warmed up. Philip saw the thunder aura and thought that this was the same legendary energy. He noted that it was not for nothing that it was called a dream ability, and realized that Weiss was at most a second circle ability. The deputy general announced the start of the sparring, and thought that the outcome of the fight was already obvious. The newcomer immediately jumped up and decided to attack the magician with an overhead slash. The knight thought that in front of him stood a magician who was not trying to break the distance and use magic. Arahan's opponent suggests that Weiss is unable to react due to his incredible speed. The novice knight thought that it was wrong to kill a guest, so he should reduce his strength. Thors and Philip opened their mouths in surprise when they saw the young man disappear from under the knight's sword. The white horse Bahalov also watched the sparring and saw what Arahan was capable of. Weiss says he has already warned his opponent and guarantees that this will not happen again. The young man tells the knight of the fifth circle to fight with full strength. The newcomer managed to notice a kick coming towards him, which was approaching at incredible speed. Weiss effortlessly pushed the knight aside. Arahan's opponent managed to defend himself with his sword but still felt the blow. The self-confident knight was surprised at how powerful the magician's blow was. Weiss didn't let his opponent get too close, closing the distance to continue landing punches. The newcomer, with a cry, leaned on the ground and swung his wooden sword. Arahan arched back to avoid such a quick counterattack. The knight decided to continue the attack, but his swings didn't even touch the guy. The young man's opponent didn't understand how Weiss managed to avoid his quick attacks. At that moment, Arahan noticed that the newcomer had hesitated and swung his menacing fist. The young man's precise blow landed in the center of his opponent's chest and knocked out most of the blood. The newcomer could hardly hold his sword anymore and was gradually losing his grip. The knight was unable to withstand Arahan's next blow and completely relaxed his hands, dropping his weapon. The battle ended when the knight was knocked out by just the second blow. Weiss's victory was so unexpected and swift that all those watching fell silent in surprise. Arahan did not rejoice at his victory and continued to stand in a wrestling stance. The exhausted body of the new knight of the order flew several meters and fell, raising dust. The horse standing in the stalls quietly watched the end of the duel. The knights ran to the aid of the unconscious man and noticed the sad state of their comrade. Amidst the knight's cries for a healer, the honored guest dispelled the thunder aura skill. One of the knights picked up the fallen sword and shouted that he would deal with the bastard Arahan himself. Torres covered Weiss and said that the fight was already over and there were no violations. The heir shouted that the knights themselves had started this duel and there was no need to turn it into a fight. Weiss thought that he had won again only because this newbie knight acted according to a pattern. Arahan thinks that the fifth circle knight has much more outstanding fighting power than him. The young man thinks that the ability to admit defeat is part of the chivalrous spirit. The embittered knights shouted that the damn magician knew nothing about true honor. Weiss said that he took part in the duel at their request, in the very heart of the Bahal family. Arahan winced when he heard Fernando's voice behind him, saying it was wonderful. Everyone was surprised that the head of the Bahalov family himself came to the training ground. Fernando asked to put away their swords. The knights immediately obeyed and bowed their heads. Weiss realized that even 100 points of perception did not help him notice the appropriate head of the Bahals. Fernando said that Arahan fought at the Bahalov training ground. The head of the Bahal family said he would ensure that this event would be deeply embedded in human history. Weiss apologized because he couldn't refuse the request for a sparring match. Arakans don't run away from a fight. Fernando said that gaining experience and learning from it is more important than increasing your rank. The head turned to the Arakan's offspring and said that he had given the members of the Bahal family an excellent lesson. The man said he would never forget what happened today on that training ground. Weiss agreed with Fernando's words, but thought that he was only trying to warn the knights. The horse could no longer stand in the stall and watch Arahan from the side. The young man noticed that the horse had broken through the barrier and had quickly jumped out of its hiding place. Weiss was amazed at the graceful run of Bahal's white horse. Ere Thors exclaimed that it was impossible. The horse had finally recognized someone. Arahan noticed his friend's surprise and asked what was happening now. Bahal said that the white horse shows his skill in order to be chosen in return. Torres is confident that this is precisely why training should not be neglected. The general's deputy, Philip, exclaimed that this could not be. Bahal's white horse kicked and stood on his hind legs in front of Arahan. The horse stopped in front of Weiss and looked into his eyes. Fernando said that even the founding ancestors of the Bahal family would have been horrified by what they saw. Weiss thinks the horse has chosen him as its master, so he asks Thoris about it. The head of the family understood that the horse had found an owner, and that was good. But why did he choose the offspring of the Arakans? Fernando decided that it was respect for a comrade or a legacy from the past. Perhaps the answer was obvious. The leader asked Weiss if he promised to accept Jill as his companion and be with her for the rest of his life. Arahan said that he couldn't make such a promise right away and thought about it. The white horse snorted, nudging the young man and looking into his red eyes. Torres said that this is how she asks to choose her. A friend should not drag it out. Weiss felt the rage growing in Fernando Bajal's body, the heaviness of his gaze becoming unbearable. Arahan bowed knightly and said that he chose her as his companion. Philip is sure that such a precedent cannot be allowed. Arahan cannot own the Bajal's horse. Fernando says that the horses chose only among the Bajals because there was no other choice. The deputy says that the Arachons slaughtered their white horses, the Bajal comrades, and devoured them. The leader said that this was why he took an oath from Weiss Arahan. Philip is sure that magicians lie like they breathe, which means his oath cannot be trusted. Fernando said that he gave an oath to the deputy that if Weiss broke his word, the chief would kill him. Torres and Weiss were confused when they heard such words from Fernando Bajal. The head of the family said he never doubted Philip Roberts' loyalty. However, Fernando no longer intends to listen to advice on the issue of giving the horse to Arahan. Weiss went out for a simple walk until he was loaded again. The young man said that he really liked Jill, who exceeded all his expectations. Arahan offered her to rush to the city of Lacay in just one go. River and Alice were incredibly surprised by the appearance of a familiar magician on a knight's horse. The blonde said that Weiss not only returned alive from the Bajalov castle, but also brought a horse. Arahan said that they had something to talk about and invited them to go inside. Weiss decided to tell about everything that happened to him in the lands of the Bajals. The young man spoke about the black flame card he had received, about the demon's breath, and about Logan Cherville. Arahan said that he didn't have much choice. He needed to see his family. River said she would go to the Arachons' lands with her friend, but Weiss asked otherwise. The blonde reminded her friend that he himself had said that he would never abandon his comrade. Arahan appreciates his girlfriend's support, but admits to the danger of the place he is heading to. River says that he will be Weiss's butler because his family is definitely not to be trusted. The girl says that Arahan can hire her and Alice, and convinces that they will definitely be useful to Weiss. The young man thought that parting with River here and now would be the better decision. However, looking at his friends, he couldn't help but smile. Weiss thanked River and Alice and said that he agreed to take them with him on this big journey. Arahan did not sleep that night. He decided to go, but he could not do it without proper preparation. The young man thought about the last survivor of the destroyed Cherville family, Logan. Weiss pondered the demon's breath and his need for quality holy water. The young man decided that he needed to go to Miketown, but he didn't know how long the head of the Arachons would wait. The next morning, Weiss asked everyone if they were ready for the journey. The comrades immediately set out on their journey. River asked why Arahan needed all their savings, a whole 500 gold bars. The girl was surprised at what she could buy with that money, and Weiss said that it might not be enough. Arahan wants to create an elixir that is made from holy water and demon's breath. Weiss knows that the chance of successfully creating an elixir depends on the quality of the holy water. Arahan knows that there is a priest in Miketown who can be trusted in this matter. River asked to leave at least 1 gold bar, but Weiss says he left silver coins. Arahan is confident that all the gold is more than enough for what he has planned. The young man asks the blonde to find out about the old man with the wounded face that he told her about. River says that in this city there are many old people with disfigured faces. Weiss suggested saying she would give them the silver and see who came to claim the coin. Arahan is sure that the old man he needs will be the only one who will not come for the promised money. The young man thinks he wanted to buy an artifact with this money, but the story of Logan Cherville changed everything. Weiss is confident that he will use all this gold to create an elixir, and Cherville will create a powerful artifact for him to order. As he approached the cathedral, the boy heard a man shouting, asking everyone to line up. The priest shouted that he did not care about the class standing in front of him. Everyone should be equal. Weiss thought that such a crowd at the cathedral was not an ordinary story. Arahan is sure that the fame of Johann's strength could not yet have spread so far. Weiss asked what was going on, and a man from the crowd replied that holy water was being sold at half price. The commoner noticed that the guy was from a noble family and asked to give up his seat to the simple workers. Arahan realized that this was a $1 million opportunity, but quality holy water was created once a day. Weiss realized that Johann could well give a discount on the water because he was not a money grubber. However, the young man thinks that a priest cannot have such a quantity of holy water. After standing in line all day, Arahan finally approached the entrance to the holy temple. The priest who met him greeted him as he entered and called him his brother. Weiss is not sure that this is the priest he needs because he has not seen him in person. Johann asked how many bottles of holy water the young man who entered needed. Arahan asked him if it was probably difficult to pretend all day, which only puzzled the man standing in the cassock. Weiss said that there was one priest in this cathedral, Johann, and noted that he was not one. The priest laughed and said that he was that very Johann. The impostor pointed to the hidden blade and said that the young man needed to leave immediately. The crowd of waiting people was furiously outraged by Weiss's delay, who had seen through the swindler. Arahan said that he would immediately report what had happened to the imperial garrison. The priest asked the boy to get lost and not to disturb busy people. Weiss couldn't let this matter slide and decided to intervene. Arahan thought that these bandits had connections in the garrison, which was easily corrupted. The guy realized that solving this problem would not be as easy as it seemed at first. Weiss decided to check it out himself to confirm his fears and gather more information. Arahan knows that one of the Emperor's garrisons is stationed not far from Miketown. The guards immediately recognized that the approaching gentleman had Bahalov's white horse. One of the guards asked why Knight Bahalov had come to them. Weiss said he had a statement and asked if the general was there. The guard said that in order to get to the commander without any problems, it was necessary to make an appointment in advance. Arakan was told that the general did not receive people without an appointment. Weiss said the garrison must prioritize serious incidents and protect the region. The young man thought that it was useless to talk to the private, but he couldn't just leave. The guard stood at attention and saluted the superior officer who rode up to the post. Weiss looked around and noticed the local general, who seemed unsuitable for the role. Arahan noticed that the commander was too sloppy a man to be a knight. The general noticed the young man on a white horse and asked who he was. Weiss bowed politely and said that he had come to make an important announcement. The plump man said that the young man was not from the Bahals, so why was he on their horse? Did he steal it? Arahan said that he was given Jill as a gift, and the general said that the Bahals could not have done such a thing. The full commander burst out laughing when he heard the words spoken by the young man. Pullman asked why the insolent little fellow was lying to his face while standing at the imperial garrison. Weiss said it was an exceptional case and asked to hear the substance of his statement. The general ordered the immediate arrest of the young man without even trying to hear his words. The knights immediately surrounded Arahan and drew their claws to roughly detain the criminal. The full commander jumped off the poor horse and said that the white horse should be immediately confiscated. Weiss was immediately convinced that the general was in league with the criminals from the city church. Pullman said that the young brat would deeply regret daring to be insolent to his face. The general once again ordered that the insolent man be immediately seized and thrown into prison. When Weiss was captured, he said that the general was making a big mistake. Pullman shouted that he would definitely look at the young man when all his bones were broken. Arahan chuckled because what happened here was going according to his plan. Meanwhile, in the great estate of the Bahals, the results of the liberation of the people of the empire were being summed up. Torres said that the Bahals had tried hard, and Fernando said that the emperor would grant them a reward. The leader said that his family had managed to free more imperial citizens than the Arahans. The swordmaster knows that the emperor does not encourage conflicts between mages and knights and strives for balance. Fernando thought there must be some reason to make the results lists public. The heir noticed that the leader had become tense and asked what could have happened to him. An employee entered the room and announced that a girl had appeared at the gate asking for an audience. The knight said he wanted to drive her away, but she claims to be acquainted with Thoris and Weiss Arahan. The heir asked what the girl's name was, and the guard said that her name was River. Torres said that he did indeed know her, but he didn't understand why she came. Fernando tried to understand what was on his son's mind. The heir asked the head not to worry, because he would deal with what happened himself. Fernando told Torres to bring the girl into the hall because Weiss Arahan might have sent her. The leader said that if the young man wanted to say something to the Bahals, they were obliged to listen to him. River fell to the floor and said that she had the honor of seeing the head of the Bahal family. Fernando asked why the blonde wanted to see him. The blonde handed over the envelope and said that Weiss had asked her to give it to the Bahals if she didn't return by nightfall. Fernando knows that the Bahals lost the war because it was Arahan who completed the imperial decree. The head of the Bahals thought that there might not be anything important in this letter, but Weiss was honored by the emperor. Fernando glanced at the text, which stated that bandits were operating in the Miketown Cathedral. The young man wrote that the robbers were selling fake holy water and were in cahoots with the garrison. River said she overstepped her bounds when she came here, but something bad happened to Weiss. The head of the Bakalov family said that the girl found the strength within herself for the sake of her friend. This is an honorable act. Fernando said that he would write an important letter, and the girl could go have a bite to eat. River was incredibly grateful for such a gesture from the head of the Bahals. She thought that the act of a commoner like her was called honorable by Fernando Bahal himself. The blonde thought that the knights were truly magnificent people. River was offered a small snack, which she was incredibly happy about. Greedily eating the bun she had brought, the girl thought she had gone to heaven. The blonde thought that this stuffed loaf was tastier than Vertison beef. Meanwhile, near the city of Miketown, a cheeky young man was locked up in the dungeons of the Imperial garrison. Drops of sweat and blood attracted local inhabitants such as mice and cockroaches. They didn't deal with the prisoner for a long time. His legs were tightly tied with a rope and hung from the ceiling. Weiss wasted no time in continuing to work his abs with crunches. The guard thinks that the captured boy is crazy because he has been bending and unbending for 2 hours already. The warden thought that the guy was hanged for torture, but he was doing God knows what. The general went down to check on the prisoner's condition, but the dungeon was filled with a terrible stench. Pullman asked what the prisoner was doing and why it smelled so bad in here that it was making your nose rot. The duty officer said that the guy had been doing the same thing for 2 hours already. The general of the Imperial garrison noticed that the young man was a tough nut to crack. The bolts of the cage were lifted, the garrison guards came to Weiss and forcibly lowered him down. Pullman said that he would let the impudent fellow go if he told him why the white horse did not obey him. Arahan replied that the white horses of the Bahals obey only those whom they personally chose as their master. The plump general doesn't believe the boy and says that a knight's horse would never in his life choose a young man. Weiss said that the man himself would soon understand everything. Pullman gave in to anger and called Arahan a shameless bastard. The general is sure that the torture was too weak to make the young man sing like a little boy. The plump man took off his armor and said that he would personally torture the insolent man. The general shouted that no man had ever endured his torture for more than 30 minutes. Pullman became curious and decided to ask how long the guy could hold out with his arrogance. The commander said that he had never seen anyone who could withstand torture with this blade. The man asked again if the young man would tell why the horse was not obeying the general. Weiss chuckled and said that Pullman didn't have to try to extract the truth he had already heard. The commander swung his weapon and shouted that the guy was a bastard who would pay for his silence. Pullman, in a rage, brought the blade down to pierce the boy's knee and scratch his bone. The frightened knight suddenly announced that a letter had arrived from Bahal. The general threw the sharp blade at his subordinate and ordered him to shut up immediately. The subordinate said that it was an urgent matter. The head of the Bahal clan sent a letter. Pullman snatched the package and shouted that if it contained nonsense, he would hang the knight. The full general learned from the letter that their captive was the owner of the white horse and a friend of the Bahals. The captain realized that in 10 days an investigation into corruption and collusion with bandits would begin. Pullman tore the package open with disgruntled cries. He was obliged to keep Weiss until the investigation was completed. The general is confident that he cannot be threatened by any Bahal, because he was appointed by the emperor himself. Pullman realized that the prisoner had set everything up and shouted that some Bahal could not control him. Weiss said Fernando has an ironclad foundation. The general is confident that if he kills the young man and the fake priest, he will get away with it. Arahan said that people like the captain of this garrison need to be punched in the face to bring them to their senses. Pullman flinched and was surprised by the youth's abilities when he saw the thunder aura. Suddenly, the garrison captain's leg was wrapped in magical chains that appeared out of nowhere. Weiss was surprised by this because he did not understand who had decided to support him. The general shouted that they dare not touch him, these vile creatures. The magical chains of the unknown wizard continued to twist around Pullman's body. Arahan noticed the Black Flame Mage, who was mercilessly squeezing the commander with magic. The wizard was reading a spell in an unknown language, and Weiss thought that he had sneaked in disguised as a private. When Pullman fell silent, the magicians turned to Weiss, calling him young master. Black Flame said that the master gave them an urgent order to return with Weiss. The young man asked why they had to return, but the magicians said that they were only following orders. Arahan asked to give him a few days because he had to find something. Black Flame refused the guy and explained that they were carrying out the order of the clan leader. Weiss asked to convey his will because he needed time to prepare. Arahan said that he would follow the magicians without complaint even now if the leader ordered him to return. The young man realized that the clan leader was watching him through the black flame. The magician turned to the young master and said that he was ready to convey the answer of the head of the Arahan family. The hooded man said that the clan leader had agreed to give time. Weiss realized that he needed to return to his family within 14 days. There would be no more delays. The head of the Arahan family allowed the young man to prepare for their long-awaited meeting. Weiss realized that the countdown had already begun, and he had no time to waste. Arahan thought that he could do it in these 14 days, but he would have to act quickly. The Black Flame Mage announced that Pullman and the cathedral's business would be transferred to Weiss. The hooded man said that an investigator would arrive soon and asked the young man to be reasonable. The magician said that the head of the family wanted Weiss to no longer hide the fact that he was Arahan. The guy clarified that they were talking about his blue lenses and received an affirmative answer. Weiss asked why he shouldn't wear them. However, the black flame did not answer the question, but only bowed and disappeared. Arahan was amazed that the magicians did not even try to answer him, but simply disappeared. Investigator Cox said the young man had done a great job in exposing corruption in the Imperial Army. The old man said that the Emperor would definitely honor the boy's merits. Weiss took off his lenses and thought that he had been told to do this for a reason. Arahan greeted the elderly man politely and expressed his sincere respect. The young man said that he was the seventh scion of the House of Arakan, Weiss Arakan. The investigator was surprised to meet that same Weiss Arahan. Grandfather said that it was precisely this young man who was mentioned in the Emperor's recent decree. The young man was surprised because he had not yet seen the decree in person, but Cox understood everything immediately. The investigator said that the boy's name was on a decree that the Emperor personally signed. Cox pointed out that the boy's name was written at the very end of the document. The old man said that the young man had been much talked about at court and he wanted to meet him in person. Weiss asked how the Emperor could have found out about him. Cox said that the Emperor had spoken with the liberated men. The investigator said that the Emperor would be very pleased with what the young man had done and that it would be appreciated by his family. Arahan asked if he could personally see the matter of the cathedral through to the very end. Cox said he understood the boy's feelings and allowed him to do as he wished. Weiss bowed as a sign of respect and thanked the investigator for his understanding. Cox said he had never received a thank you from Arahan and thought he had lived too long. The old man told Weiss to take his soldiers from the Central Army. They will help execute the criminals. Cox said he was willing to take responsibility if problems arose. Weiss said that he could only thank the old man, to which he remarked that the young man was too polite. Arahan led the army right to the threshold of the cathedral. People were surprised to see the Central Army standing on the streets of Miketown. Weiss stepped forward and prepared to make a speech. Arahan said that the swindlers who profited from the grief of the Imperials and deceived them should listen to him carefully. The young man said that he would count to 3, and if the bandits did not leave the cathedral, he would use force. There was no sound from the cathedral that could be considered obedience to the order. One of the knights offered to pull them out by force, but Weiss said that weapons and magic were illegal in the cathedral. The magician suggested waiting for a certificate that would allow them to carry weapons and use magic. Arahan said that he would figure it out himself without using weapons or magic. Weiss said that he didn't have much time, so he would handle it himself. The rest of them should stay here. The commanders of the mages and knights were afraid of such a decision because they would not be able to cover the young man. Arahan is confident that everything will be fine with him and there is no need to worry about him. The mages and knights wondered how they should accompany Weiss. Investigator Coco silently showed the army a roll of paper. Everyone decided that it was a certificate. The knights immediately decided that they could enter the temple and capture the criminals. The old man asked everyone to stop and said that he gave Weiss his token for a reason. The troops of the Empire know that the token is a sign that gives the right to command them. The Central Army is confident that there is an armed group of bandits inside, and it will not be easy for Arakan. Cox said the army doesn't know the Arakans well because it doesn't understand why they are feared. Some have suggested that the Arakans are feared because of their strength, but the old man is certain that this is not the case. Cox said there's something more important about them, which is that they always keep their word. The investigator said that whatever Arahan said, he would carry it out regardless of the means and methods. Weiss said he had already told everyone he would be perfectly fine. The young man thought that today the main character was himself, Weiss Arahan. From the outside, it seemed as if terrible tortures were taking place inside the temple. When everything became quiet, the knight said that he had warned the boy that he couldn't go alone. The army soldiers noticed that someone appeared in the half-open doors of the church, and everyone prepared for battle. The Central Army stood with drawn weapons and watched those coming out to meet them. Weiss managed to single-handedly deal with the lawless gang of robbers that had seized the temple. Arahan chuckled when he heard the joyful cries of the knights and mages of the Imperial Army. Old Cox thought he could see no other way out of this situation. The young man was asked how he managed to deal with the outlaws without magic. The investigator said that Arakan had once again managed to earn his respect and called the arrest magnificent. Weiss pointed at the people and said that the scoundrels were selling counterfeit holy water and that they needed to get to the bottom of it. Cox said that as an investigator, he would take responsibility and handle it. Arahan shouted out that the Holy Father could come out and show himself to everyone present. The people gathered in the square in front of the church immediately recognized the man who came out to them. The people shouted the name of Johann Chris with tears of joy and were surprised that he was alive. The priest approached the robbers and used healing magic so that they would not suffer. Everyone understood that what had been done could not be undone, but it was not too late to get on the right path. Weiss thought that even watching this miracle from the sidelines, he felt warmth and comfort. The robber suddenly realized that not all was lost for him. Johann said that they should repent of their sins and live according to the will of God, and then he would always be there. The bandits bowed before the father and said that from now on they would not go against the will of the Lord. Johann Chris introduced himself as the 49th priest of the empire and offered Weiss his boundless gratitude. The Holy Father invited the young man to come into the church for a cup of tea if he had time. The investigator called out to Arahan and asked him to come over for a few words. The old man said that if the young man didn't mind, the investigator would give him something valuable. Cox said it was the investigator's mark, which gave one the right to command the Imperial Army. The old man said that wherever Weiss was, if he showed this sign, he would definitely receive help. Cox asked that this symbol be used solely for the benefit of the Empire, and not for personal gain. Arahan accepted the gift and said that he would definitely remember these words and follow them. The investigator said that the case was closed and they were leaving, and noted that he would like to meet again. Weiss expressed deep respect for those leaving. Arahan understood that the kindness shown to him should not go to waste. The Holy Father said he thanked the young man for saving him and hoped that the victims would receive compensation. Johann is confident that Mr. Weiss Arahan has accomplished a great deed. The young man said that the priest was too kind, and the father asked if maybe he could help the boy. Weiss said he would be frank and specified that he needed holy water. The Holy Father is confident that it should be used to heal the sick and fight evil. Arahan isn't sure if his situation is a fight against evil, but it will definitely save his life. Weiss said that he was kicked out of his family due to a lack of mana, and now they are asking him to return. Johann says he heard about the fierce fighting between brothers in the Arahan family. The young man said he was simply trying to use all the means available to him. Weiss believes there is a big difference between what is always available and what is available when morale is raised. The father says he has already heard about the young man from the story of the infamous slave trader DeVito. Johann is sure that the protection of the Lord's abode by Arahan is not an accident, but part of God's plan. The Holy Father says that his help to the young man may also be part of this plan. The priest said that he was just saving the holy water to give it to someone who really needed it. Johann said that he put all the strength he had accumulated over a long period of time into these vials. The Holy Father expresses his sincere hope that these vials will be able to help Weiss Arahan. The young man was taken aback by the generosity he had received and said that he was incredibly grateful. Johann said that this was a personal gift from him and that he would ask the Lord for the young man's blessing. Weiss sat in his room and looked at the badges that had recently been given to him. Arahan thought he was in a dream because he always wanted to get these items. The boy understands that the priest's sign is a guarantee from the priest. Weiss knows that the priest's mark may seem meaningless at first glance, but it is a powerful thing. Arahan knows that the church has authority thanks to the emperor, who built morality in society. The boy understands that the priest's guarantee is an indirect approval from the emperor himself. Weiss realized that this one sign made him much safer in this underhanded game. The young man said that these two signs were the best he could achieve before returning. Arahan is sure that whoever wants to kill him will have to take a great risk. Weiss knows he can get help from the Empire's central army wherever he is. The young man said that just one look at these badges was enough to give him an unprecedented feeling of confidence. Weiss thought that in the game, Johann's holy water had about a 20% chance of success. Arahan noticed that the priest had put all his strength into these vials with the precious liquid. The young man decides to try to create a potion and hopes that it will work on the first try. Weiss thought that if there was not enough holy water, he would try to get more. Arahan carefully tipped the bottle over and tried not to spill a drop past the demonic breath. The holy water was absorbed into the rare object. The tension increased sharply. Weiss felt something happening inside the demonic breath. A flash of blue light appeared before the young man's eyes, and the outline of a bottle could be seen inside it. Arahan was delighted by the sight he saw. He had never noticed such beauty before. The stat-boosting elixir was successfully created on the first try. Weiss decided not to think for long and downed a flask of the life-giving liquid. The young man was glad that the system window showed a new characteristic point that had gone to magic. Arahan thought that the magic would be equal to 5 if he could create another elixir. Weiss chuckled as there were only 2 vials of holy water and 1 demon's breath left. The young man prayed that he would be able to create the elixir on the first try. Arahan's pleas were answered, and a bright flash appeared before him for the second time. Weiss thought that this elixir had at least an 80% chance of success. The young man realized that it was not in vain that Johann had sat over him for a whole week and put all his strength into it. In the pop-up system window, Arahan noticed the treasured number 5 opposite the magic characteristic. Weiss was as happy as a child when he saw that he could now freely use Thunder Aura. The pleasure he received made the young man want to fall onto the bed. Arahan thought that the tension had finally eased, and if the skill required 10 points, a nervous laugh ran through the guy, who thought that this was much more interesting than what was in the game. River said she did as her friend asked, but found only 40 one-eyed old men. Weiss is confident that this is a fairly small number for such a large city. The blonde said she offered them money, but only 6 refused to accept it. Arahan said that his girlfriend worked very hard and helped him incredibly. River said she could do much more complex things and asked if she was capable. The young man told the girl not to go out of her way because he knew that the blonde was smart. Weiss said that he would be responsible for River and her sister Alice until the very end. The sisters burst into tears from Arahan's touching speech. A passerby from the street noticed the guy's scarlet eyes and asked if it was Weiss Arahan in front of her. The young man asked how they knew about him and was told that all of Miketown was talking about him now. Weiss realized what was the reason for all the eyes that were still focused on him. The people realized that before them was indeed the very hero, Weiss Arahan. Some people asked if it was okay to look at Arahan like that because they knew about the bad rumors. People said that Weiss was a messenger of God, and therefore one could look at him without fear. Citizens shouted that they would remember Arahan's good deed for generations to come. The young man thought that he had long been accustomed to such situations, but now he felt awkward. Weiss suddenly sensed something foreign in the gathered crowd. Arahan quickly looked around and noticed a strong old man with a scar on his face. The man didn't pay much attention to the young man, and therefore stood out against the cheerful background of those around him. Weiss realized that he had seen the very last heir of the Cherville family, Logan Cherville. Now Arahan knew for sure that the person hiding under the name Mike was in the city of Miketown. The young man called out to the old man and asked him to stop. Weiss asked those around him to make way, but the crowd was too dense. When the boy got out of the shackles of the densely packed crowd, there was no trace of the old man. Arahan missed Logan and thought that this might be the last time they would cross paths. The sisters ran up to their friend and asked why he was acting so strangely. Weiss said that he saw Logan and he needed to hurry to the nearest place marked by the girl. Arahan thinks that if the Cherville heir is really in hiding, they won't find him. River looked at the map and said exactly where the nearest house was, marked by her. Noticing a familiar building, the blonde shouted that this was the house they needed. Weiss burst inside, but quickly realized that this was not the old man they were looking for. Arahan realized that his chances of finding Logan were getting lower and lower. The old man shouted out that he would definitely pay the rent for the premises tomorrow. He needed time. Weiss asked for the next place, and the girl called him crazy. The young man broke into every house the blonde mentioned, but did not find the heir of the Chervilles. River said the next location was behind the left door in the dark basement. Arahan touched the handle, but felt something was wrong. Weiss told the blonde to go upstairs immediately. It was getting dangerous here. The young man did not understand what ominous premonition he felt when he touched the door. Arahan thought that his opponent was the best blacksmith in the world and also a fugitive. Weiss realized that a trap awaited him, and so used Thunder Aura magic. Pulling the door handle, the guy realized that he was in for more than just an ordinary trap, but something more. A bright flame engulfed the entire room, and the system window notified the guy that the Thunder Aura was disabled. The system notified Arahan that the special skill Immortal Fighter had been activated. Weiss recognized the ability from the old man's trap. It was Azure Flame. River quickly descended to the ruins and asked if Weiss was okay. The young man knows that it is difficult to embody a simple flame in a magical object, but this was an advanced one. Arahan thought that everything had shattered into pieces, and he himself had almost died. Weiss knows that with his special ability, no one can defeat him with one blow. The young man realized that this explosion was at a level higher than the 5th circle, and this worried him. River is surprised that they have become suspects in a terrorist attack. Weiss knows that there is nothing left at the site of the explosion. All traces of Logan have burned away. The blonde suggests hiding until the Imperial Army arrives or asking the Bahals for help. Arahan is sure that it is better not to mess with the Bahals due to the Black Flame's strong reaction. The Imperial army didn't take long to arrive. Weiss saw their banner fluttering outside the window. General Maxim ordered Weiss Erikon to leave immediately. The sisters were frightened by their friend's calm reaction. They were incredibly scared. The young man said that everything would be fine. He would come out and explain the situation. Max noticed that Weiss Erikon came out on his orders. The general ordered the knights to immediately capture the lone magician. Maxim noticed the priest's sign on the chest of Weiss, who came out to them humbly. The general gave new orders to the troops, to retreat, to the starting point, to remain in place. Maxim asked Erikon if it was the priest's guarantee that was emblazoned on his chest. Weiss said that this sign was given to him by the Holy Father Johann of the Cathedral of Miketown. The Imperial Army general explained that a major explosion had recently occurred, and witnesses had mentioned Weiss. Erikon replied that he found himself at the very epicenter of this explosion and was not at all happy about what happened. Max clarified that Weiss does not consider himself a suspect, but a victim of the incident. The general asked why the young man was in that place and noted that it was possible not to give an answer to this question. Weiss replied that he was looking for one person, but a trap had been set in his apartment. Maxim realized that because of the priest's sign, he could not treat Erikon as a suspect. Weiss asked if the general could help him find this man. Max replied that he could not manage state resources for personal matters. Erikon showed the investigator's sign and said that he had good grounds for searching. Weiss explained that this sign was given to him by the Imperial investigator Cox. Erikon said that he was told that with this sign he could count on help from the army. The young man said that this was not just a personal matter, but a search for the culprit of the recent explosion in Miketown. Weiss said that first it is necessary to draw up a portrait of the criminal. River was about to shout something in defense of her friend, but noticed the situation and covered her mouth. Posters appeared around the city offering a reward for information about the criminal. People were surprised that they were offering as much as 500 gold pieces for information about this mug. The man thought he was mistaken for someone else, but immediately realized that this could not be true. Logan is sure that they definitely know him by sight, but they deliberately portrayed him differently. The blacksmith thought he was being invited to a personal meeting, but if he was unlucky, a bloodbath would break out. The heir of the Chervilovs understands that he will no longer be able to remember which city he is in. The man decided that he was already pretty tired of being a fugitive. He had lived quite a long life. Logan decided there were enough people here that he could get lost. Weiss noted that the blacksmith had masterfully disguised himself. Erikon told the man to behave naturally and not arouse unnecessary suspicion among the soldiers. Logan asked who this guy was, and the boy replied that he was Weiss Erikon. The heir asked why the boy was looking for him so zealously, but all he heard was an offer to change places. The young man said that he was the 7th offspring of the Erikon's family and he was very pleased to meet them. Weiss said that he already knew that Logan Chervil himself was standing in front of him. The man asked why he was looking for him since he knew him. Erikon said that he was looking for the legendary blacksmith for the simplest of reasons. The young man said that he wanted to hire the master as the Erikon's personal weaponsmith. Weiss understands that, for example, in the game, putting on armor is reduced to a couple of mouse clicks. However, in reality, you have to do everything yourself, compare characteristics, and take into account the fit. Erikon knows that if an item has good stats but is the wrong size, it is useless. That's why he wants to hire Logan Chervil and get good armor according to his size. Weiss understands that such a blacksmith will be able to create ideal armor and weapons for any rank. Erikon is sure that a warhorse is born to race, and a sword to strike enemies. The young man asked why the last descendant of the Chervil family wanted to live. Weiss believes that the greatest master will be able to create artifacts for the greatest family. Logan said the thought of being able to pass on his skills to future generations is overwhelming. Erikon said that he knew that Chervilov had been slandered and that he was committed to removing this stigma. Logan said that the guy can't know everything about the Chervil family, so where does his confidence come from? Weiss realizes that the massacre took place long before the game scenario. Erikon knows that he can only roughly guess from the NPC's dialogues. The young man is sure that he may not know all the details of the massacre, but he knows the Chervil family well. Weiss said that the Chervils were a family that only dealt with the creation of magical items. Erikon is confident that they had no reason to plot rebellion against the Emperor. The young man knows that the Emperor is both the Swordmaster and the Archmage. He is the absolute ruler. Weiss understands that the Emperor is immortal and cannot be defeated even by the unification of the Bahals and the Arahants. The young man asks Logan to tell the whole truth about what happened, because he has no doubt that it is slander. The great blacksmith asked the boy if he knew about the Martin family, the second most influential family among magicians. The man said that the Chervils mainly traded with them because they wanted to surpass the Arahan. Weiss chuckled and said that this was a pipe dream because his family was very large. Logan said that everything changed with the arrival of Billy's family. The young man asked what happened. Arahan knows that Billy's family has developed very quickly by the end of the game and has reached the same level as the Martins. The heir said that one day people from Billy's family came to them. Logan said they demanded that the deal with the Martins be broken and that they trade exclusively with them. The Billy family's envoy said the Chervilles would regret refusing to cooperate with them. Weiss said the Martins and Billy were conspiring against the Chervilles, but the blacksmith wasn't sure. Logan said that after that, the Imperial Army burst in and started killing his family. The man is sure that they were not given even a short moment to justify themselves. Weiss thought he now understood what had really happened to the Chervilles. Arahan thought that his family might have had a hand in this, which meant he shouldn't take Logan. The young man thought about it and realized that Black Flame could have covered all his tracks and carried out the perfect setup. Weiss realized that the more he thought, the more he suspected Arahan's secret organization. Arahan said that if the Magocrats were involved in this massacre, his family would settle everything. The man asked if the young man could vouch for his words, and the young man answered affirmatively. Weiss invited Logan Cherville to go to the lands of the Arachons together. However, the legendary blacksmith was in no hurry to accept the young man's invitation. Logan thought he had already resigned himself to the fact that this was how it might end. The man realized that it would be a good idea to allow himself to hope one last time. Cherville said he would join the Arachons if his family's technology and history lived on. Weiss said that he was glad to hear such words and suggested that they set out on their journey. Arahan knew he now had his first ally, River and her sister. The young man knew that among his friends was the heir of the Bahals and their white horse. Weiss realized that in his hands were two signs possessing great power. Arahan realized that he now had among his allies the last descendant of House Cherville. Weiss realized that he had acquired all this in the south of the empire. The young man thought that this should be enough to return to the Arahan family. Weiss Arahan's group reached the western region, namely the Golden City of Nickel. The sisters were amazed at the purity and beauty of this large and breathtaking place. River noted that the streets here are very spacious. The blonde said that she was blinded by the beauty she saw here. She can't believe that such a place even exists on Earth. Weiss asked his friend how she worked in the trade and had never been to the city of Nickel. Alice cried out that she saw buildings made entirely of gold. Logan said he hadn't been to Nickel in a while and noted that it was growing at an alarming rate. Weiss asked how many years ago it was, and the blacksmith replied that it was at least 10. Cherville said that during this time, the Golden City of Nickel was transformed and became unrecognizable. Arahan thought it was colder here than in the south, but the people were so lively and carefree. The young man realized that the snow-white horse of the Bakalov stood out too much in the center of the city of Arakanov. Weiss suggested finding comfortable housing at the very beginning. River asked why they weren't heading straight for the Arachons, but were stopping a little further west. The young man replied that there was still a whole week left before the deadline, so he could not waste time. The blonde asked where Weiss was heading alone. Arahan replied that he might be gone for a few days and asked to stay here. Weiss told his friends to eat somewhere nearby and not to forget to feed Jill. The young man asked not to go far from this place because it was easy to get lost here. River wished her friend a pleasant journey and told him to return safe and sound. Arahan knew perfectly well that his comrades were not children and could certainly survive a couple of days without him. Weiss thought that this city smelled of precious metal everywhere. The young man knows that even in such bright places there is a dark side. Arahan thought that all these people came to Nickel for an opportunity, but became losers. The seller said he was glad to see the offspring of the Arachons in his modest establishment. Weiss asked to give him some black lenses, and the seller asked why the gentleman needed the color of the poor. Arahan went into the next store hoping to buy some plain clothes. The seller said that they don't sell work clothes because they are trash. Weiss said he didn't see anything wrong and would pay with his current clothes. When Arachon entered the shoe store, they tried to insult him and throw him out. With great difficulty, the young man managed to dress like the other homeless people of the city. Weiss thought he looked perfect, just like a tramp. Arahan decided that now was the time to go and meet the king of the backyard. The young man hid in a dark alley until the darkness of the night fell. Weiss thought it was time to start. His plan was slowly being put into action. Arahan thought that he didn't have to look for the bandit leader because he could find him. Walking through the back streets, the young man noticed lurking robbers. The homeless people watched the newcomer enter their territory. Weiss realized that there were exactly 7 small fry around the perimeter. They were simply watching him. Arahan realized that it had gotten so dark that he couldn't see further than his nose, and he decided to take action. The young man was hungry and thought that he wouldn't even refuse some dried meat. Weiss noticed that a huge man with an unkind look came out in front of him. The robbers surrounded the young man, who realized that he had finally found them. The leader of the gang turned to the young man and told him to behave like a newcomer. Weiss asked if the man standing in front of him had anything to eat. Otherwise, he was dying of hunger. The bandits became furious and said that he was too gentle a person, like going straight to food. The bandit behind Arahan shouted that he would be finished off before he died of hunger. Weiss skillfully dodged the sneak attack. The bandit said that the boy was quite nimble and called on the others to join in. All the street punks instantly filled the alley with Arakan. The bald man attacked from behind again, deciding to strike from above. Weiss immediately understood what he should do and resolved this situation as quickly as possible. The young man pushed the man who had jumped into the crowd running after him. This maneuver succeeded in knocking down only a small part of the approaching bandits. Arahan swung at one of those standing and decided to hit him with his elbow. The bandit was afraid that he would be hit hard and closed his eyes. Weiss saw this and decided to safely knock him out with one blow to the neck. Everyone noticed the young man's skill and were afraid of his strength and abilities. Arahan was ready to continue the senseless skirmish. The young man smiled as he looked at the frightened faces of the attacking bandits. A moment later, all the robbers in that dark alley were lying on the ground unconscious. Weiss asked the leader of the attackers if everything was okay with him, if anything hurt. Arahan said that now he was even more hungry, and they could have shared a crust of bread. The bandit said that the newcomer would no longer be able to live in these back streets. He wouldn't get away with anything he did here. Weiss said that all he needed to do was capture their entire gang and he would be able to live peacefully. One of the bandits decided to use a machete and swing it. Arahan was able to notice her and dodge the trajectory of the dangerous blade. The attacker noticed that the young man deftly dodged his swing. The attacker turned out to be the squad boss. He noticed that Weiss was not an ordinary person. Weiss asked why he called himself the boss of this squad of scum. Arahan thought that he had caught a large animal on the first day, and perhaps the plan would quickly come to fruition. One of the beaten men asked the young man if he knew that the legendary killer Jerry was standing in front of him. The boss bandit said that Weiss should fall to his knees and beg him for mercy. Arahan asked what made him the boss of a gang of beggars and why the legendary killer. Jerry jumped up and shouted that the cheeky puppy would now answer for his impudence. The assassin said that the young man was able to dodge twice. He sees potential in Weiss. The boss said that this time it was different and revealed his mastery of mana. Weiss noticed that the bandit manipulated mana, which meant he was at least fourth circle. Arahan thought that the legends about the killer were complete nonsense, but there turned out to be some truth in them. The young man realized that the assassins did not have the support of large clans, so their limit was obvious. Jerry said he seemed to have scared the boy with his abilities. The squad boss said that he would show himself to the guy, which happens to those who don't know how big the world is. The robber moved very quickly around the young man who was following the bandit. Jerry was surprised that the boy didn't tremble at the sight of all his strength. The squad boss asked if Weiss might have been frozen by the overwhelming fear. The killer decided not to wait for an answer, but to immediately test his assumption in practice. Weiss realized that Jerry was attacking from above and noticed the bandit's slightly transparent silhouette. Arahan quickly realized that 3 Jerrys were rushing towards him at full speed. The young man managed to jump into the free gap and slip between the images of the street killer. The attacker's blades crossed with a terrible crack. Jerry said the guy managed to dodge their coordinated attack. It's impressive. One of the triplets asked if the young man standing before them was a magician or a knight. Weiss said he'll probably have to give it his all. One of the brothers said that Arahan is just a braggart because he is a simple trash. The legendary killers said that the guy would definitely not be lucky enough to dodge them a second time. The system notified Weiss that Thunder Aura had been successfully activated. The brothers shouted that the boy had red eyes and wondered what Arahan was doing there. The once confident leaders of the squad ordered everyone to flee because it turned out to be a trap. The system notified Arakan that the temporary skill had been activated. All stats had increased. Weiss noticed that he had unlocked a new ability, Thunder Aura Falling Lightning. The legendary killers ordered everyone to disperse and flee. Otherwise, death awaited everyone. Arahan aimed the skill at the backs of the fleeing people and thought that it wouldn't hurt to test it. One of the brothers hesitated and was caught in the young man's sights. Looking at the rapidly approaching lightning, he did not even have time to shout out a request for mercy. Weiss saw an incredible explosion and realized that this was clearly not the power of second-level magic. One hit was enough to put down the fourth circle robber. Arahan thought that a similar result could have been achieved with 15 points of magic. The young man assumed that such power belonged not to him, but to the element of lightning. Weiss realized that he only needed to repeat the movements from the game, and there was no need to cast a spell. Voices could be heard in the distance, saying that the bomber was hiding in these nooks and crannies. Arahan quickly realized that the city guard had followed him. The young man realized that power was a good sign, but the volume of the impact was also high. Because of the darkness, the guards did not notice that some poor man was running away from them and turning the corner. To see better, a magician from the squad that arrived in time created a magic torch. The Guardians of Order noticed traces of blood and guessed that this was where the fight had taken place. Weiss guessed that the blood belonged to the defeated bandit. Arahan realized that one of the 3 legendary assassins was seriously injured. The guards came closer and closer. The young man realized that he was about to be discovered and arrested. Weiss thought that he really wanted to resolve everything without unnecessary noise. Arahan realized that he had no choice and decided to act. The guards pointed their wands at the homeless man who came out in front of them. The young man asked to remove the weapon pointed at him. The law enforcement officers immediately realized that it was Arahan standing in front of them and apologized for their tactlessness. One of the patrol noticed that the person standing in front of him was not the 6th offspring of the Arachons, Mr. Tom. The young man introduced himself as the 7th son of the Arahan family, Weiss Arahan. The guy said that the bomber ran there. The guards thanked the young man and ran to search. Weiss thought that his power in this city was absolute, and that was not bad. Arahan realized that the legendary killer had been dealt a harder blow than he had initially thought. The young man calmed down a little when he made sure that the man was still breathing. Weiss realized that lightning strikes should only be used in emergency situations. Arahan told the unconscious killer that they needed to go. The young man was looking for someone with his gaze in the darkness of the winding alleys. Weiss thought they had finally arrived and ordered them to show themselves. The legendary assassins fell to their knees before Arahan and asked forgiveness for their insolence. The brothers said they deeply regretted their actions and asked to be released. The killers laid down their arms to prove their point. Arahan thought that these killers had long since become adults, but they shed tears at the mere sight of him. The leaders of the detachment insisted that this would not happen again, so they begged him to give them his brother. Weiss said that they don't care about other people's lives, but they want to save their brother. The brothers said they learned to kill to survive and swore they had never killed an innocent. Arahan reminded that recently they wanted to finish him off for a simple request for food. The twins said they reacted so harshly because their home was often invaded. Weiss asked if it was true that they did not kill innocents, and the brothers swore their lives to this. The killers said they just wanted safety for their families. The twins said that their teacher always said that killing was only for protection. Weiss agreed to give them his brother, but on the condition that the killers take him to their boss. Arahan said that if they accepted his condition, he would cure their brother. The bandits admitted that they could not betray a comrade for the sake of their own salvation. The young man said that he simply wanted to buy information from him, but the twins did not believe Arahan. Weiss said he would not harm their comrades even if the deal fell through. The legendary assassins said they found it difficult to trust the nobleman's words. The young man put Jerry down and said that he had no other choice. Arahan said that the brothers could tie him up and blindfold him if they didn't trust him. The twins were surprised by Weiss's words, and he said that this was the only way to earn their trust. Arahan said that if they didn't believe him even now, he wouldn't be able to let their brother go. The young man said that he had managed to trust them, so why wouldn't they reciprocate in kind? The brothers looked at each other and agreed to take Arahan to the king of the backstreets. The twins said that they would close the master's eyes and tie his hands. Weiss thought it was time to meet the king of the backwoods of the golden city of Nickel. Arahan thought the twins were leading him in circles. The young man asked the guards if they were really trying to smuggle the black flame. Weiss said that if this was indeed the case, then they might as well not bother themselves unnecessarily. The brothers are confident that even the black flame cannot know where their boss is. The triplets asked Arahan if the black flame was somewhere nearby and watching them. Weiss said he couldn't know, but he was sure the brothers would never be able to take on the organization. The twins said that they understood Arahan and would no longer wander through the alleys. They continued to lead the young man for some time until they asked him to stop. The robbers pulled the bag from Weiss's head and said that they were already there. One of the twins turned to the boss, but he only asked in response who they had brought. The leader of the bandit group, Edward, asked who this was anyway, and whether the brothers had really forgotten the established rules. One of the twins said that this young man wanted to negotiate with him. Arahan thought that he had imagined the king of the backwoods of the city of Nikel completely differently. Boss Edward said that his subordinates were talking nonsense and demanded that the guy be fired immediately. Weiss took out the last bottle of holy water and thought that the brothers had kept their word. The young man realized that he was sorry to give away the holy water, but this was the only way to keep his word. Arahan handed over the water and said that this healing potion would help his brother recover quickly. The legendary killer thanked Mr. Weiss from the bottom of his heart for his generosity. Weiss said he came here simply to negotiate with the king of the backwoods. Edward told the guy to stop bothering him and get out of here as soon as possible. The bespectacled man was outraged by the unceremonious behavior of the uninvited guest and exclaimed that he was a scoundrel. The king realized that a magician from the great Arahan family stood before him, and he thought he couldn't believe his eyes. Edward realized that Arahan had managed to infiltrate their secure lair and said that the twins had betrayed him. One of the three brothers said that it was not a betrayal at all, because Weiss promised not to harm their comrades. The king said that they had heard this nonsense many times before. All nobles were the last lying bastards. Weiss realized that Edward was sitting in front of him, who remembers everything he saw once in his life. The bespectacled man said that the man standing in front of him was young, but not Tom Arahan, and he realized that the face was completely unfamiliar to him. Edward asked if this was the younger brother who had been abandoned in exile, and Weiss confirmed it. The king of the backwoods said that Arahan came to negotiate, but His Majesty was not at all interested in him. The young man was surprised by the answer, because he was not even listened to, and Edward said that all nobles are the same. The bespectacled man said that the guy was promising him either a bag of gold or the legalization of his commoner status. The king of the backwoods noticed the young man's hesitation and said that he had hit the mark. It could not have been otherwise. Weiss knows that Edward has tried many times to gain a position through his intelligence, but has suffered crushing failures. Arahan realized that now the bespectacled man considered everyone around him to be much stupider than himself. Just like in the game, the young man said that he was offering payment not in money or legalization, but in something else. Edward didn't even think of believing the nobleman who came to him for a senseless contract. Weiss said he was willing to pay the king of the backwoods with incredibly valuable information. Arahan said that he would buy information from Edward in exchange for information that was useful to him. The bespectacled man said that the young man was funny because he decided to buy information for information. Weiss said he knew full well that this was exactly what the king of the backwoods wanted. Arahan knows that the contract with Edward, from the middle of the game, was critical to completing missions. The young man said that he had heard that the bespectacled man remembers everything he has ever seen in his life. The king of the backwoods said that he really does have an excellent memory, but one shouldn't jump to conclusions. Weiss said that Edward seemed to love reading, but there were incredibly few books in the room. Arahan said that the bespectacled man throws away all the books he has already read because there is no need to store them. The king of the backwoods said that the young man had not an eye but a diamond, and asked what else he had been able to see. Weiss said that he saw in Edward's eyes a desire to come to an agreement with the guy who came to him. Arahan said he saw it in his posture, because the bespectacled man turned his whole body towards him. The king of the backwoods said that he would listen to the young man, because he was sure that the time would not be wasted. Weiss said he wanted to hear all the information about his brothers and sisters. Edward said that information can be money, a weapon, and sometimes a powerful shield. Glasses said that Arahan was missing an important detail. What information is he going to pay with? The king of the backwoods said that he knows almost everything that is possible to know in this big world. Weiss said that Edward would tell him about the brothers first, and then he would give out his information. The bespectacled man was outraged by the proposed conditions, but Arahan was sure that they were in equal positions. Arahan said he came here not out of panic, but because he hoped there was something he didn't know. Weiss understands that the basis of any deal is an understanding of what the other party wants. The young man decided to press harder and said that since Edward did not want to negotiate, he would simply leave. Arahan realized that he could take his time with the deal because he still had some time to spare. Weiss realizes that thanks to the Jerry brothers, he quickly found the king of the backwoods in Nickel. The young man understands that the bespectacled man will contact him first, so there is no point in rushing. The twins called out to the departing Arahan and said that thanks to the holy water, Jerry had recovered quickly. The legendary assassins expressed their sincere gratitude for the nobleman keeping his word. Weiss said that there were good people among the nobles and noted that he did not break his promises. The brothers are confident that any other nobleman would not even think of saving the life of their youngest. The triplets said that if possible, they would like to know the master's name and remember it. Arahan said his name was Weiss Arahan and thought that he also had prejudices against murderers. Weiss realized that the twins were truly deeply devoted to each other and were not trying to betray their comrades. The young man realized that the brothers were not as bad as he initially thought. Arahan looked back and noticed that Jerry and his brothers were still bowing deeply to him. Weiss asked those seeing him off if they would like to join his squad. The young man is confident that reaching the fourth round in the slums is practically impossible. Edward chuckled because Arahan had finally returned to him for the information he needed. The bespectacled man asked why the young man had recently left so cold-blooded and now returned for information. Weiss said he wanted to buy the triplets, and the king said that information was still a matter of survival. Arahan surprised Edward, who couldn't believe his ears, and the young man offered to pay him with information. The bespectacled man asked Weiss to slow down and pause for a while to consider a new proposal. The king asked that Arahan decided to return to him because of his uncles, and not because of the information about his brothers and sisters. The young man is confident that he does not need information about his brothers, and that triplets would be more beneficial for him. The bespectacled man thought about it, but eventually agreed with Weiss's words, because he should know the brothers. Edward said that the twins are the commanders of their organization, and he is the most important commander. Arahan said he was willing to pay a fair price, and the king was confident that the price would be incredibly huge. The bespectacled man said that he wanted to know everything that had happened to the young man since his release from captivity. Edward understands that if Arahan satisfies his curiosity, that will be quite enough. The king of the backwoods thought that Weiss's return from captivity would spark his curiosity, but nothing more. The bespectacled man lost his temper when he heard that, in the nobleman's opinion, his ambitions were too petty. Arahan thought that he would be asked about something grandiose, but now he is sure that everyone lives within their own limits. The king of the backwoods said that the young man was just a pathetic puppy who thought he was special. Edward shouted that Weiss was a good-for-nothing, a loser who was simply lucky with his background. The bespectacled man said that he would not allow Arakan to continue to wag his leaky, disgusting throat. The king of the backwoods looked into the nobleman's eyes and realized that something was wrong with them. They were different. The triplets shouted at their boss to stop his inappropriate behavior immediately, with Arahan in front of him. The twins are sure that Weiss Arahan can be incredibly scary in his anger. Edward dryly apologized to the nobleman and said that he had momentarily allowed himself to lose control. The king agreed with Arahan and asked what conditions Weiss would offer if he were in his place. The young man asked the bespectacled man what he thought was in front of him. Edward replied that it was a nobleman in front of him. The king of the backwoods said that he had already apologized and fully admitted the mistake he had made earlier. Weiss said that if he were in the bespectacled man's place, he would think about how to use the nobles before hating them. Edward did not understand Arahan's words and asked again how exactly he could take advantage of the young man. Weiss said he had studied the bespectacled man's obsession well and noticed that there was little information in the underground. Arahan was surprised that he was still not understood, and Edward said that the young man still had not explained. The nobleman invited the king of the backwoods to come out of the underground into the light and said that he would help him. Edward is surprised because he is sure that Weiss simply does not understand what she is talking about now. Arahan said that he would provide the king with a building in a prestigious area so that he could open a detective agency. Edward knows that commoners are not allowed to own property by law, and this is the main reason. Weiss said he would own the entire building, and the king of the backyard would be just a landlord running a business. Arahan said that he would station a squad of Maxons, elite mages, there to protect Edward. Weiss offers the king to do whatever he wants, and in exchange, he will supply the young man with information. The bespectacled man thought that he would be able to obtain both the necessary information and a detachment of elite magicians. Edward shouted that he would never believe such fairy tale words from an aristocrat. Weiss said he never breaks promises, and his interlocutor realized that this was the chance of a lifetime. The king understands that all important events happen among the nobles. The poor are just small fry. Edward realized that this was an opportunity that could not be missed, and said that he was ready to become Weiss's partner. Arakan said it was a great solution, but added that such deals usually involve collateral. The young man asked for information about his brothers and triplets as well. Weiss called these demands Edward's entry fee for a prosperous future. Arahan noticed the final point of his journey. The group reached the gates to the great Arakan's estate. River said that Weiss hasn't been able to sleep for 2 days now, and she's worried if everything is okay. The girl is sure that her friend is looking forward to meeting his family, whom he hasn't seen for a long time. Arakan said that the blonde herself is beside herself because she can't wait for this meeting. Weiss spent the entire night memorizing the information he received from Edward, which influenced the family's perception. The young man learned of the friendly forces of his brothers in the city, their expenses, even the personal information of the servants. Weiss understands that he needs to buy time at the estate to survive the Arakan's fratricidal war. Arakan notes that in this regard, today is critically important not only for him. The young man understands that his position may change completely depending on this test. As the group approached the gate, the guard mages addressed them. The guard demanded that Weiss dismount and identify himself. As soon as Arahan descended, the magicians immediately recognized him and said that they had been told about the arrival of the heir. Weiss said that he was returning on the orders of the head of the family and ordered that his group be shown the way. The magician said that only a young man would enter the estate without the permission of the head of the Arakans. Weiss said he vouched for his companions and thought it was a hitch at his very first step. The young man realized that he could easily pass by force, but he did not want to break the law in the heart of the Arahan lands. Weiss said that he would soon return for his comrades. They just needed to wait a little. Logan said he had a bad feeling about this, which meant the only thing to worry about was the young man. Arahan turned to the triplets and said that he was counting on them to protect their new comrades. The guard mage told Mr. Weiss to go after him. The young man persistently decided to meet the chief in person and obtain a pass for his comrades. Weiss understands that he is responsible for the lives of the group and therefore must think clearly. Arahan decided to focus on the fact that mages are driven only by the benefits they receive from the deal. The young man understands that from this moment on he must act without mistakes, like a true Arahan. The head of the family calmly asked his youngest son to come closer to him. Weiss turned to the head of the Arahan family, bowing before him. The trembling in the young man's body did not stop, even after he asked himself to calm down. The head of the family asked him how he felt about returning to his home after a long separation. Weiss said that he felt everything the same as before, and the leader asked what exactly he felt. The young man replied that the head of the family's aura was still strong, and the cold still penetrated to his bones. The head of the family could not contain his joyful laughter at his own son's words. Weiss thought that the head of the family simply laughed, but the pressure from his aura increased incredibly. The young man realized that everything was starting to darken before his eyes, and his ears were gradually becoming blocked. Mr. Arahan said his son talks about feeling his aura. Weiss said that he could not judge the level of a mage as powerful as his father. The guy knows that in front of him is one of the two great magicians in the entire empire. The young man realizes that this is Jeremy Arahan, who once killed all his brothers and took the throne. The head of the family said that his son had changed a lot since their last meeting. He was a fragile child. Weiss said he decided that fragile was not the word to describe Arahan. Jeremy laughed and said that was true because his son couldn't be married without magic. The head of the family said that he was told that Weiss had discovered the power of lightning within himself and mastered it. Jeremy asked his son what he knew about this unimaginable power. Weiss replied that he knew that it surpassed the four main elements of this world. The head of the family said that in the history of Arahan, there had never been a case where someone did not possess the power of fire. Weiss noticed his father's interest and said that the Arakan's blood contained limitless possibilities. Jeremy asked why his son wasn't surprised that he had managed to gain such great power. Weiss replied that such unimaginable power, of course, must belong exclusively to the Arakans. The head of the family exclaimed with joy because this answer was what he expected to hear. The young man thought that with every laugh the gentleman made, all his insides were twisted. Jeremy said he hadn't laughed like that in a long time and added that he called his son because of his lightning powers. The head of Arakanov told Weiss to develop it. It has more weight than all other achievements. Weiss thought that since his father had plans for him, Jeremy would not kill the young man just like that. The head of the Arahan family said that first of all, he cannot ignore his son's misdeed. Jeremy asked if his son knew that slave trader DeVito was connected to his family. The leader shouted that Weiss had executed the slave trader anyway and at the hands of the despicable Bahal. The young man thought that Jeremy was crazy and decided to show his true face. Weiss said he had done nothing wrong to the family, and that slave trading was contrary to the emperor's goals. The young man is convinced that in the long term, the slave trade would cause irreparable harm to the Arakans. Jeremy said the guy was contradicting himself. The slave traders were drying up the seeds of the South. Weiss decided to find the right words for his father and said that profit can be dishonest and honest. The clan leader said that benefit is always benefit and should not be divided. The young man decided to show the stubbornness of a 15-year-old and continued to stand his ground. The boy asked why the Arakans needed dirty money when they should have the shiniest coins. Jeremy asked why then Weiss accepted help from his family's sworn enemy, the Bahals. Weiss said that the Bahals were acting on the Emperor's orders, and that their paths simply crossed by chance. The head of the clan asked why he had received an invitation to the lands of the Bahals and their snow-white horse. The youth said that he had been kidnapped, and claimed that he had shown the pride of Arahan in front of the head of Bahal. Weiss said the white horse was a trophy taken in the heart of enemy territory. The guy asked why he was being scolded instead of praised for his achievements. The young man said that the Bahals had lost a horse, which they considered their exclusive property. Weiss asked if the fact that Arahan was riding Bahal's horse didn't enhance the family's glory. The young man hopes that Jeremy will still praise his 15-year-old son. The clan leader turned to Weiss and told him not to try to deceive his father with his chatter. The guy realized that his plan was not working properly. Jeremy said that if Weiss tried to lie to him again, the guy would get the punishment he deserved. The head said that he sees logic in his son's words and acknowledges that he should be praised, not scolded. Weiss Arahan guessed that his father knew he was lying, but was turning a deaf ear to it. Jeremy said he wanted to stop there and hear what his offspring had to say. The head of the family asked why Weiss did not tell him what he wanted to discuss upon entering. Jeremy asked what his offspring, whom he had not seen for so long, wanted. The young man said that he wanted to receive all the operating funds that were allocated to his small estate. Weiss requested access to his small estate for everyone he brought and requested a squad of mages. The young man understands that the squad of elite magicians will initially be neutral, but traitors will appear among them. The seventh offspring decided so because their maintenance is Weiss's personal concern. Jeremy said that by the rest he meant the old man, 3 murderers and a couple of commoners. Weiss said that the old man is Logan Cherville, and the commoners and murderers are his servants. The head of the family said that he could not allow the traitor, Cherville, to remain on the Arakan's lands. The young man realized that his father was not serious because he was deciding to test his son's knowledge. The seventh offspring asks permission to ask the head of the Arahan family. Weiss asks if the Arakans were involved in the Cherville family's rebellion. The young man said that he knew that the Chervili did not trade with the Arakans, but cooperated with the Martins. Jeremy found such suspicions ridiculous because the Martins weren't worth Arahan's little finger. The chief said that there was not even a single reason to prevent the worms from dying. Weiss said that he wanted to shelter Logan Cherville and asked the head of the family about it. Jeremy said that he could not let a traitor to the Empire into the lands and would immediately deliver him to the palace. The young man said that the chief must be aware that the Chervilles were branded with shame. The clan leader asked the reason why he should help the last heir of the Cherville family. Weiss said that Logan is the greatest blacksmith that should belong to the Arakans. The young man is confident that the dismissal of the charges and shelter for Cherville will bring glory to the salvation of innocent victims. Jeremy said he was willing to shelter Logan, but he wouldn't even think about dropping the charges. Weiss said he would obey, and thought it was even better that way because Logan would be his man. The young man realized that he now had a pretext to leave the clan's lands. Jeremy said that his son could walk, to which Weiss fully agreed. The head of the Arakanov family watched with interest as the young man, his youngest son, left. An older man, elite magician commander Clyde Lill, appeared at the throne. Clyde expressed respect for the head of the Arakans, who asked his opinion about his own son. The man said he shared the same opinion as Jeremy, and Weiss seemed very suspicious to both of them. The head said that on the outside his son was a child, but inside there seemed to be something wrong with him. Jeremy asked if they had seen how cleverly he tried to deceive me, and noted that Weiss was very impudent. Clyde Leal said the chief simply let him go without even giving him the punishment he deserved. Jeremy chuckled and said that the look on his youngest offspring was too full of determination. The head of the Arahan family thought that only someone who surpassed the genius would be able to lead the Arahans in the future. Jeremy decided that he would make the youngest equal to the rest of his brothers by sending him to the Temple of Silence. Weiss decided to go to his small place, but noticed that it turned out to be deplorable. Everyone watched the small estate of the younger Arahan and mentally prepared themselves for work. River said they were all in for a headache cleaning this mansion. The triplets said that Mr. Weiss need not worry, they would finish cleaning quickly. Arahan thought that he still couldn't get used to being called young master. The work progressed quickly, and the premises gradually became cleaner. Weiss was called out by the approaching magician, who greeted the young master. Arahan realized that this was the promised squad of 20 Maxons, elite magicians. The young man asked how long the magicians had been serving, to which he received a clear answer: no more than 3 months. Weiss assumed that each of them was no lower than the fifth circle, and the squad leader confirmed the assumption. Arahan realized that all those who arrived were newcomers, but this also guaranteed that they were not anointed by the brothers. The young man noticed that some had already realized that they had messed with the wrong offspring of Arahan. Weiss said that in any case, he was glad to see new comrades and suggested that they try to get along. The mages asked Arahan if he personally helped with cleaning the estate, and the boy was surprised by this. The young man said that he could not sit idle while his small house was being cleaned. The squad leader noted that there were servants for cleaning, and Weiss thanked him for the reminder. Arahan asked to come and help. The whole squad must cope with adversity in a coordinated manner. The young man said that everyone would work. He didn't like the division between nobles and rabble. The squad of magicians accepted their first assignment and began cleaning the premises. Weiss found out who the water elemental mage was and assigned them to wash the floors. Arahan found a wind mage, whom he asked to blow dust off the roof of the estate. Some magicians were outraged that they were not taught magic for cleaning the young master's premises. Weiss asked to talk less so that the work would proceed more successfully, confidently, and quickly. All the rooms of the recently abandoned estate turned out to be shiny and fresh. The cleaning day came to an end. Arahan decided to distribute the rooms among his servants. Weiss assigned a separate spacious room for River and Alice. The girls called it magnificent. Logan Cherville felt that such a room would be an unnecessary luxury for him. River said that they had no food at all and reminded Weiss to resolve this important issue. The blonde said she searched the entire kitchen but didn't find anything worthwhile. Weiss realized that he couldn't imagine that in a noble clan one would have to worry about food. Arahan wondered if he should go to the city, but it was already quite late. The young man clarified that the nearest estate from here belonged to his older brother Tom. The commander of the mages was surprised and asked if Weiss was planning to go to his brother's estate. The fifth circle magician noted that an uninvited visit could be regarded as a declaration of war. Weiss said that he was completely satisfied with this state of affairs and was ready to go head-on. Meanwhile, Tom's scream could be heard in Tom's estate, making it clear that Arahan didn't like onions. The nobleman spoke up and expressed his indignation that his servants could not remember such simple things. Tom shouted that they couldn't hear him when he spoke to them and promised to kill all the servants. Butler Toma said that Arahan should treat the servants better. Tom shouted that it was all because Gertrude was covering for them and couldn't give them a scolding. The butler told the gentleman to eat not only what he likes because it is harmful. Gertrude thought that the spell of enchantment had already dissipated. She decided to restore it that night. One of the maids came running and reported that Mr. Weiss had arrived at the estate. The butler realized that Arahan had shown up in the middle of the night without an invitation, meaning he had declared war. Gertrude ordered the magicians to be gathered, and the maid said that Mr. Weiss had arrived without an army. The butler asked again if she had heard correctly that Weiss had arrived alone, and the maid confirmed it. Gertrude could not believe that her brother would go to war against his brother alone. The maid said that Arahan's seventh offspring was standing at the door of the estate right now. Weiss walked freely into Brother Tom's dining room, and everyone was frightened by such a gesture. The young man asked if he had interrupted his older brother's lunch. The defending mages immediately surrounded the incoming Archon and formed a cordon. Weiss asked what all this meant, why everyone saw him, but didn't even think to say hello. One of the guards greeted the newcomer and asked what brought the young gentleman here. The young man said that the person standing in front of him was apparently the local butler, Gertrude. Arahan asked why the woman was not going to greet him. The butler didn't even bat an eyelid. She wondered what Weiss could count on. Gertrude remembered the seventh Aracon's offspring as a brat who wasn't even worth keeping an eye on. However, the woman understood that now a different person was standing in front of her, with the ominous aura of the Aracons. Butler Toma wondered if the seventh offspring had awakened his mana and was allowed to return. The young man asked why the woman refused to greet the guy who came in until the very end. Gertrude Mon decided to bow down and introduce herself as young Master Tom's butler. The woman thought that she was the authority of this house, so why was she bowing her head? Weiss asked if playing at real power had given her a pinch of courage. The person entering noticed that the butler was so recklessly exuding his aura. Gertrude was scared because the brat standing in front of her was no longer the same one she knew. The woman decided that he couldn't just show up here alone. Weiss had some kind of trump card. The butler noticed the priest's mark on the chest of the guest from the Arahan family who entered. Tom stood up and shouted that the bastard wasn't going to greet his older brother himself. The sixth offspring said that the little one doesn't understand where he managed to crawl to. Weiss said he wasn't going to talk to his brother because he was just a puppet. Tom shouted that he was not a puppet and noticed that the younger one was talking to him informally. The seventh offspring asked if it was unpleasant. The eldest shouted that it was natural. Tom said that since they were both in his estate, it meant that Weiss had started a war. The sixth offspring said that he had just recently learned the spell and was eager to try it out. The butler asked the gentleman to stop, but Tom said that he would teach his younger brother a lesson. The woman told the sixth offspring to stop immediately. Tom said that he could not leave such an impudent person unpunished because he was called a puppet. The butler asked me to just calm down. She would try to explain everything a little later. Gertrude said she apologized for the young master's rudeness. The woman understands that the priest's guarantee is the guarantee of the emperor himself. The butler realized that if she killed Weiss, an investigator would arrive in Arahan who would uncover her crimes. Gertrude decided that for now she should politely send the seventh offspring of the Arachons away. The woman asked to explain the matter with which young Mr. Weiss had come to them. The young man laid everything out in the open and said that there was nothing to eat on his estate, and he asked for a share of supplies. Gertrude told the servant to bring all the remaining bread and meat. The woman asked if the matter of the seventh offspring of the Arachons was exhausted at this point. Weiss said that this is how it is for today, but starting tomorrow, they will start seeing each other much more often. Gertrude thought that Weiss Arahan would still answer for his insolence and impudence. Weiss laid out the supplies he had received from his elder brother's estate in front of his comrades. Arahan ordered the earth mages to dig a hole and the fire mages to make a fire. The comrades were surprised that they had not been able to get out for an outdoor barbecue for many years. The magicians remembered that such events were forbidden in their families because they were considered chivalrous. Weiss asked if it was true that outdoor barbecues were prohibited, and the mages replied that they had misspoke. The magician believes that knights have high stamina costs, and that is why they eat meat wherever they can. The subordinate said that knights are originally barbarians, but they are like noble magicians. The young man said that magicians live a rather tiring life, constantly thinking about something. Weiss believes that one should not think about such prohibitions and eat whatever food one wants. Arahan said that in his estate they could ignore the unspoken rules of the mages. The young man is confident that if the magicians fulfill their duties, he will not hold them accountable. Weiss said that the meat was ready and suggested that they start eating right then and there. In the morning, the seventh offspring of the Arachons went to the city to buy a building for the king of the backwoods. The man begged not to take away the house because it was the only inheritance from his late father. Weiss said he knew the building actually belonged to his brother, Tom Arajana. The young man's security guard shouted that this was not just a purchase of a building, and that the gentleman could not be kept waiting. The building owner said he had no documents, but Weiss said he had foreseen this and prepared. Arahan said the man signs the document and takes double the price or dies on the spot. The building owner asked if his life was guaranteed, and Weiss said he always keeps his word. The young man swore in the name of Arakanov that he would keep the words he had given to the man. Weiss became the owner of the building. The first step in the war between the brothers was taken. The seventh Arakanov offspring went to the office of the city mayor, David Cooper. David quickly found the building's previous owner in the census and confirmed the transaction. The mayor is confident that such a dual system of protection against fraud is important to prevent property theft. The man noticed that young Mr. Weiss was a very unusual person. David said that typically the Arakan offspring do not buy houses in their own names. Weiss thought there was no reason for him to create a vulnerability and register the houses to fictitious people. Gertrude burst into the mayor's office, and from her appearance it was clear that she was extremely displeased. The young man's guard mage tried not to let her through, but Tom Arahan's butler broke through. The mayor said magic was forbidden in his office, and the woman said he was the one who broke the rules first. The butler said that this building belonged to young Master Tom. Weiss said he didn't understand Gertrude because Warren Beath was listed as the owner of the building. The woman asked how the young man was going to deal with the consequences, and whether he was really so self-confident. Arahan said that she was making a mistake when she shouted so loudly and did not understand the situation. Gertrude said that as Master Tom's butler and the Monet family's mage, she promised that Weiss would pay. Arahan decided to warn the woman that whether it was revenge or a favor, he would return it tenfold. The seventh offspring asked if she had forgotten the Arahan family motto. Weiss said that if Gertrude attacked him, she would lose everything she currently had. The young man led the king of the backwoods to the newly purchased building. Edward was surprised that Arkan owned the house, and Weiss said that he was handing over management to him. The bespectacled man said that he did not expect the promise to be fulfilled so quickly. Edward handed Arahan a note and said that it contained a list of magicians who were hiding in this city. Weiss was surprised and asked why this suddenly happened, and the king said that the young man needed a good teacher. Edward believes that arrogants strive to become stronger because that is the purpose of life. Glasses is sure that Weiss does not have a worthy mentor in the art of magic. Edward said that it was not out of gratitude. It was simply in his interests for Arahan to become stronger. The seventh offspring of the Arahan family realized that he was completely unfamiliar with any of the people mentioned. The king of the backwoods said he could definitely recommend a certain Chris Goon. Edward is confident that the young man may not even look at the rest of the list. He said that the Guns used to be mercenaries, very famous in the West. Glasses is confident that he will be the best mentor possible for Weiss. Edward said that mercenary work was the best way for small families to make money. The king of the backwoods said that he was a master of his craft, hence the high price for the work. Arahan thought that choosing such a mage as a teacher was a good decision. Glasses said that people say that Weiss Arahan is an excellent fistfighter. Edward said that Chris honed his skills in combat and can do everything from reconnaissance to assassination. The king of the backwoods is confident that Arahan may not even consider other options, but choose gun. Weiss asked why Edward had written down such a long list, and the bespectacled man fell silent, looking away. Meanwhile, the sixth offspring of the Arahan family was raging in his own estate. Tom shouted that he would finish off his brother with his own hands and asked how he dared to touch his building. The boy accused his butler of doing nothing while the gold mine was being stolen. Arahan shouted that this place brought in an incredible amount of money to grow his influence. Tom said that Gertrude had said those words herself, so why should he remind her of it? The woman asked Mr. Tom to look straight into her eyes. The butler decided to bewitch the young master and use him as her own puppet. Tom Arahan was unable to resist such powerful magic from his subordinate. Caught in the butler's smoky spell, the boy didn't even try to resist drowning. Gertrude told the young man to calm down, pull himself together, and stop yelling at her. The sixth scion of the Arakanov house asked to forgive him for what he had recently said. The woman said that now was the time to think carefully about the next steps. Gertrude asked how they could finish off Weiss Arahan without unnecessary noise and attention. The butler asked if Tom was willing to allocate money from his own fund for her. Arahan replied that he wouldn't spare a single gold coin for Gertrude. He was ready to give all his savings. The woman said she would hire the best thugs and enchant them to keep quiet. Tom said that he completely agreed with Gertrude and noted that he trusted her completely. The woman said that she was very pleased that she was obeyed so obediently. Meanwhile, Weiss and Edward headed to Chris Goon's supposed location. The hostess greeted those who arrived and said that in front of them was the best hotel in Nikel Libera. Arakan said he was looking for one person. The employee replied that the administrator could help. The hostess blocked the passage for Edward, who tried to follow Weiss. The hotel clerk said that only nobles were allowed in and that he couldn't help commoners. The hostess said that these are the rules here and he hopes for understanding. Arahan said he couldn't do anything about the rules and asked Edward to wait outside. Weiss entered the building and noted that the inside of the hotel was no less richly decorated. Arakan asked what all this showiness with the expensive interior was for. Weiss approached the receptionist and asked if he could look at the client list. The administrator said that they would prepare lists of regular clients in the near future. The girl apologized and said that they already had lists of regular clients ready. Weiss thought that he was irritated by the behavior of people who were afraid of him because he belonged to the Arahan family. The young man thought that the people of Nikel were afraid of the Arakans because they owned this city. Weiss thought that with that kind of money, only his family's heir could own this hotel. The administrator showed and handed over a list of regular clients of the Libra Hotel. Arahan looked at the list and realized that the wanted mercenary was not listed on it, which meant he was a VIP client. Weiss thought he would have a hard time finding Mr. Chris. The young man heard someone shout on the second floor that this hotel was the most ridiculous. The guest shouted that he had ordered Vertison beef, but they brought him some cheap fake. The waiter apologized and said that all the beef was indeed bought in the Verde Meadows. Weiss thought that this man was an incredible bore, and also incredibly toxic. Arahan realized that Edward had described Chris exactly as the guest looked. The king of the backwoods said that he was thin and bald, with an unusual appearance. The man made a condition that he would not pay for the room until they brought him real Vertison beef. Weiss thought it might just be a similar man, but still dared to call out to him. Chris said the source of the disgusting trail came straight to him and asked if it was him. The young man couldn't understand what exactly the mercenary gong was talking about. The man said that his morning had managed to start with Arahan's face. The day would definitely be terrible. Weiss thought that the old man was going too far. How could he possibly say such a thing to Arahan's face? The young man realized that Chris simply hated the Arahan family. Edward shouted that he noticed Goon leaving, and Weiss said that he had already managed to meet him. The king of the backwoods said that he had already warned Arahan that the old man had a bad character. The bespectacled man said that true solo masters are always special. There should be no doubt about that. Weiss said that the other candidates would definitely not suit him. They were too low in the circle. Arahan thought that he was exercising and eating right, but his magic was stuck at level 5. The young man shouted out that a wonderful thought had occurred to him and asked which way Chris was heading. Weiss asked if his comrade knew how Gunn felt about the Arakan's family. Edward said that Chris is a very private character, and without the tattoo, he would not have recognized him. Glasses said that this tattoo is a symbol of the Goon family. It symbolizes claws and fangs. Weiss thought Chris had recently been talking about Vertison beef, but he had gone into a simple restaurant. Arahan remembered that Torres had promised to give him Vertison beef of the highest quality. The young man thought that he was an atypical magician, which meant he needed a corresponding teacher. Weiss decided to try to start a conversation again, although he admitted that this kind of thing irritated him. Arahan moved closer to make sure he could be heard clearly. The young man apologized for disturbing him, but the old man shouted again that this was another nuisance. Chris asked why the young man didn't leave him alone, and whether Arakan had been forced to collect money for the numbers. Weiss thought that conversations should be put aside. The character of the interlocutor was simply more disgusting. Arahan decided to give it all up and find a more suitable master to train with. As soon as the young man turned around, he noticed that something was approaching him at very high speed. Weiss realized that he wouldn't have time to defend himself, and Chris decided that he couldn't allow Arahan to die. In an instant, the old man was in front of the guy and repelled the swift attack of the unknown man. The old man shouted that only the most disgusting people acted like that. Weiss was surprised by the reaction that the legendary mercenary Chris showed him. The young man asked Gong how he focused mana on his fingertips and deflected those daggers. The mercenary asked if since the boy had seen his movements, he would have been able to dodge. Weiss said he could have dodged it, but the man moved first. Arahan noted that Gun has incredible speed, incredibly sharp eyesight, and precise reactions. Chris asked the guy not to think badly, because if Weiss dies, it will be difficult for Gun to justify himself. The old man said that now was not the best time to talk. The young man noticed that the murderous aura had intensified many times over. The people of Nickel realized that a serious fight was brewing in the streets and quickly began to run away. Weiss realized that Gertrude Mon had already taken action and ordered his head for mercenaries. Chris said that he had already warned the boy about the hunt for his head, and Arahan said that he knew it. Gun asked if the boy needed help, to which Weiss replied that small fry always remains small fry. The old man noticed Arahan's confidence and thought that he would be in trouble if he died nearby. Gun decided that he would watch the young man, and if things got too bad, he would help. The robbers ordered the old man to get lost, but Gun said that he could not miss this spectacle. The mercenaries shouted so that the old man would forget about them and the battle taking place here. When the bandits noticed the tattoo on the forehead of the running man, they were stunned and became afraid of the Gun family. The robbers bowed before their senior comrade, and Chris said that he had never had such comrades. The bandits said they were from Giorno's group and considered it an honor to meet the elder of the mercenary world. Chris shouted that those who bowed before him could not call themselves mercenaries. The old man is sure that real mercenaries would not stoop to accepting assassination orders. The group of losers admitted that things are currently going as bad as they could, and then there was such a large order. Chris shouted that even mercenaries must follow principles and justice. Gunn said that someone who kills for money is a guarantor, not a mercenary. The old man is sure that this is an extremely stupid situation, but they have nothing else to do. Chris said that since they took on this task, they were obliged to see it through to the very end. Gunn said that a true mercenary will always carry out an accepted contract to its logical conclusion. The old man said that he would not interfere in the affairs of his younger comrades, but would simply watch from the sidelines. Weiss thought Chris might not be so heartless. Arahan thought that such jokes should not exist in this world at all. The young man used Thunder Aura to protect his body and prepare for a fight. The old man saw that the boy's face did not exude even a drop of doubt in his own strength and capabilities. Chris was surprised that the guy didn't have a fire aura and thought that there was a child with a thunder aura in Arahan. Gun observed the magical flows and realized that this was not an ordinary aura. Nearby, Weiss heard the familiar voices of three brothers. The next moment, the triplets appeared in front of Arahan, shouting that they would help their master. One of the brothers asked if everything was all right with Mr. Weiss, and the young man was surprised when he noticed the arrival. The brothers said they received an order to eliminate it, and they immediately understood everything. Arahan realized that Gertrude was very angry with him since she decided to spend so much. Weiss said that the mercenaries probably know who offered them such an order. The young man asked if they would tell him who had paid for his head. The bandit said that the obligation to not reveal the customer is the basis for being a mercenary. Weiss ordered the twins to force the group of mercenaries to kneel before him. Without thinking, the brothers jumped up and headed towards the designated target. Only a strong magical barrier was able to stop the trio. The triplets were unable to break through it, but only bounced back. Chris said that the younger comrades had completely screwed up and that they needed to retreat in order to avoid death. Arahan asked why Gun decided to stop him, and the old man said that even under torture, they would not break. The old man said that the mercenaries were under the spell of illusions. Even if they wanted to speak, their mouths would not open. Chris said that since the young man couldn't see such a small detail, he still had a long way to go to learn. Gun said that he could remove this nasty magic, but he couldn't do it just like that. Weiss immediately realized it and asked if the old man was talking about a deal. Chris said he was very interested in the guy's real strength and thunder aura. The old man said that he would fulfill the boy's wish if Arahan defeated him in a duel. Chris said that Weiss doesn't need to actually defeat him because it's physically impossible. Gun said that the guy had to at least touch him to win this little duel. Arahan asked if the old man would really fulfill his wish. Gun answered affirmatively. Weiss said he agreed to the deal and noted that he was ready to start the fight right now. The young man thought that he, too, wanted to test what his future mentor was capable of. Arahan decided to find out if Chris was qualified enough to teach his seventh offspring. Gun said he liked that kind of straightforwardness. Chris said that these streets are too narrow for their fight. They need to find a more suitable place. Weiss sensed magic from the person standing opposite him, but didn't have time to react in time. The next moment, Chris and Arahan disappeared from the sight of those around them. The young man thought that he could not even imagine what had just happened. Gun asked if this was the first teleportation in the life of the guy who could not come to his senses. Chris said it was on the outskirts of town and noted that he only came there when he was bored. The old man suggested not to delay and start the fight right now. Weiss was already fully prepared, but he didn't know how best to approach the mercenary. Arahan thought that the terrain had changed not just quickly, but instantly. The young man said that teleportation is only available to magicians of the seventh circle and above. The old man said that the young man, like all knights and magicians, clings to this paltry measure of power. Weiss asked if he understood correctly that the circles were unimportant, and the mercenary said that there were more important things. Chris said that in a real fight, victory is not determined by a circle, but by many other factors. Gun said that the experience of deadly battles and things that were familiar before automation were much more important. Arahan thought that these were incredibly correct words, and noted that he completely agreed with the old man. Weiss realizes that he has already defeated opponents with a higher circle, which is an indicator of power. The young man could never have imagined that he would have the same views on the world as the legendary mercenary. The old man asked why the boy was looking at him so intently. Chris asked why Weiss couldn't agree with him and said that this was the limit of the main current. Gun believes that it is the mainstream that thinks that only their path is correct. Arahan said that he completely agreed with the old man because he had experienced it firsthand. Chris said that such a little brat had never seen the world before, but he had already experienced everything on his own skin. Weiss was determined to prove to Gun that his words were not a lie. Arahan concentrated, causing his thunder aura to become more powerful. The old man said that he couldn't stop looking at the skill that was called the dream attribute. The young man said that the mercenary should use all his strength because he would not want to listen to excuses. Chris told the guy not to worry because the predator gives everything, even when hunting a rabbit. Arahan jumped up and said that he was already starting. Weiss thought that everything would work out for him with unprecedented ease. The young man understood that the stereotypes about a magician keeping his distance were not easy to discard. However, when Weiss only had to extend his hand and win, Jen smiled. Arahan's fist hit the thick magical barrier that protected Chris. Weiss realized that now the old man would break the distance, and all the advantage in stereotypes was trampled. However, the guy did not expect to meet a counterattack from the retreating Gun. The old mercenary had at his disposal not only a shield, but also magical spears. Chris asked if the guy felt like he could have pierced Weiss's body right through. Arahan thought that if he had hesitated even for a tenth of a second, he could have really died. The young man noticed that the old man, just like him, did not cast spells and used full power. Gunn said that the more often a person uses magic, the more familiar it becomes. This is natural. Chris noticed that the guy was smarter than he looked because he had figured out the peculiarities of his aura. Weiss said that he wouldn't be able to surprise many powerful magicians with this. The old man said that he was surprised, but he had previously assumed that the young man would hit him with his fists. Chris said that Arahan's stance was unfamiliar to Gun, revealing his close combat specialization. The young man was surprised that such a seasoned fighter saw such a stance for the first time in his life. Chris laughed because he noticed that Arahan was carefully covering himself from the blows in his stance. Gun realized that this was the guy's perfect stance, covering all the person's weak spots. The old man thought that this stance allowed him to use his legs, and magicians did not fight that way. Arahan was surprised and noted the excellent observation skills of the old legendary mercenary. Gun said he was deeply disappointed in the young man if that was all he could do. Chris suggested seeing if Weiss had any special hidden trick up his sleeve. Arahan realized that he was not taken seriously at all as a worthy opponent. The young man quickly realized that the old man instantly recognized abilities when they were activated. Weiss decided to confuse his opponent and attack at the most unexpected moment for Chris. Arahan said that this moment was his last chance, in which he had to be extremely careful. The old man yawned from boredom. He was completely disappointed in the seventh offspring of the Arahan family. Weiss saw in this gesture an open provocation that only a child could fall for. However, the young man thought that he himself was completely ready to rush at that moment. Gun was surprised that the guy tolerated all this and, in his opinion, had no pride at all. Arahan thought that this crazy old man had really gotten to him. Weiss thought that this time he would definitely be able to reach his opponent. A pop-up system window alerted the young man that his stats had been temporarily increased. The young man found himself so close to his goal that he thought he had accomplished the task. Arahan grabbed his opponent's back, meaning he fulfilled the agreed conditions. However, the joy did not last long. The old man's body dissolved, and the young man realized that it was a double. Gun said that he hadn't seen such fools as Weiss Arahan for a long time. Chris said the boy was so focused on his tactics that he completely forgot about the enemy. The seventh offspring noticed the magic seal and realized that something bad was awaiting him. Weiss thought that at this moment the predator was squatting before his hunt for a hare. Arahan noticed that his entire body was bound by many strong magical chains. The young man realized that imprisonment was inevitable, but he also understood that not all was lost. The old man said that the guy was completely trapped, which meant it was all over for him. Chris said he would let the boy go if he admitted his defeat. Weiss found it difficult to breathe and realized that the gap between them was unimaginably large. Gun told the boy to forget about his stubbornness because he could die. The system notified about the deactivation of the temporary skill, and Arahan thought that now it was definitely all over. The young man realized that all this time he had been a fighter from another world. Weiss thought that this was the life he had always dreamed of. The seventh offspring of the Arakan's family admitted to himself that he liked this world incredibly. The young man understands that there are many strong fighters in this world, which was not the case in his homeworld. Weiss asked himself why in this situation he was giving up and not moving forward. The young man realized that from the very beginning he had considered himself a rabbit and had completely forgotten about the position of a fighter. Arahan thought that until his very last breath he must be a predator. The system notified Weiss that the temporary skill had been activated and access to falling lightning was open. The system notified the young man that the falling lightning skill had been successfully activated. Chris couldn't have expected this, and therefore wasn't prepared for the fight back from the trapped beast. The old man watched the incredible spectacle that unfolded right in front of him. The heavens unleashed lightning of incredible power at the one wrapped in chains. The chains did not succumb to the strong elements and withstood this crazy and reckless blow. Weiss decided not to stop and activated the skill again. Gun shouted that the guy was a real psychopath who was tired of living. Arahan struck with lightning again and again, and the old man shouted that this was reckless madness. Multiple lightning strikes finally brought their long-awaited fruits and split the chains. Weiss said he recognized Chris's incredible strength and noted that he had a lot to learn from the old man. Gun said that the young man was nothing less than a stubborn ram. Arahan said that victory would still be his because he couldn't lose like this. The spell on Chris's shackles was completely broken, along with the remains of the worn chains. Weiss said that Gun would become the boy's mentor and train him. The old man said that he could not afford to disgrace himself and teach Arahan in his old age. The young man said that he would still win because he was not in the habit of giving up. Chris said that the psycho could kick as much as he wanted, but he wouldn't be able to reach the edge of his clothes. Gunn said that from that moment on, all the jokes were over. The mercenary saw the true spirit in the guy's eyes and said that he would crush him completely. Weiss said that after his victory, the old man would not have much choice. Arahan said that he had a 50% chance of winning, but the old man did not believe such words. Chris called the young man insolent, and the guy replied that now he intended to give it his all. Gunn said that he would finish off Weiss if he dared to get into trouble like the first time. Arahan told the mercenary to act because he must want to kill the guy. The old man realized that the young man had completely gone crazy, since he was asking him for such a thing. Chris decided to use his magic and show what exactly he was capable of. Weiss froze, because he understood perfectly well what kind of magic the man standing in front of him had performed. Arahan learned an incredibly powerful 8th-level magic, namely the Spear of Destiny. The young man watched with his mouth slightly open, because many players chose the mage class because of this spell. Weiss had no idea that the old mercenary was hiding such a trump card up his sleeve. The old man asked how the boy dared to bring things to this. Chris said he was sorry things had turned out this way. It looked like the boy would have to die here. Arahan said that now he really couldn't retreat, so Gunn had to accept his move. Weiss wondered if he could survive the Spear of Destiny, even though he knew perfectly well that he couldn't. The young man understood perfectly well that it was precisely in this hopelessness that his chance for victory lay. The old mercenary said that Arahan could die in peace because it would be quick. Chris is sure that sometimes you need to know when to give up so as not to end up like that fool. Weiss watched the blade of magical material rushing towards him. This spear simply had no chance of missing, so Arahan calmly took the blow of the spell. The system notified the young man that the immortal fighter skill had been activated. The old man watched the silhouette of the young man in the blindingly bright light of his magic. Weiss walked up close and grabbed the old legendary mercenary tightly. Chris couldn't believe his eyes because what he saw didn't fit into reality. The 7th heir of the Arahan family stood before him, safe and sound. Weiss decided to bring the old man to his senses and throw him over himself. The young man used all his strength to throw Gunn. Chris lay silently and looked at the night sky. He still could not accept what he had seen earlier. The old mercenary said that it was impossible at all. Gunn asked how Arahan managed to survive the Spear of Destiny. Chris looked at Weiss and couldn't understand how he, at his old age, managed to lose to a weakling. The old man thought that 7 whole years had already passed since he had given up his life as a mercenary. Chris thought he had no more goals in life, but now he met this monster. Gunn thought that this fool was capable of dispelling magic with just the power of thought and stubbornness. The old man said he couldn't believe Jeremy kept such a gem locked up. Chris heard that the young man had awakened his mana only recently, but was already so tall. Gunn thought that in a couple of years he would become the one who would rule the Empire. The old man thought that if such a man appeared again, the Empire would face great turmoil. Chris is confident that such an idea is entirely feasible if he mentors the young man. Gunn shouted that every second counted and they couldn't afford to lie around like this. The old man said that he had squeezed out all the strength available to young Arakan and was afraid for him. Chris decided to check if he had damaged the guy's mana rings. However, what Gunn felt was at odds with his preconceived notions about Weiss. The old man realized that the young man didn't even have the first circle of mana, so how could this have happened? Chris realized that the quality of Arahan's mana was divine, but the channels were useless. Gunn felt someone approaching and asked who it was. The old man realized that only he knew about this place, which meant it was the Black Flame or the City Guard. Chris thought they were making too much noise with the lightning and the Spear of Destiny. The triplets noticed Weiss lying there exhausted and shouted at the young master to hold on. The brothers rushed with all their might towards the 7th offspring of the Arahan family, who lay unconscious in the crater. Jerry screamed that the old geezer had practically finished off young Master Weiss. Gunn told the twins to get lost if they really wanted to live. Chris said that the Black Flame is crawling into every available hole. The old legendary mercenary said that this organization irritates him incredibly. The Black Flame commander said that he knew the name of the mercenary Chris Goon. The old man said that if this magician knows about him, then he is a high-flying bird. The Black Flame mage stepped forward and introduced himself as Robin, the commander of a secret organization. Robin said that he welcomed the hero of the Great Wizarding War. Black Flame said that he had received orders to take care of young Master Weiss. The old mercenary said that the magicians of the secret organization might try to get to the young man by force. Robin said that this was the son of the head of Arahan, which meant that with this act, Gunn was challenging the entire family. Chris said that he was not going to kill his own student, who was unconscious. Black Flame was surprised when he heard that Weiss was the legendary mercenary's apprentice. Robin thought about it because only a mage of the level of Elite Commander Clyde could deal with Goon. The commander of the Black Flame mages is confident that they cannot return empty-handed. Robin asked to at least be allowed to check on the condition of young Master Weiss. Black Flame said that even Gong would not survive if he was going to go against the Arachons. Robin said he had heard that Chris was enjoying the life of a hermit. Gong said that in his old age he had a new purpose, and the Black Flame stood in his way. The confrontation became serious. Magical currents scattered stones and raised dust. One of the Black Flame mages reported Jeremy Arahan's new orders to the commander. Robin said that the clan leader ordered them to return, and the old man said that it was a wise decision. Chris said that he was no match for the Black Flame commander, who didn't even dare to attack. Robin said that there would be a price to pay for today's humiliation, but a little later, Gunn told Black Flame to stop wagging his tongue and just disappear from his sight. Robin said he didn't know when that day would come, but Chris had to wait for the moment of revenge. The departing magicians said that the Arachons always keep their word and added that they would meet again. Gunn said that Black Flame can only talk nonsense, that their family is great and all that. Chris said that old people need peace, but no. This stubbornness comes at a high price. The old man thought that they knew that he was an unusual magician, and that was why they were leaving him alive. Gunn realized that Weiss was a true child of Arahan, and therefore he was doomed to all this fuss. Chris admits that he doesn't like a family that pits brothers against each other for power. The old man thought that it was all for the best, because a monster like Weiss was worth keeping in check. The mercenary thought and admitted to himself that another heavy burden had fallen on his shoulders. Weiss woke up in the king of the backwoods old hideout. Arahan couldn't believe his eyes because he was surprised that he had woken up at all. Gunn said that the young man was good at sleeping, and the triplets first asked if the master was okay. Weiss decided to find out how he ended up there and asked what happened. The twins said that the old man was now the young master's mentor. Arahan was surprised when he heard that Chris had become his teacher, but he remembered that he had defeated him. The young man asked what the mercenaries from Giorno's group were doing here. The triplets said that Chris had removed the illusion barrier from them and was going to find out who ordered it. Arahan remembered that the old man had promised not to interfere, but Gunn said that he did not remember anything like that. Weiss said that it was clear to him without words that the customer was Tom's butler, Gertrude. The young man thought that the mercenary was feigning surprise and said that he would not punish them. Giorno's group was surprised by the guy's decision and asked if he would let them go. Weiss said he would do so if they reported the mission as a failure due to unforeseen circumstances. Arahan said that Gertrude would give them another order, which they were obliged to report to Weiss. The young man said that they should remain mercenaries who are loyal to Tom Arahan's butler. The leader of the group, Giorno, said that they would do exactly as the young man told them. Weiss thought that it was not yet time to remove Gertrude because he wanted to take Tom's possessions at once. Arahan said they could go and convincingly play their roles as Gertrude's loyal mercenaries. The young man thought about the risk that Giorno's group would betray him if Chris didn't side with Weiss. Arahan understands that the legendary mercenary and Toma's butler are well aware of whose side is more advantageous. One of the triplets said that River had asked for an urgent message to be delivered to the young master. Weiss realized that the blonde was now his butler, which meant this was news from the Arahan family. Jerry said the family is recommending they prepare for a ceremony at the Temple of Silence early next month. The legendary assassin said that before leaving there would be an audience with the head of the Arahan clan. Weiss remembered that in this temple they perform the ritual of pure blood for Arachons who have come of age. The young man is confident that such haste is not necessary because he is just over 15. Weiss thought that he and Tom would be participating. So what could Jeremy Arahan have planned? The young man realized that they wanted to give him the status of heir, and that it had both pros and cons. Weiss realized that with this status, he would be able to freely leave the family lands and carry out their missions. Arahan understands that with the title, he will enter into a struggle for power, and if he loses, he will lose everything. Chris asked the boy if he wanted to postpone training until he returned from the Temple of Silence. Weiss said that he was not going to sit idle, and the old man said that he would teach, but on one condition. Gunn wants the future heir of the Arahan family to pay him at least 100 gold pieces a month. Soon a report came from Giorno. The commander said that Gertrude had finished off 5 people as payment for the failure. The head of the group said that the guys covered the young gentleman until the very end and begged for mercy. Arahan said he offered his condolences, and the mercenary commander said Weiss was innocent. The man said that Mr. Gong was right. They were considered just expendable. The group's commander, Giorno, asked the young master to help them take revenge on this treacherous woman. Weiss said that Gertrude would die at their hands, and swore this on the honor of his family and his own name. The man burst into tears because he was incredibly touched by the young gentleman's support. The mercenary commander said that his group owed a great debt to Weiss Arahan. The young man asked Edward what powers Tom Arahan's brother had left. The king of the backwoods said that Tom owned a couple of buildings on the outskirts and a pathetic information network. Edward said that agents of this network disguise themselves as traitors and sneak around the city looking for information. Weiss said that soon there would be some good work for the triplets and the king of the backwoods. Arahan said he would take care of Giorno's mercenaries. They could be stationed in Edward's building. The man said he was grateful with all his heart, but he was not sure he could repay the favor. The mercenary commander remembered that he might know something important for the young master. The leader of the group shouted that Gertrude had an inhuman gaze that should be feared. The man said that her aura was truly inhumanly sinister. To the group's commander, Giorno, it seemed that this woman was ready to start a bloodbath. Chris said that the ceremony at the Temple of Silence was tomorrow, and Weiss answered affirmatively. Arahan thought that time had flown by with all his preparation. 10 days had flown by. The young man thought that Gertrude would do something tomorrow, but Logan Cherville had already created a special artifact. Old Man Gunn asked how the young man was enjoying his new refuge. Here, the whole of Nickel was at his fingertips. Weiss asked if he had been invited to admire the view for a reason, and Chris said that there was no romance in the guy. Arahan noticed that Chris Gunn had prepared thoroughly for this day. The old man replied that he does everything he undertakes perfectly. Weiss said he expects to be very hot from training when he returns. The teacher said that there was enough chatter. The young man needed to break that difficult ball. Arahan thought that he wouldn't be able to use falling lightning because it would immediately reveal the place. Chris told the boy to forget about lightning, puppets, and other tinsel and smash the pearl with his fist. The system notified the guy that the thunder aura had been activated. Weiss noticed that this mana stone could only be used by a first circle mage. The old man decided to hurry Arahan because their time was limited. The young man decided to strike with all his current strength and see the result of this action. Weiss did not expect such a result, although he assumed it was possible. The mana stone crumbled under the force of the blow from a mage who wasn't even in the first circle. The legendary mercenary said that he did not expect any other result. The young man must break the next one too. Weiss swung at the next pearl and thought it must be from the second circle. Arahan put all his strength into this blow, although he himself thought that he would not be able to break it. When the young man noticed the broken ball, he was surprised and shouted that he couldn't believe it. Weiss said it was a second circle ball, but it was given to a mage who had only recently acquired mana. The old man said that everyone who controls mana has rings that form around their heart. Chris said the guy didn't even have his first ring yet. He barely scraped together half of it. Arahan realized that in the game, the maximum stat is 100, meaning every 10 is a circle. Gunn said that in simple terms, the guy is not even in the first circle, he is only half of the circle. Chris said that when mana is created, it usually forms one full circle at once. The old mercenary is sure that the guy is inferior with a pathetic stump instead of a ring. Gunn said that this half-circle cripple had just smashed the second circle mana stone into dust. Weiss asked, "So what if he had destroyed this stone?" And the old man shouted for the guy to think about it. The teacher told the boy to try to imagine what he would do on the 10th circle. The legendary mercenary is confident that the human body can only hold 10 rings. That is the limit. Chris said the guy was a genius who might even surpass Theodore himself. Weiss knows that Theodore Arahan, the character whose death marked the beginning of the game's official lore. The young man understands that this was a man who stood on par with the Emperor, the strongest in the world. Arahan realizes that Theodore's mysterious death was the main intrigue that permeated the plot. Weiss was surprised and asked if he could really surpass Theodore Arahan himself. Gunn said that he was a unique and one-of-a-kind wizard in the entire history of the Empire. The legendary mercenary is confident that the young man has the potential to reach the same great heights. Arahan thought that breaking a second circle stone with 5 units of magic was not normal. Weiss thought it was all because of his special passive skill called Archmage's Patronage. The young man thought that Immortal Warrior and Poison Immunity were acquired in the game. Arahan realized that the Tenacious Fighter and the Noble Soul of the Champion were synchronized from his world. Weiss realized that the more he thought about it, the more it seemed to him that this skill was not a magic enhancement. The old man shouted that this ungrateful brat dared to be in the clouds while the teacher was speaking. Arahan apologized, but Chris just waved him off and told him to get lost. The young man thanked his mentor for the lesson, and Gunn said that now he would not give him a break. The legendary mercenary said he had no intention of giving in to this intolerable bastard. Weiss asked the teacher to stop because an unusual thought had occurred to him. Arahan asked if the teacher would have some free time tomorrow. The next day at the great Arakan's estate, Weiss and Tom appeared before their father, the head of the Arakan's family. The young man thought that Gertrude's illusory magic had been removed. She would not have allowed such a thing to happen in front of Jeremy. The head of the family asked if the seventh offspring of the family knew what the Temple of Silence ceremony was. Weiss clearly replied that this was a ritual to confirm the pure blood of Arahan, and Tom timidly confirmed it. Jeremy said it was pathetic and asked Tom to shut his mouth when he wasn't the one being asked. The seventh offspring thought that he needed to end this quickly, otherwise his brother wouldn't last long. The head of the family asked what Weiss would receive if he successfully completed the Temple of Silence ceremony. The young man replied that this would be the title of the younger heir and the great right to wear the cloak of Arahan. Jeremy said that this cloak is a family heirloom, coming from the first head Theodore Arahan. The head of the family said that from now on they would be judged as harshly as the other brothers. Weiss realized that this was also directed at him, because there would be no more indulgences for childish mistakes. Jeremy said his sons had a hard day ahead of them. They could go. The seventh offspring accepted his father's words and turned towards the exit, but noticed that his brother had not yet moved. Weiss thought that his brother's behavior only caused incredible pity in his eyes. The head of the clan noticed the condescending act of the seventh offspring and drew his own conclusions. Jeremy realized that Weiss Arahan didn't even consider his brother Tom a competitor. He was an interesting guy after all. Clyde Lill came to notify the head of the clan that he had noticed activity on the part of the butler Tom. Jeremy ordered the Black Company not to interfere because he wanted to see what the younger one would do. The commander of the elite magicians noted that then the young master might not return from the ceremony alive. Clyde asked if the head of the family had not shown great interest in the young man, which only provoked laughter. Jeremy said that if Weiss didn't survive the day, then that was his limit, that's all. Meanwhile, squads of guards gathered in front of the Arahan estate. Michael Kenneth identified himself as the captain of the guard and said it was an incredible honor for him to serve Weiss. The young man realized that the guards accompanying him did not possess any mana at all, and therefore were incredibly weak. Weiss said that he was counting on the guard commander and noted that the journey ahead would not be short. The sixth offspring hugged his butler and cried, and Gertrude said that everything was fine now. Tom's younger brother exhaled and gathered his strength to hasten the tearful consolation. Weiss asked how long everyone would have to wait for this brat. Couldn't he see that everyone was only waiting for him? The younger Arahan said that his brother should lead the procession and not trail behind. Weiss said they had to climb Mount Free Mountain, a journey that would take at least half a day. Gertrude said that she knew this perfectly well, but she saw no point in making a scene in front of the servants. The young man is confident that their guards are not just servants, but officially hired employees of the Arahan family. The seventh offspring said that he had had enough. If his brother understood everything, they would move out immediately. Gertrude thought that this little bastard would soon stop pretending to be God knows what. Butler Toma is sure that the young man will beg for mercy, but she will kill him slowly. There is no convenient road or stairs to the Great Free Mountain. The rocky terrain only occasionally gives way to a trampled dirt path. Climbing the mountain is difficult, but that is part of the meaning of the pilgrimage. Tom is sure that a normal person is not capable of climbing this high and useless mountain. The sixth offspring shouted out that Gertrude should have prepared the carriage just in case. Weiss's older brother shouted that his butler seriously thought that he would be able to climb up on foot. The young man asked what was so difficult about climbing such a mountain, even such a high one. Young Arahan noticed that the others were also exhausted and would have to take a short break. Weiss said that they would take a little rest in this wonderful place. It was quite comfortable. The guards sat down on the ground to recuperate. The commander asked if the young man was okay, and Weiss replied that the climb was a piece of cake for him. Michael Kenneth said that even he began to get out of breath, and noted that the guy was more resilient than Robert. Weiss thought the name Robert sounded incredibly familiar. Arahan remembered that this was his older brother, who was also a playable character of the mage class. The young man thought that he was now about 25, and now he was his competitor for power. Weiss said that it was time for them to move on, because if they rested longer, the body would only become heavier. Gertrude shouted out that their master was still not ready to move out, which meant everyone would remain where they were. The commander said he would calm them down and asked young Master Weiss to continue forward. Michael Kennedy thought that because of one capricious child, everyone else in the group would suffer. Weiss thought his body was energized by such a good cardio workout. The young man noticed that they had already risen quite high, and there was such a pleasant silence around. The seventh offspring wondered why it had become so quiet. Had they really lost Tom? Weiss looked back and saw that his older brother was lying like a dead weight on the back of the security commander. The boy shouted angrily that his older brother Tom was a brainless piece of shit. Arahan rushed to Michael Kennedy to give his big brother, the good-for-nothing whiner, a dressing down. Weiss threw Tom off the security commander's back with one movement. The seventh offspring shouted that since his brother was of no use, why should he interfere with the others? Tom shouted back that the younger boy had no right to shout at him, since it was Michael who had offered to help. Weiss said that he did this because the sixth offspring of Arahan was whining like a little child. Tom shouted out that it made no difference whether he was carried or walked on his own. The younger one shouldn't bother him. The seventh offspring gave orders that if he noticed anyone helping Tom, he would personally hold them accountable. Weiss shouted furiously that climbing to the Temple of Silence on foot was part of the ritual. The young man is confident that anyone who interferes with the sacred process will seriously regret it. Junior Arahan shouted that from now on everyone would adjust to the tempo of the vanguard. It was only towards late sunset that we managed to reach the summit of the Great Free Mountain. The guards fell to the ground, completely exhausted. Almost everyone thought they would die on the climb, but everything turned out okay. Weiss chuckled as he met his butler, River. The young man realized that Tom, Grace, and Michael Kennedy were still nowhere to be seen. The seventh offspring thought that the sun would set soon. The group could not wait for his brother forever. Weiss said he would have to go through the ceremony first. The attendant said that the youngest of the brothers stood before her and that he should go through the ceremony last. Arakan is sure that there is no rule of order, which means that whoever comes first gets to go. Weiss turned to the head servant and said that there was no rule for order at the ceremony. The woman said that she completely understood the young man's desire not to waste time. The minister asked us to follow her. She said that there would be a huge altar inside. The head servant told the boy not to use mana and not to touch anything except the altar. Weiss thought he had just felt a little uneasy from the growing atmosphere of the place. The seventh offspring of the Arahan family took a careful step and extended his hands forward. It seemed to him that something extraordinary was about to appear before him. The entrance to the Temple of Silence was closed by a magical curtain that separated it from the world. Arahan realized that his body was gradually being pushed to the other side of the gate. The young man decided not to resist this feeling and stepped over the barrier, which turned out to be a teleporter. Weiss realized that he found himself in a completely different place, which did not resemble a cave at all. The seventh scion of the House of Arakanov realized that this was the Temple of Silence of his great family. Weiss thought that it was so spacious here that it might seem like another dimension. The chief servant said that only Arakan and the chosen ones can enter this holy place. The woman said that there was an altar ahead where the young man would undergo confirmation of his blood purity. Weiss prepared himself for the upcoming test and moved closer. Just before the touch, the young man doubted that he was the real Weiss Arahan. The young man thought that this was the tomb of the ancestor of their family, Theodore Arahan. Weiss thought that this temple of emptiness must have some kind of protection in case of imposters. Young Arahan thought that the altar would be able to recognize his soul, which belonged to another world. The seventh scion of the great Arahan family wondered what they would do to him if they found out the whole truth. Weiss thought that the altar might reveal that the soul of a person from another world was sitting in Arahan's body. The young man understands that the body belongs to Arahan, but his soul is of a completely different person. The chief servant told the boy to cut his palm with a dagger and place it on the altar. The woman said that after confirmation, he would be given a clan cloak and a personal insignia. The attendant asked if the young gentleman had any doubts about the ritual. The head servant said that the wound would heal immediately after the ritual, and Weiss said that he was not afraid of this. Arahan asked if there had been any cases where confirmation had not been successful, which puzzled the woman. The seventh offspring asked what would happen when the confirmation was successful. The head servant said that the altar would be illuminated with light and nothing more, and the young man chuckled nervously. Weiss thought that if there was no confirmation of pure blood, it would definitely be the end for him. Arahan realized that after such a journey, he would not be able to simply up and run away. The young man decided to fulfill the conditions of the ritual. He thought that whatever will be, will be. Weiss decided that somehow he would be carried past all the troubles. Arahan felt nothing as he cut his palm with the provided dagger. The seventh offspring realized that everything was going as planned, which meant there was nothing to worry about. Sighing heavily from the hopelessness of the situation, Weiss finally decided to complete the ritual. The young man placed his palm on the altar and held his breath as the excitement grew in his body. Arahan realized that now nothing depended on him, and therefore there was no need to worry. The boy heard someone say that the one who answered the call had finally arrived. Weiss jerked his hand away, and the attendant told Arahan to keep his hand on the altar. The young man said that he heard someone speaking to him. The woman told the guy to just keep his hand on the altar until the end of the ritual. The chief servant asked that this condition be fulfilled in order to complete the ritual more quickly. Weiss thought that with such jokes he could go crazy or something worse. The unknown person said that he had been waiting for this meeting for a very long time. The young man wondered how he could communicate with this man except in his own thoughts. Weiss asked who was speaking to him, and the voice replied that it was he who had summoned the boy. The man said that it was with him that this exciting world began. The seventh offspring of the family realized that he was now talking to Theodore Arahan. The young man asked why such a powerful magician chose him. Theodore said that the youth is one who strives for strength, but does not succumb to the temptation of falling. The magician, the progenitor of the Arahan family, said that when the boy becomes stronger, he himself will feel it. The greatest magician of antiquity said that he will always be with those who answered his call. The next moment, the altar shone so brightly that it seemed about to melt. The chief servant immediately realized that she was seeing not the usual red hue, but a golden one. The altar slowly faded away, and the woman gradually tried to comprehend what had just happened. Weiss asked if the ritual was complete, and the attendant wondered why the hue was golden. Arahan said that all his brothers have the power of fire, but he has the power of lightning. That's why the light is golden. The young man said that in any case, the altar lit up, which meant that the ritual was completed. The woman hesitantly said that this was how it was, and the guy thought that he couldn't reveal the truth. Arahan realized that if everyone found out that Theodore's soul was inside him, he would be torn to pieces. The attendant said that the ceremony was now complete, and that the presentation of the cloak and the badge would now take place. The chief servant said that from this moment on, the young master would receive the right to be the heir of the Arakans. Weiss accepted the great artifact without hesitation, which would protect him from arrows and minor magic. The servant said that from now on, the young master is considered the seventh heir of the Arahan family. The young man looked at the system window. All the characteristics in it remained at the same values. Weiss asked where his stupid brother Tom was. It was already night outside and he was still nowhere to be seen. The guards looked around. They heard the obnoxious boy approaching. The eldest of the Arakans shouted at the guard who wanted to help him. The seventh heir approached his brother and told him not to interfere and to go through the ceremony faster. Weiss said that he had already finished everything, and the older brother shouted that he should have waited for him. The younger one said that all this time everyone was not just standing and waiting for Tom Arahan. The eldest shouted out that he was the sixth son. It was logical that he should be the first. Weiss said that there was no such order here, and if he continued to be hysterical, then everyone would leave without him. Tom shouted how some chief servant dared to decide for himself and let his younger brother go first. The woman said that she was no longer the chief servant, but she was the one responsible for conducting the ritual. The employee said that she was obliged to report to the head of the department without distortion everything that happened here. Tom asked not to tell about everything because he was afraid for his behavior. The commander of the guards noticed Weiss and decided to talk to him. Michael Kennedy said he had a little talk with Mr. Seventh Heir of the Arakans. The guard said that halfway up the mountain, he felt someone's presence. The commander is sure that Tom's butler is up to something unpleasant. Michael believes that a sixth circle mage like Gertrude would definitely have sensed these people. Weiss said that the security commander need not worry about the butler Tom's evil plans. Kennedy is sure that the relationship between the sixth and seventh heirs is too tense. The commander asked if the young man had already understood everything and figured out this insidious woman's plan. Arahan said he was just planning to discuss the matter with Michael. Weiss said that on the way back, their group would be attacked by unknown mercenaries. The young man is confident that one must be fully prepared for this ambush, so he will share something. The seventh heir handed over an unknown device to the commander and said that it created a barrier. Weiss said it was a powerful artifact, the Flawless Barrier, commissioned from the best blacksmith Logan. The young man realizes that this barrier blocks all mana within the area of effect. Arahan asked that these needles be placed in the ground as far apart as possible for effectiveness. Weiss realized that the ceremony was already over because Tom's voice was heard. River thought it was incredibly cold on that high mountain tonight. The blonde realized that the atmosphere was also becoming somewhat creepy because of Tom the butler. Weiss's butler thought that it was this woman who decided to prepare an ambush for the entire group. Gertrude asked why River was looking at her so strangely, and the blonde said that she was just thinking. Weiss's butler thought she had almost caused trouble and realized she should have responded differently. River thought that the seventh heir of the Arahan family might not be able to cope with this insidious woman. The blonde thought that Weiss was prepared for an ambush. But was it true that he had prepared everything necessary? Butler Weiss realized that the woman walking in front of her had suddenly disappeared somewhere. River realized that she needed to urgently warn the seventh heir of the great Arahan family. One of the security group was unlucky, but he immediately shouted out that an ambush was waiting for them. The group commander gave the order to his men to disperse. Michael Kennedy ordered the guards to draw their blades and stand on the defensive. River ran to look for the master. She considered it her duty to tell him what had happened. The blonde ran as fast as she could and thought only about her dear friend. Weiss's butler asked herself, "But where is Weiss when such terrible things happen?" The girl noticed a bright glare in the sky. It was an arrow that was fired in her direction. River realized she didn't have time to get off the trajectory. It was a masterful shot. The blonde could only watch the rapidly approaching tip of the flying arrow. The girl thought that she would die like this, without even finding or warning her friend. Weiss managed to shield his friend and push her out of the path of the merciless arrow. Arahan shouted out that he told River not to leave the rear. Why was she here? The seventh heir told the blonde to wake up and get out of here quickly. The butler shouted to her master to be careful because he could not get hurt. Weiss noticed that the bandits who attacked them were emitting a magical aura. This was the spell Help of the Mage. The seventh heir quickly realized that he was dealing with more than just a gang of robbers. Arahan realized that the bandits were under the protection of a magician. Each of them needed at least 3 guards. The young man gave the order for the guards not to rush into battle, but to unite in small groups of 3. The attacking robbers, not ordinary ones, understood perfectly well that they had an advantage over those deprived of magic. The robbers did not hesitate for long before attacking the weak guards that protected the pilgrims. A small group of villains targeted Weiss Arahan, who was standing near the rear. River thought the attackers were strong because Mage's help was a 6th circle magic. The blonde realized that another family was interfering and attacking them. The 7th heir of the Arahan family prepared to engage in battle with the bandits rushing towards him. River shouted that they needed to move away so as not to be a hindrance to the young master. The young man didn't just swing his fists, but hit them right on target, trying to neutralize the attacking bandits. The bandits, aided by a powerful mage, continued their attempts to harm the 7th heir of the Arachons. The attacker used his club with a ball and chain, but did not take into account the difference between himself and the target. Weiss watched the object rushing towards him, but did not feel any great threat to himself. Arahan deftly dodged his opponent's weapon and instantly prepared for the blow. River said it was a great blow that sent the enemy into hibernation in one fell swoop. One precise blow from the 7th heir turned off the lights for the robber. The bandits noticed that their comrades had fallen so easily, so they decided to attack all at once. Weiss chuckled, because it didn't matter to him how much change was thrown at him. The 3 robbers decided to pounce on the boy who was supposed to hesitate. However, the reality turned out to be much harsher than these incompetent bandits had imagined. The 7th heir of the Arahan family did not even feel such a ridiculous onslaught. Weiss dealt with all the losers who attacked him in a matter of moments. One of the attendants asked if the young man had always been such a strong fellow. The head servant said that now he is the heir of Arahan, she needs to be more respectful to him. The guard commander said that thanks to the 7th heir, they survived the attack without losses. One of the guards was amazed by the young man's fighting skills and said that it impressed him. Weiss was sure that this was just a little warm-up and ordered everyone to move a little further away. Arahan shouted that the mages would now enter the battle, so he wanted everyone to move further up the slope. The guards shouted that they would not leave the 7th heir alone. They would fight with him. The young man is sure that when he uses his power, he will not be able to protect everyone else. Some accepted the new order. Now they had to protect the maids and butlers. Michael Kennedy is confident that they must submit because the heir won the battle without bloodshed. The commander said that here they would only interfere with the youngest heir of the Arahan family. Michael said that Weiss Arahan was not the kind of person they could protect. Weiss headed towards the attacking mages, and a group of guards moved to the rear for protection. The young man thought that he couldn't sense the enemy mage, but something was moving in his direction. The seventh heir of the Arahan family decided that he should still use his powers. The system notified Weiss that the Thunder Aura had been successfully activated. The young man thought it was like a small lull before a terrible storm. In the distance, the sound of waves crashing could be heard and foamy spray could be seen. A monster of the sixth circle, the sea demon tsunami, appeared behind the mountainside. Some people shouted and asked where a tsunami could have come from on the Great Free Mountain. The stream of water picked up stones and hit the trees with force, breaking off their branches. The seventh heir quickly realized that this was a massive water attack by unfriendly mages. Weiss immediately realized that the enemy was ready for such a powerful start to the fight. Arahan realized that the tsunami had a wide reach and incredible destructive power. The seventh heir ordered the commander of the guard to set up the barrier now. There would be no other moment. The guards quickly dispersed to the rear and drove the artifact pins into the ground. Meanwhile, Weiss Arahan took the full force of the sea demon tsunami upon himself. On the Great Free Mountain, all sounds of battle and human voices died down. All that remained were fallen trees, scattered rocks, and chaotic streams. The young man realized that the magicians attacking him had left no stone unturned on the Great Arakan's mountain. Weiss said that at least everyone managed to take cover behind the blacksmith Logan's flawless barrier. The young man realized that those who desecrated the mountain containing the sacred tomb of the Arakans would have to pay a cruel price. The seventh offspring realized that such mass magic was not used to kill one person. Gertrude shouted that this was not part of their agreement. Did they really want to kill her too? Weiss thought that Tom's butler at least had some brains, but now it's clear that she's a dumbass. The young man asked why they should leave witnesses. The murderers would have big problems because of the woman. The seventh heir said that this was an attempt on Arahan's life, which meant the death of some butler. The mage who created the sea demon tsunami emerged from behind the mountainside. The guy was surprised and said that Weiss had managed to reflect his great sixth circle magic. The magician who came out said that the young man had trained well to be able to do such a thing. Gertrude cried out how this intolerable boy dared to betray his own sister. The one who disturbed the peace on the Great Arakanov Mountain was the deputy head of the Mon family, Luke. The woman's brother is certain that the connection between them was severed when she entered Arahan. Gertrude shouted that she had told him that her entry into Arahan was only for its destruction. The attacking mage said that if his sister died, the rest would not matter so much. Luke told his sister not to blame him too much for this decision. A menacing rumble of thunder was heard, and a bright golden flash lit up the sky. The falling lightning of the seventh heir pierced the Mon family mage's strong magic shield. Weiss decided he was tired of listening to all this chatter between brother and sister. Luke realized that the boy's level of magic was incredibly dull, so he felt sorry for the wasted energy. The seventh heir of the Arahan family said that this woman would not die because he had a promise. The deputy head of the Mon family asked what the boy who was about to die could do. Weiss said that his magic is very loud. It is perfect for calling someone. Luke shouted, "Did the guy really summon the damn black flame? Arahan is sure that he has called upon a much more powerful person than some black flame." The Mon family's mages realized that no one was coming to help the boy, which meant it was just talk. Weiss called himself an idiot who trusted an old man who couldn't even keep his word. Luke said that, judging by his actions, the youngest descendant of the Arakans was a worthy man. The young man thought that a mercenary should value time. Gong's disciple could die, but he was sleeping. The deputy head of the Mon family said that now the jokes were over, he would finish off the guy. Luke released the ice needles, but noticed someone intervening in their unequal fight. All the released ice spikes were broken in flight by people who arrived in time. The triplets came to the rescue and asked if their young master was all right. The legendary assassins said that there are many enemies, but they will try to protect the master. The deputy head of the Mon family clicked his tongue because he noticed the rabble that had arrived. Thomas's butler took off running, and Luke said he would take care of her personally. Brother Gertrude told his squad of mages to deal with the small fry while he was busy. The self-confident mage flew after the fleeing woman, and Weiss decided to reduce the number of enemies. The young man shouted that the magician's weak point was short range. The seventh heir asked his subordinates to interfere with the mage's spells while he got closer. Weiss steeled himself and slightly strengthened his thunder aura. The heir of the great family, Arahan, jumped up from his place and briskly jumped onto the hill to the magicians. The group of Mon family mages were surprised by how quickly the distance had been reduced. The young man jumped up from his seat once again to teach a lesson to those standing in front of him. The magicians were not ready to stand up for themselves or make any attempts to save themselves. Weiss knocked one of his opponents into the ground in front of his comrades. The Mon family mages were amazed by the speed and strength of the youngest heir of the Arachons. However, the young man understood that they should fear not only the heir, but also his subordinates. The legendary assassins rushed into battle after their young master. The Mon family squad tried to close the distance, and to do so, they jumped to the side. The mages shouted that they would not let the triplets and Arahon get any closer. So they decided to use multiple magical attacks to overwhelm the enemies. Jerry was surprised by this reaction, but only grinned at what he saw. Geminis have a clear conviction that these are just pathetic attempts to fight back. The legendary assassins used their signature move and scattered the mages in a matter of moments. The twins circled around the Mon family's mages and successfully scattered them left and right. The triplets didn't even seem to tense up from such a scuffle with the incompetent magicians. Weiss Arahon saw how successfully his subordinates were coping. He grinned because he didn't want to leave the twins. The seventh heir of the Arahon family gathered his strength and prepared to attack. Nothing could disturb the confidence of the youngest heir of the House of Arahon. He rushed through like lightning and scattered the remaining mages who were still standing. Weiss rushed forward and swept everyone behind him, no matter how much strength his opponent possessed. No one could stand against the young master and his subordinates. The twins and Arahon continued to clear the great mountain of the squad of mages that had desecrated it. Young Master Weiss felt practically no resistance. Everything went incredibly smoothly. The seventh heir of the Arahon family looked back because he heard Jerry's voice. He turned to the master and said that the Mon family's mages were helplessly trying to fight back. The legendary killer is confident that their well-oiled tactics work flawlessly. The triplets said that their young master Weiss Arahon was, as always, simply magnificent. The seventh heir noticed that the mages' tactics had undergone serious changes. Arahon realized that this was linked magic, which even on a low circle could be realized by a higher one. Weiss realized that the remaining mages were 4th level, which meant, in theory, they were capable of the 9th circle. The vanguard of the assembled Mon Mage protected those who performed great magic. The twins realized that they would not be able to break through the barrier created by their defenders. Jerry shouted that the enemy's barrier could not be broken and asked the master what to do next. Weiss had a rough idea of what kind of magic awaited them and was momentarily stunned. The young master shouted for everyone to immediately move as far away as possible. The twins hesitated, and Arahon shouted for his comrades to immediately move away. The Mon family's linked magic created a powerful stream of water, giving birth to something unimaginable. 4th-level mages mocked their enemies because they believed that no one could escape their magic. The Mon family's associated mages said that this was a secret technique that was perfected to defeat the Arahons. Those closed by the dense barrier believed that it would be impossible to dodge it, no matter how much they wanted to. The young man saw a giant monster covered in iridescent blue scales appear before him. Weiss Arahon understood perfectly well that the greatest being was standing before him now. The 7th heir saw the water dragon descending from the heavens towards him. The young man shouted that he had already imagined a similar monster, but it looked completely different. The dragon roared so loudly that the earth trembled under the feet of the heir of the Arayan family. The Mon family's mages shouted out that they were enjoying watching the 7th heir's confusion. The triplets looked at the water dragon and couldn't take their eyes off him. They were overcome with fear. Weiss said that his subordinates must retreat immediately. This is the order of the Ground Lord. Arahon told them not to stand close to each other, otherwise they would die in vain. They needed to move further away. The twins doubted that they could leave their master to his fate. Weiss thought that his immortal fighter skill would stop just one attack from the ferocious monster. The young man understands that the summoned dragon will exist as long as the interrupter has mana left. The 7th heir knows that the immortal fighter has a cooldown of 5 seconds of real time. Weiss realizes that he can't receive a second attack during this time. Arahon realized that he needed to destroy the formula for the connection between the magicians and the summoned creature. The young man understands that the magicians of the 4th circle were able to summon the water dragon of the 9th circle. Weiss knows that such a summon consumes an incredible amount of mana per second. The system window notified the guy that the thunder aura had been successfully activated. The 7th heir decided that he should hold out for at least 5 seconds first. Arahon used Thunderstrike on the water dragon, but naturally there was no result. However, Weiss noted that lightning was superior to the element of water, meaning it had some effect. The water dragon's body was sparkling with residual lightning that was slowly being cut off. The summoned great beast growled even more furiously because it did not like this treatment. Weiss Arahan thought that the water dragon's speed was incredibly fast. He couldn't keep up with it. The seventh heir understood that his immortal fighter skill was about to activate. The monster summoned by the Mon family's mages opened its giant mouth to swallow the boy. The system notified Arakan that the immortal fighter skill had successfully completed. The bound mages of the Mon family were surprised how the young man could remain alive after such a thing. The mages decided that they just needed to collect their thoughts and not miss the next attack. The system window notified the guy that the thunder aura had been successfully activated. The seventh heir said that he would not fall for the same trick twice. The water dragon missed with its powerful jet and destroyed part of the mountain under Arahan. Weiss couldn't stay in the air for too long, so he descended onto the Great Free Mountain. The young man realized that he had lost sight of such a huge beast. The seventh heir realized that the water dragon was now behind him. The system notified Arakan that the immortal fighter skill had successfully completed. Weiss knew he had anticipated such an attack, but he had been unable to dodge it. The system window notified the guy that the thunder aura had been successfully activated. The young man realized that the water dragon was once again using the dust cloud to hide from him. The system notified Arahan that the immortal fighter skill had been successfully activated. The seventh heir thought that the monster's long attack animations worked to his advantage. Arahan thought that if this continued, he would succeed. The water dragon continued to attack Weiss, who couldn't die due to the immortal fighter skill. The seventh heir continued to activate Thunder Aura and study the behavior of the summoned monster. The Mon family mages shouted what was wrong with this freak. How could he survive for so long under the dragon's attacks? The bound mages screamed that this couldn't go on forever. Their mana wasn't infinite. The magicians came to the conclusion that they needed to finish for real this time. Those covered by the barrier decided to put all their strength into the next attack to erase the guy. The water dragon began to prepare for his strongest attack. He took the maximum mana from the mages to attack the young man and finally bring victory to the summoners. The great being carefully examined the boy and his surroundings, so as not to miss him. The water dragon rose higher and roared louder than before. The seventh heir of the Arahan family realized that the summoned creature's attack this time was different. The young man couldn't believe that the dragon's breath was about to be used against him. The water dragon gathered mana and water currents in front of him to release them all at once. The great being decided that this attack would surely be enough to destroy the youth. Weiss thought that those crazy Mon family mages had spent an incredible amount of time training. The young man realized that the Monet family was indeed preparing blades to plunge into Arahan's heart. The bound magicians said that this was the kind of magic that the young man would definitely not be able to dodge. The seventh heir of the Arahan family realized that if the water dragon hit, he would definitely die. The young man understands that the immortal fighter protects against one-time damage, not against long-term damage. Weiss thought that his end was about to come, but he didn't want to meet it like this. The water dragon finally prepared for the final attack. The seventh heir of the Arahan family could not give up. He decided to fight until the very end. The system window notified that falling lightning had been activated. Weiss Arahan continued to use the falling lightning skill, hoping that it would have an effect. The seventh heir fell to his knees as he realized his strength was at an end. The young man thought that he could no longer sense mana and admitted that this was his limit. Arahan thought that after using the double falling lightning spell, he was exhausted. Weiss thought and asked what would await him after death. The seventh heir suggested that he would return to his own world. Arahan thought that he might simply disappear without a trace, never returning home. The Mon family's mages rejoiced at the incredible explosion, at the center of which was the heir of the Arakans. A little earlier, Weiss's butler noticed what was about to happen to her friend. River burst into tears when she saw a massive explosion in the direction of the young master's battle. The girl tried to rush to the site of the explosion, but the guards said they could not let her go. The blonde screamed to be let go. She couldn't watch Weiss from the sidelines anymore. The security commander said that he was still watching the young gentleman. He managed to survive. The butler noticed the red aura of Arahan's power near the water dragon and stopped rushing forward. All sounds of battle died down over the Great Free Mountain, for no one could have expected what had happened. The seventh heir of the Arachnos stood unharmed, and his aura seemed incredibly frightening. It seemed to those around him that an incredibly powerful wizard, comparable to Theodore, had come to the aid of the young man. However, young Arahan stood in proud solitude, and his thunder aura turned red. A terrifying power filled the body of the youngest heir of the Arahan family. The water dragon humbly awaited the next command from its masters. Power boiled in the young man's body. At that moment, he seemed immortal and omnipotent. The summoned creature felt as if he was standing against the greatest magician of antiquity, Theodore. The Mon family mages noticed that the water dragon had suddenly started acting strangely. The bound mages shouted that the creature was not listening to them and was refusing to follow orders. The Mon family's army is confident that the problem is that they are not supplying enough mana to the creature. However, even with their concentration, they were unable to regain control of the water dragon. The summoned creature bowed down, not wanting to engage in combat with such a powerful mage. Arahan told the water dragon to return from where he came. The great being heard this order and did not even allow the thought of resisting it. The summoned dragon turned to look at the mages hidden by the barrier, who were left in confusion. The Mon family's people quickly realized that the water dragon was rapidly heading towards them. The mages cried out that the great being was canceling the summoning on its own, returning to the spell circle. The bound magicians asked what trick the young man had pulled that their magic began to dissipate. Theodore remarked that this young body impressed him incredibly with its potential. The great magician decided to make sure that his feelings about the young man's abilities were true. The Mon family's mages decided to attack Arahan at once and use all 4 elements at once. The young man's opponents shouted that their magic had not even touched the boy's body, meaning he was immune. The bound mages shouted that this simply couldn't be because Weiss must be a weakling. More spells were aimed at the 7th heir, but they too dissipated in the thunder aura. Theodore realized that he was tired of these pathetic insects that were not even capable of harming him. The Mon family's mages realized that their magic was not working at all and shouted that it was impossible. One of the magicians attacking the young man wondered if this was the power of Arahan's blood. He realized that their goal of defeating the Arakan family had just become a pipe dream. One of the magicians was sure that there must be some trick, so he ordered the mana to be brought to the limit. The Mon family's mages decided to attack again, but this time they would go all out. The combined magic took the form of a whirlpool above the youngest heir of the Arahan family. Theodore said it was just the desperate screeching of insects and nothing more. The magic above Arahan's head turned out to be unstable. It couldn't even merge into a single stream. Theodore, with just one glance, caused the magic he had created to scatter in all directions. The Mon family mages shouted out what happened this time, why the spell didn't work. Someone from the frightened crowd shouted that this was mana interference, not the guy's trick. Everyone understood that mana interference was head and shoulders above the ultimate spell, magic immunity. Theodore said it was a joke. Even third-rate magicians could have done better than them. The warriors of the Mon family ran away shouting that they were no match for the youngest heir of the Arakans. Suddenly, all those running away realized that something was wrong with the whole situation. They said in fear that all their mana had disappeared somewhere. They stopped feeling it. The hapless army realized that all this was the work of a guy named Weiss Arahan. All the magicians felt that the young man had moved from his place and was heading in their direction. The fugitives realized that all their attempts to hide would not be successful, but would only delay the inevitable for a short time. The 7th heir of the Arahan family approached closer and closer, each of his steps sending shivers down my spine. No one even guessed that the guy's body was being controlled by Theodore Arahan all this time. The Mon family mages thought with regret that they had wanted to defeat such a powerful family. The frightened army begged for mercy. They asked to be forgiven only once. The mages roared in fear that they would no longer rebel against the Arakan's family. The Mon family's mages begged them not to touch their magic rings, and Theodore said that Arahan was not a stranger to mercy. The next moment, the magic circles near the heart of the army of magicians were broken. A terrible pain paralyzed all those who rebelled against the 7th heir and his great family. The realization of what had happened was delayed, and many magicians asked why they were being subjected to such a cruel punishment. Gradually, everyone began to realize that they would no longer be able to use or sense mana. Horrible screams of realization filled the area around the Great Free Mountain. Everyone understands that mana interference is the intentional control of the mana complex of those around you. People who have relied on magic all their lives will no longer be able to live. Everyone knows that losing magic rings is much more painful than losing a limb. The deputy head of the Mon family returned and asked what was going on. He saw a terrifying picture and wondered what could have happened while he was chasing his sister. Luke assumed that his army had been struck down by some kind of mass illusion. The commander who led the rebellion realized that such magic was impossible for Weiss Arahan. However, the young man was the only one who stood unharmed near the morally destroyed magicians. Luke Mon thought that if he removed the 7th heir, all the illusory magic would dissipate. The deputy chief of the Mon clan released his favorite ice needles. The frost spikes were aimed at the back of Arahan, who stood in front of him. Luke chuckled because a mage like Weiss wouldn't have time to dodge or stop his needles. The commander who had started the rebellion felt a sharp pain run through his body. He couldn't believe his own eyes. His magic reflected off the air of the Arachons and returned to him. Luke Mon realized that he was about to die from his own magic and shouted out that he did not agree to die. The thorns pierced the helpless body of the man who had recently chuckled at his opponent's helplessness. The cooling body of the deputy chief of the Mon clan collapsed onto the great Free Mountain. Theodore did not consider those who attacked him to be any kind of worthy magicians. The greatest magician of antiquity said that whoever answered his call must pay for the power. Theodore saved Weiss Arahan's life and solved the problem of the Mon family's rebellion. The greatest magician of antiquity is confident that the young man will pay a good price for this.